chair, 45, and we're going to be playing some, yes, as you can see, Hearts of Iron. I'm just making sure that the interwebs are getting the benefit of my brilliance here. You hear that, interwebs? I'm being brilliant, so you're supposed to send this out to everybody out there. Okay? That going to be good? Let's see, what do we have? Unassigned divisions, yes. Okay, we're going to be jumping right into this, and I see the first comment from Arno just mere seconds ago, so I presume he, well, minutes ago, is here or going to be here very soon, but everybody else? Okay. I was, well, running out, no. Running low, yes. On manpower, it was down below, well, below 600,000, you know, low 500,000s, that kind of thing. So I went in, and most of the divisions that had just, regular divisions that had just started to, you know, train up, I canceled them. So we can make sure the divisions that we have will stay both equipped, and, or help stay equipped and manned. And hello, boy, Gordon, Sisk, Gordon Sisk, I guess. Hi, is this on easy mode, or are you doing to have a beer? I'm going to have a beer. No, I'm going to have a Coke. I have a can of Coke here. Don't have beer. I'm playing this on standard, I believe, not easy and historical. And hello, Arno, over on Twitch. So, so I reduced the amount of divisions in training. And focus here. Cool. Yes, we are moments away from commencing Barbarossa. It is May 41. Now, I have jumped ahead since last Saturday's stream to this point because that was just at the end of the Battle of France. So you haven't really missed any action, and I have played this past this point a couple of times, not very far, this last week, checking things out. And hello again over on YouTube for Arno. So, yeah, so I have some idea of how this is going to go. And, how do I put this? This game, well, I think, let me add that. I think this game should work even harder than it does to mimic, to model the realities of the world at the time this game presents. Okay. And the beginning of 1941, shall we say, not 40, or no, beginning of 1940, sorry, 40, not 41. We don't quite know if we would call it a superpower. That would be an easy shorthand. But the greatest of great powers, France was considered at the time. Its army was thought to be second to none. Its Navy may be second only to the British, and its Air Force maybe second only to Germany, it was thought. France had more modern tanks, because it also had a huge number, about 1,000 left over, still in service, leftover World War I tanks. But it had the largest number of modern tanks. And reasonably good modern tanks. And it was utterly destroyed by the Germans. So how is that? Why is that? Well, it wasn't because of the facts and figures on a spreadsheet. How many rifles did it have? How many machine guns did it have? How many aircraft did it have? What is the performance of the aircraft or the performance of the rifle? That was misleading. There were two factors, and we'll get to, and I'm sort of kind of stalling a little bit. Well, we got over 10 people watching right now between the two services, so that's nice. In my opinion, there were two factors why France utterly, and I'm sorry if some of the long-term viewers, particularly like Folk and Arno, already probably know this from hearing it from me, not just knowing it otherwise. One was the Germans' ability to communicate and react. The command loop. And by that, or the decision loop, however you want to call it. By that, what I mean is some event is happening somewhere. That information goes back to some HQ. That then the HQ determines what to do and then sends orders back to the front. Basically, we could simply say radios. That could be the technological answer, but it was also an institution answer. The French, not the British, but the French, had an HQ. And I'm talking about the Supreme Commander for the, Eastern Front for them, the German front. And it was in a quote-unquote chateau. If I remember correctly, an old set of buildings that were connected and had a sort of a moat around it, if I remember correctly, and a one gate and a drawbridge in and out. And I believe it had basically one telephone line in. I believe. I may be wrong there, but there were just a few telephone lines in. There was 0 radios. Not a single radio in the place. Well, they may have had one, turn on and play some music or something, but no communication in and out radios. And the French had set up a system in which if you were radioed or telephoned orders like, hey, at noon, let's just say sometime in the morning, at 12 o'clock, attack some position. Okay, great. I'll wait for the orders. Thanks for the heads up. And they would sit there and wait for the orders to attack until someone on a motorcycle, mostly could be somebody running between command posts, if you're talking, much closer to the front, comes up with written orders and then goes, okay, good, yes, like it says here, I was supposed to attack at 12 o'clock. Oh yeah, it's 12:30. It took a while for the motorcycle rider to get here. Okay, everybody, the telephone report I got was correct. We're going to go. Because they did not trust the more modern communication systems. They thought the Germans were going to be able to, particularly with radios, both intercept, know what's being planned, and send false messages. So their command loop was utterly terrible. And this goes not just from the Supreme Commander headquarters, but this would also go down to, say, like a company commander, in that, hey, even if you have a radio, you company commander don't do anything until you get written orders, and you company commander give your platoons written orders or in-person verbal orders of what to do. The Germans were using radios and chattering to each other and just keep everything moving. The other factor was morale. There just wasn't, why die for Danzig? That was a German propaganda slogan that was put out there. Why die for Danzig? It wasn't particularly united. Okay, well, I've been talking all this time about. And so how do you in a war game simulate that? The weaker side materially, numbers of rifles and machine guns and tanks and airplanes, is utterly able to crush the the more powerful side. Similarly, this is Russia. I don't know. I honestly don't know, and I don't know if we really can know, just because there is so much false information out there. The general morale for the average Soviet soldier. I'm not at about this time, May, June, whatever, 1941 at the beginning. I think we can reasonably well know that it wasn't very great. I'm not saying it was bad morale, but I'm not saying it was very great either. It is later, after the Soviets, and I want to say it that way, Soviets start feeling the behavior, the impact of the Nazis, that they really got determined to defeat the Nazis. Early on, now particularly in the Ukraine, but other places as well, by at least part of the population, Germany was being treated as if it were the liberators. Given flowers, warm welcomes when they're moving into, small and large towns. They were like, yay, they're here. And I think the people realized there was going to be a border change, but they were really hoping also for a government change, different Russian government. Then they realized, no, the German invasion is basically not survivable. It's basically going to be one way or another, they're wiping us out. So the morale changes. But not only do we have terrible communications, we also have the gutting of the officer corps because of show trials prior to the start of World War II. Stalin was more afraid of his army than he was of the German army. Now, I could say the same thing of the French government. They were more afraid of the French army than they were of the German army. And this goes up until 1939. The French are more afraid of the French government, I should say, are more afraid of the French army than they are of the German army. When de Gaulle publishes a book entitled roughly Towards a Professional Army. Roughly titled that. Could be More Professional Army or something like that. But and in French, anyways. And this is all about, really, about modern warfare, Army. The title alone almost gets him kicked out of the military because the government fears professional troops. They fear a coup by the military. They like the idea of a mass army, meaning all the citizens in it, because they trust, well, to some degree, they trust the citizens. They just don't trust, they're worried about another Napoleon kind of figure showing up because of the chaos and lack of consensus in France. That they're afraid of that, and that Germany, or not Germany, that the army's going to coup the government at some point just because they're chaotic idiots. I mean, there's a lot of reason to do that. Now, they don't do a mass show trials with mass killings like Stalin does, but there is definitely they're definitely harming themselves by their fear of their professional command staff. Hello, Dutov Devlich, how you doing? Very correct in how screwed up the French were on command and control. Orders also had to follow the chain of command. Think it was around half the French Air Force never flew a sortie. Oh, I can imagine. I do not know well the story of the French Air Force in the Battle of France, shall we say, as well as the Sitzkrieg, the non-war war that was basically happening. I to comment on it intelligently. So I'm going to take your word for it, and I don't doubt it that it was so little flying. I do know that the French did not coordinate well air operations, in that they would send squadrons up to patrol an area, to see if any or to attack any Germans coming through that area, as opposed to trying to have a somewhat centralized command and control that would spot enemy air activity and then either take off, or aircraft that are already up there would fly to the area and coordinate in attacks on incoming air attacks. They were just sort of like, oh hey, yeah, I'm gonna come back over to the French here. Oh yeah, you patrol this area, you patrol this squadron, and just do this. Where the British, I don't know, prior to the start of the war, they're already developing radar, and they also had and some of it I think still exists, a sort of a park, if you will, or an area, sort of in the countryside, where they poured a bunch of big concrete shapes. And what those were doing were testing for sound observation. I think it wasn't just putting a person in the middle of it, but putting like a microphone there, but that large things, things the size of a two-story house kind of things, that was meant to hear sounds up in the sky, and sort of in different shapes, to sort of try to vector that what would be weak sound into a trap form that would focus it down so that they hear. This is in the early days before radar is really trusted, and I mean early days is in the 1930s, mid late 1930s. So they're doing some of this prior to the start of the war. So they're already thinking of a coordinated air defense for the island of Britain. And it definitely goes into high gear once the fall of France. Because before the fall of France, not that they weren't doing it, I'm saying they were doing it, but they realized that Britain isn't the second line. The first line would be, France and Belgium or whatever. It's now, and then the second line of defense, or however you want to put it, after penetrating that airspace, yeah, they may attack some place like London just because aircraft can reach there, from German territory, but how much, and it's a lot further. But once they were sitting, over in the Pas de Calais area here, and all they have to do is fly over, they realize that Dover and whatnot is the front line, and the channel is no man's land, if you will, for air wars. So they take that command and control loop very seriously. And I would say their radars are their primary means of doing that command and control and fighting against it. But I would give two reasons for the manned observation. They set up, and it expands over time even to other parts up here because they're coming from Norway to at times to attack. Don't know how much up into the north, but very well developed down here. Spotter networks. I think that is partially propaganda for the enemy, because they know to some degree Germany's going to be able to spy on them, because you have Ireland. There's a lot of Irish that hate the English, and a lot of them are in England. It's one of those things where, yeah, we hate the English, but or particularly the English government, but yeah, they have jobs and whatever, come and get good work over in Britain or whatnot. And so there's always some level of casual, as well as Irish newspapers publishing things that the British would never publish, that the Germans can get their hands on. The Germans have an active embassy in Dublin throughout the war. So it's partially for that, I think, because the British are trying to downplay, for as long as they can, the importance and effectiveness of the radar. And I won't tell the whole story of how that is. But I also know, I think it's that too, but I also know that the radar at the time was like spotting formations coming, right? And I don't even know if they're really going to give you like the altitude. They're going to sort of give you maybe the direction, because they're not even necessarily at the time, because it does change over time, the sort of, central scope kind of radar that the thing turns around in, and as the wand, as you see it on the screen, which would focus on the radar array coming, going by, and then showing a series of blips. Sometimes it just looks sort of like an oscilloscope, or it is actually an oscilloscope screen kind of thing, showing sort of staticky stuff on it. And if you really know how to read these things, they tell you a certain amount of information. But they only sort of tell you, they might be able to pick up an airplane, seeing like one thing, and an operator will go, hey, there's an airplane coming across. But because the radar is not so good like it is today, it's sort of like, oh, there's a blob of airplanes coming towards us. Oh, really? And it's coming from this direction, like coming over from the Netherlands and heading this way. Oh, good. So it's not telling you how many, what type, and also, maybe very critically, what the altitude is. So you want to know, are they a bunch of fighters? Are they a bunch of bombers? Are they fighters and bombers? How many of them are there? Because it does matter. And so, they can't, because they have, fairly high-powered binoculars and good recognition. They can tell them, maybe not what submodel of bomber, because some of those things, engines change and other stuff, the external bits that change are too small to notice, when they're flying in the air. But, they're telling the general types, their strengths, and also critically their altitudes, because if they're coming in high, and you may presume they always want to, but not necessarily, if they're coming in high and you're up there and you're too low to them, you're not going to be able to catch them, because you got to like climb as well as chase them, and that's going to be a problem. Now, if you're well, why don't you just always go high? Well, then if they're at sort of a medium altitude, yeah, you have a better ability to dive down on them. But still, that's that's issues, and I'm not sure on all of them how it's going to be easier to dive and try to catch them than it is to climb and try to catch them. Absolutely, I'm sure on that. But still, you sort of want to know their altitude to know how to come in, and then even at night when you're picking them up with spotlights and whatnot, you can still determine their altitude and give that to anti-aircraft gunners to set their timing on their fuse to try to explode rounds, in at their altitude near enough to them, because more or less, particularly at night, but more or less you're not going to hit that aircraft with the large anti-aircraft gun, in the sense of the actual shell going up and hitting the aircraft. The idea is you're going to get a shell near the aircraft and it's going to explode, and maybe just the concussive force, but hopefully some of the fragmentation that will hit the aircraft, but not the shell itself. Obviously once in a while they do actually hit an aircraft with the shell, but it's mostly trying to do it with a timed fuse to blow up near the aircraft. So all that extra information that the radars won't give you is useful, and it can be sent fairly quickly through their networks. And what is common for orders to take so long that the Air Force bombers to be assigned to attack German troops at a location, and then arrive and find that no troops were. Oh, I'm absolutely sure, for all command and control. So we're still talking, because I've attacked Russia at least twice now with roughly this army here. Also, what was going on at this time historically, right around this, is post-Winter War, and the Soviets have learned their command and control of their formations is terrible. And that is primarily why they lost the Winter War. We can talk all about terrain and sisu, the sort of not just tactics, but partially tactics, but also sort of the mental attitudes of fighting in the rough terrain and putting up with deprivations and initiative and all that stuff. But a lot of it was just command and control, and also bad logistics, but that partially. Not so much that they didn't have the supplies. They didn't have the supplies where they were needed, when they were needed, kind of thing. And that part is command and control. And I'm not going to go into, just partially because I don't remember all the details, so I don't want to just spew stuff out. So the Soviets at this time, around, May, June, whatever, are radically reorganizing the Russian army out here. There's a lot of debate by people who actually do sort of kind of know what they're talking about. And some people like me who just have read a couple of books and whatnot. But were the Soviets getting ready to attack Germany? I would say the answer is yes, with a major qualification. I am not going to say that the Germans were getting ready and were definitely going to attack Germany. I think the Soviets were getting ready to be able to attack Germany if the political leadership, getting information from the intelligence command, the Cheka and whatnot, if they thought it was advantageous to attack Germany, meaning if the war, I know Britain's on its, really barely surviving. And you may think, oh, well, hey, of course the British aren't going to be driving into Berlin anytime soon. Yeah, but just prior to it, they've just, did the Yugoslavia war and were fighting in Greece. And yeah, Britain got pushed out of Greece, yes. Britain's being serious down here. Italy had several major disasters in North Africa. From June 1940 to I don't know, February 1941 or something, Italy had some major disasters in North Africa. And the Americans are being, attacked. Because obviously it isn't until December 41 that the Americans come in. But the Americans are, and some of the stuff happens a bit later in 41, but there's oh boy, and I'm blanking on the name. I know it. The destroyer, a Clemson class destroyer, the Reuben James, that's it, the Reuben James, is sunk out here sometime in 41. Now, maybe a few months after this, but the Americans, after the fall of France at some point, I don't know the exact date, sort of create a no fighting zone, shall we say, down in the center of the Atlantic, and that they're going to actively patrol against, what they call, I believe it's called the neutrality patrol. Keep this area neutral. Not maybe directly coordinating as escorts for convoys, but just sort of like, hey, don't have the war on our doorsteps, you stupid Germans. If you do that, you're going to get us into the war. I mean, that's part of it. But also part of it is, hey, we want to supply Britain with supplies, and we want that to go well. And also at this time, I believe it is before. I could be a little wrong. The Americans come in and occupy Denmark. We've never left since that occupation. We can't. Oh, not Denmark. I keep looking here and saying Denmark, but Greenland. We come in and occupy Greenland. Yes, it is part of Denmark. Later on, we come in and occupy Iceland too, but I believe that is only after. Now, why is this Iceland and this one Denmark? Because they were all part of Denmark at the time. I don't know. Why isn't this game that this is called Iceland? I mean, they sort of set up home rule government once Denmark is occupied, but I don't know. Eventually the U.S. come in, but I think that's only after the war starts. The U.S. again, because if you look at and they didn't even know really about continental shelves, but this has always been thought more to be in the Americas than in Europe, and we don't want German occupation. The British briefly occupy Iceland to keep the Germans out. But so even in before America formally enters the war, the Americans are occupying Denmark. So they're clearly inching into conflict, and I will get to the chat in just a second here. Clearly inching into conflict with the Germans. So the Soviets aren't, I don't think, planning to attack in summer 1941, but they're making preparations to be available for the offensive and not just defensive plans. I really believe that. And I say I believe it because there's so much disinformation when we look at Nazi propaganda, Soviet propaganda, whatever documents that people, actual period documents from inside command structures on both sides and intelligence reports, what's remaining of it. It's still a murky picture, everyone. I know I've explained this a lot. And so they're thinking that so I think it's clear that the Soviets were going to be prepared if opportunity happens. But I don't think it was like there was a timetable and we're definitely going to attack, from the Stalin side of view. But I also think the massive reorganizations going on can send the same type of signals to the German high command that it is interpreting as, oh shit, the Soviets are getting ready to attack us. What are we going to do? Are we going to wait until they attack us and then defend? Or do we try to attack before they're ready? In fact, they do very much attack before they're ready for anything, defense or attack. And so with this game right now, I don't see a decision, an event. I think I can let's promote up a ace pilot. I don't see a decision, an event that find him there that simulates the lack of morale. However, and I don't know what do we have. I know we have some levels of intelligence, but not a whole lot. Okay, they're saying 46% stability and war support. I'd go a lot lower on war support at this point. And so I don't, for morale reasons, for command and control reasons, for technological reasons, they just didn't have nearly as many radios as the Germans did in a literal sense. For a lot of other reasons, the Soviet armies, this unit here may have, we can see here, this is, because we can go over here, this is, in theory, 1 to 9 battalions of tanks. 1 to 8 battalions are, battalions of motorized infantry. 1 to 2 battalions of artillery. I think that's a bit high for the tanks, but whatever. But, I mean, in the range, it might. They very well may exist. And, of course, in reality, they were back here, and back here, and back here. They had zones of defense, not everything, unlike this AI putting everything right at the border. And so, how do you simulate, either with a human playing this or the AI playing this, to make this realistic? I, not so long ago, read a nice article that someone posted that was a war game that wasn't meant to be an actual, I don't believe, specific historical battle, but it was set during the Anglo-Egyptian War that was, right around 1880s. This is after the Suez, and there was a sort of somewhat uprising against the Khedive of Egypt. This is sort of that gets British control over Egypt. And the British cleaned the clock of the Egyptian forces. But if you look at this is, again, just a war gamer created the sort of big scenario, if you will. And the Egyptians were definitely stronger in numbers of men armed with rifles. Now, they definitely had sort of levies and Bedouin type, tribal type troops as part of that, that were low skill, but also the morale, if you will, of units. And a lot of the Egyptian units would crumble quicker than the British were. But so that sort of counterbalanced it. Hey, large Egyptian army versus a smaller British, but better command and control, better morale, better training, that kind of thing. And to try to make it a playable scenario that either side, in theory, could win. But with rolls of dice, and of course the commander sort of commanding this. Maybe I don't know enough, but I don't think in playing this, I think my German forces should be crushing the Soviet forces right out and overrunning them. I have played Gary Grigsby's little bit War in the East 1, but much more of War in the East 2. And heavily in the scenarios that are, subsets of the Barbarossa campaign. And the Germans are just crushing the Soviets. And I think that there's a lot of research done into that. Now, if you play that war game deep into it, and I have not, on the grand strategy, you look at somewhere around 1942, things start to flip. The Soviets are now much, much harder to deal with. Their command and control, they've gotten rid of the bad commanders from one way or another, and that kind of thing. So they take into account these somewhat intangibles of the game, or of the realities of the time, and putting them into the game. And so I don't think this game is doing that well. I know it's sort of long-winded to get to saying that I don't think this is a good simulation of history. Now let me catch up with the chat, and then we'll get to actually starting Barbarossa. Okay, hello. What is that? Dibbler, I guess. Okay, hello, Dibbler. Along with Stalin murdering, his best generals. Yeah, in his purges. He was doing that mostly prior to the Winter War. It was post the Winter War. They start structural changes to the divisions, as well as upsetting the command structure. So that was all out of alignment, if you will. And yes, hello, Heavenly Spirit of Psalm. Just getting ready to start Barbarossa. The Russians moving their industry to the east was an epic undertaking. Yes, it absolutely was. Was it Pearl Harbor happened? Yes, Pearl Harbor is in December 7th, 1941. As an American who's into World War II, that is an indelible date. So that is not yet happened. So the U.S. and we're playing this game to see. But it's one of the things I'm playing. I have not made it to 41. I'm going to see what happens in December of 41. Is there going to be a triggered event that causes Pearl Harbor? And then what the hell happens? Because I'm not going to declare war on the U.S. I am not aligned with Japan. They are not part of my faction. I am not aligned with Italy, and it's not part of my faction. So this Italian-Greco war going on does not include the British. It is not part of the World War. It is its own thing. China war is its own thing. We're going to see, does America even go to war with me? I am not doing operations against the Americans, so we'll see how that goes when that happens. Hey, Gamer, how did the USA take Newfoundland? Well, it doesn't take Newfoundland. Oh, it does here. I don't know why. I saw this before. I don't know what's going on here. To my understanding, this is not history. The Newfoundland and, this part up here, Labrador, we're still technically part of England, if you will, as opposed to part of United Canada. I'm not exactly sure on all the history of why that was not integrated into Canada at the time. It was still sort of directly ruled by England. Because there was Canada was definitely part of the quote-unquote British Empire, but it needed to declare war against Germany on its own. It needed to join. So I don't quite know, and it's not yet. The U.S. is controlling this, which it probably should be. I don't know the historical dates to try to. So I don't know why this is happening. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Are you planning to invite the Axis? Well, we'll get to that. Heavenly Spirit. Okay. April 41 for Greenland, July 41 for Iceland. Okay, the U.S. occupation, May 40, British took Iceland. Yes. So, yes. And that's, thanks for the dates. Dutov, and I'm not good at, for being a historian, at least that's what I consider myself, I'm not good at remembering all the dates, more orders of events. Yes. After the occupation, and I think that would be the best term, because Denmark is not, in a practical sense, ever disarmed by the Germans. Their soldiers go back to barracks. They more or less keep their heavy equipment, more or less, and they sit in the barracks and do nothing. There's brief fighting, like for a few hours. But then for a good chunk of the war, they just sit in their barracks. And they're supposed, but keep their arms. Definitely keep their small arms, their rifles and light machine guns and that kind of stuff. And Britain is worried about, after Norway has fallen, that the Germans are just going to, do a lightning dash of ships and occupy basically undefended Iceland. They're worried about that, so Britain takes over. And then, yes, so April, which already would have happened, the U.S. would be occupying Greenland. And then, not yet, because July, they come in and grab up Iceland. The U.S. did leave Iceland eventually, but we have never left Greenland. I think Newfoundland was bases under the basis for DDs. I don't know. I don't know of an actual U.S. base in Canada. I don't know about that. But it could be. It could be. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Let's continue with the reading chat. The United States never took or annexed Newfoundland, while the U.S. Well, yeah, I know. I understand, and what he's saying is this game isn't good at just say giving them, I don't know, St. John's or whatever. I didn't even know that this was called that until I looked here. It's my level of geography of Canada. But a base here, the game really can't just easily, because they got to give control of states, not a province or whatever. So the game would just give them control if they occupied a military base enough and an air base there. So that's never took her. While the U.S. established major military bases during World War II, Newfoundland ultimately chose to join the Canadian Confederation in 1949. Right. Well, that's because destroyers for bases deal. The UK got DDs and the US got Newfoundland for bases for 99 years. Okay, very good, Arno. Thank you for the good history there. Lend-Lease Plains for Labrador. Well, yeah, that's sort of in that thing. So, yeah, and so it would not have been, and I'm sure it is not, the U.S. administering politically Newfoundland. And I have not read the article that Arno posted, but thank you very much for that. But it very well would have administered a base and coordinated, say, with a harbor, if there's U.S. destroyers or whatever coming in and out of the base that's, going to be used to patrol, like the Reuben James I'm talking about. And, if they don't have, and they probably didn't at this time, have a lot of underway replenishment, meaning be able to, refuel and supply a destroyer just out at sea. And the North Atlantic is very rough and very, very difficult to do that compared to the Pacific. Pacific means peaceful, the peaceful ocean out there. That something like the Reuben James, a Clemson-class destroyer, very well would need to come back to base for that. And they would coordinate with, I don't know how big of an actual port this is. It's at least a one. I don't know how good our intelligence here is. They would coordinate with, the local fishing fleets and other commercial vessels and whatnot to hey, stay out of this. This area is a no-go zone so that we can monitor it for possible, I don't know, sabotage or commando raids or whatever, but also just traffic control so that our destroyer doesn't, run into your, largish fishing boat. We're not talking about a couple guys on a rowboat. I'm talking about, a powered fishing boat because off Newfoundland is a major fishery that goes back to the 18th century prior to the American independence. This continental shelf out here was a major fishery that they would catch fish, salt them, and take them and sell them in England prior to independence. That's, they were doing that as a profitable enterprise to bring fish to England back then even. So Britain, with its need for food, was definitely loading fish onto, cargo ships and being sent to England. So there's commercial activity going on. So the U.S. Navy, War Department, whatever you want to say, very well would have, if they have a naval base there, working with the local Canadian, or in this case English at the time still, administration. So they would be involved with, that, and if they needed to use roads or whatever in between an air base and a naval base and whatever, they would be working, but they wouldn't be administering it politically like this would sort of kind of indicate. Just want to clear that up. This here is still French, currently Free French, and still is today. Have you do the Rosenberg office? Yes, I have. We have this. I've not triggered any of them. So we are ready. If Germany in World War II decides not to do Winter Barbarossa and wait after probable attacking Middle East for oil focus to operate Ceylon, would our history be different? Yes, potentially. Bevan Alexander, a historian, I could just put that, but more of a strategic historian. I've read his book on World War II. And he looks at wars, not just World War II, from a strategic point. And he really believes, and I sort of do agree with him, that had Germany really pushed, not just in, because Germany is allowing, in 1940, post the fall of France, allowing Italy to run the Mediterranean theater. This whole thing is just, and it's just mostly down here, and it's only the frustration down here and being sort of losing that Italy attacks Greece. Now, Mussolini, I should say, wants to attack Greece because it wants to rebuild a, Roman Empire, the Nuova Romana, or whatever, Nuova Imperium, the new empire, however you want to say that. It wants to do it that way. Greece wants to join the Axis. Partially protection from Italy, but also protection from Turkey. It wants to join the Axis. It's also sort of connected to the British, too. The British are the main proponents of Greek independence from Turkey back in a post-Napoleonic era. So they're sort of torn in the fight between Germany and Britain. Well, Mussolini sort of vetoes the idea of Greece coming into the Axis because he wants it. But they're also attacking Greece for a very practical reason. Italian supplies, well, they would like to go into Tobruk or Benghazi, and they do at different times, at different, factors. But British submarines in particular, but also depending on where the front lines are, British aircraft, as well as also depending on the front lines, where and when they are, the British fleet is out here, okay? But if Italy can get here, this becomes because they do have bases up here, but that's still sort of vulnerable. The British aren't in a good enough place to be able to effectively invade and take these. But these aren't really good enough to really base a lot of aircraft off of. They want to come here to be able to base aircraft to counter the British fleets, as well as submarines and whatnot here, as well as to being able to bring shipping down along this way. Instead of coming down and then along the coast this way, or coming out here into the open sea to get sunk by, British submarines, they want to come here and be able to dash in and supply more directly. So this is for strategic air purposes and supply purposes. They want Crete in particular, but also the intervening islands and peninsula and whatnot to have aircraft flying around here. So there are strategic reasons for the Greece invasion, not just give me land, not just, hey, my armies are failing here, I still have more armies. Oh, Italy always had more troops, more armies, more divisions, more tanks, more whatever to be able to send down here. It was just afraid, can we supply it? You know, are the men just going to die of thirst in the desert kind of thing, if you will? They're worried about that, seriously, of over putting troops into the theater. But so they figure and they start to get their butts kicked because it's sort of a surprise, even to the Italian army, that we're going to war, because it was sort of an impulsive move by Mussolini. And a lot of the Italian army that was back home, not just in Albania, but would somewhere between, I would say, 40 and 20% of the divisional strength at the time of the start of the spring, the harvest, or the planting season, I guess it was planting season at the time, of the Italian army, the soldiers were not in their units. They were off in some farms somewhere farming because they were, being useful for the productivity of food for the nation. Lots of armies used to do these things. They used to be used for things like helping with national farming needs. So the divisions that were occupying in Albania at the time were not ready for the fight. I mean, literally not. Like, the troops weren't there. The troops were not, on a vacation at a beach, but they were, maybe somewhere in Albania, but a lot of them, just it's an easy ferry ride and then a train ride to somewhere to do some farming. And, so they weren't ready to go and invade Greece at the moment when Mussolini says go. So they're not doing well. And that draws the Germans in. Bevan, and here's another thing. America overwhelms everybody else with production. It can do a lot more divisions than they do. America decides, the War Department at the time under General Marshall, later the Marshall Plan, and he's the main guy that's run. Marshall is sort of the unsung hero of command, shall we say, of World War II, in that he holds no theater command, but he is the army commander here, managing the overall development of the army, if you will. He's allowing MacArthur to run the Pacific War for the Army. He's allowing Eisenhower run the European theater of operations for the whole armed forces, the Air Force and the Navy and whatever over there. He's not giving priorities. I mean, he's being informed of things like, and to some degree, approving of like the major operation like Torch, but he's not fiddling with it. But he's managing, what's going to happen. And they decide at some point that there's only going to be 100 American divisions deployed overseas. And that is based not on the ability, definitely not on the ability to produce equipment. That's not even on the ability for the manpower needs of America. Or the ability of supplying manpower for a division. It's based solely on the ability to supply those troops overseas. And the overseas is critical there. Now, they also know that they're supplying everybody else. How many, there's like, 20,000, 30,000 trucks, Studebaker and other trucks sent to Russia alone. A lot of them sent through Iran. Like in 30,000 or something, I think they're sent. So all those ships are, the Liberty ships and whatnot are all running around the globe, supplying the British forces into here to to fight in Burma, and then also flying the hump into China, and then later once the Burma Road is reopened, trucks driving into China. They're doing all that stuff as well as supplying the Air Force, the Navy, around the globe, the U.S. Navy, they figured that 100 divisions deployed overseas is going to be the max. They raised more divisions that are sitting back at home, partially, which never really happens, but partially if some divisions are crushed to the point that either they're destroyed in the field or they're so badly mauled, let's just send that division home and send in a fresh division. Mostly, they're either directly, training up new troops and sending out fresh recruits, or there are troops that, have been trained and are sitting in division, somewhere in Georgia down here. And okay, hey, yeah, 10% of your manpower, you give us that. We're not destroying the unit, but give us the manpower and we'll, send them overseas as replacements. As well as, of course, they're taking people out of the front lines and promoting them, both officers and people being promoted to NCOs. And those people are coming home and getting positions, in divisions that are not being deployed, so they're trading manpower around and that kind of thing. And so there's more divisions than that. So it's not just, that's partially what limits World War II. So the U.S. is definitely the final boss in World War II. But it's also the ability to, and we were earlier talking about the Germans crushing the French. Part of that is the ability for Germany to coordinate its military forces in such a way that it does have when France has more modern tanks. I'm not talking about the leftover World War I stuff that they were still using. Again, about 1,000 tanks that they were still FT-17s that they're still using. The actual World War I surplus, if you will, still using about 1,000 of them. But in modern tanks, they outnumber the Germans. And some of the basically all of the French tanks are better than the Panzer I. Except for maybe that the Panzer I has a radio. That's maybe the only thing that might make the Panzer I better. But the R-35, the H-35, the sort of standard basic, little two-man tanks. Again, 3-man would be better that the Germans had, but they're little 2-man tanks. And when we're talking, comparing it to the Panzer I, they had both a 37 millimeter low velocity gun and a machine gun, where the Panzer I just had 2 machine guns. So, and thicker armor than the Panzer I. Panzer I's probably a bit faster, but so, the R-35 is definitely better, I would say, unequivocally, than a Panzer I, which was really intended only to be a training tank and not intended for the actual whenever the war kicked off, but they just never had enough tanks for the Battle of France to retire the Panzer I, and they're still using Panzer I's in Barbarossa. They eventually withdraw them to turn them into other things and use them for internal security, the few that are remaining later on. But, and we could argue, because a tank is not just tank versus tank like when we play in War Thunder. Tomorrow, catch us there. Hey, Toy Jet! And hey, Beam Slam! So it's not just how effective is it at killing other tanks, but it's effective at taking out enemy machine gun positions. A bunch of them moving in and forcing the enemy infantry to retreat. That kind of stuff, that we could argue whether the Panzer II or the R-35, which is better. The Panzer II armor penetration with its 20 millimeters is probably better than the R-35's. That weak, very weak 37 millimeter gun. 37 millimeter gun carries a better explosive charge to take out a machine gun position or something. Do that better for sure. I would say, but the Panzer II is able to, or per round it's better, but the Panzer II is able to spam out in burst fire or in quick semi-auto kind of fire with its 20 millimeter. I don't really know if the 20 millimeter is going to penetrate the R-35's armor well. I'm not saying it can't penetrate, but at what range and at what angle, and because the R-35 has pretty decent cast armor. So now when you're talking about the Panzer III with its high velocity 37mm gun. That's a much better tank all around in all parameters, basically. But so, the French tanks aren't terrible. They have their weaknesses, but they're not terrible. And so when you compare that Germans to the French, the Germans are going to win the French are going to win all the time. But at the point of contact, or at a particular point of contact, the Germans are able to, this is going, well, you can't see it, but with my fingers, they're going to overwhelm at the point of contact, and there's a whole line of like 4 divisions. The Germans are going to attack 1 division with 4 right in the middle. Okay. So that at the point of contact, the Germans are able to overwhelm the French. Now, America is able to, in production, overwhelm Germany, and in manpower too. There are more military-aged men in the United States than Germany practically has access to. That, I'm not talking about trying to conscript average Frenchmen. I'm talking about, Germans and, a few French volunteers or something, but, American manpower is greater. Now, American manpower is being spread all over the world as well, but the Americans are able to do that. But if you didn't have Russia as an active theater as they're being pushed back, you are able to concentrate, and you even look at how much America, the British or the Allies, what do you want to say, does to keep reinforcements from coming to, here in Normandy for the invasion, because they know that even with all that overwhelming firepower, all those naval guns, all those bombers, all that artillery they're bringing ashore, Germany, if it was able to get its panzer divisions there quickly enough, and other divisions they have quickly enough, they could overwhelm and throw them back to the sea. They know it. They just, again, the sort of, you have, what was it, Garbo, the spy that was feeding the Germans information. Oh, no, this was just a feint, mein Führer. The real attack is going to come in the Pas-de-Calais in a few days. Wait for that attack. Oh, good. And that was one of their effective, tactics to keep them from thinking that this is the main attack. And so, had Germany secured the Mediterranean, taken out Gibraltar, whatever Spain stays neutral or joins the Axis, occupy French North Africa, actually secure Egypt, these territories, so that maybe not push your panzers down into here, but secure this. Now the Americans, who do show their ability to, literally be able to, if they needed to. I mean, they didn't do it all from the U.S., but be able to create a port, drag it across the ocean, and land it somewhere, but a more modern shipping port. But the infrastructure here is just not going to allow. And even the infrastructure from here to here is there is a railway connection, but it is very, very poor. So it is going to be hard for America to fight its way into the Mediterranean if you have interior, if this is closed, and this is closed to any, ships and submarines coming in. So this is, an Axis lake. This then becomes interior lines to rapidly move divisions around. You don't have to, oh shit, they're attacking over here. You don't have to get a division and drive it. There is no railway connection from here to there. They could start building one if they wanted to. There's local connections, but there's no connected railway. They can quickly load down on board a ship and then come and drop it here. They can bring them from here. They can, that, and secure that, and then a rapid attack into here, as well as the either real or threat, a more real threat, keeping divisions over here. But probably sort of the Rommel dream coming in here to knock out the Soviet Union from the war. Not necessarily conquer it all, but knock it out from the war. Could have made Germany invulnerable to anything but a nuclear devastation. That they would just be able to always concentrate enough force at the point of attacks to survive. And if that isn't the case, if I'm wrong about that, and I'm not saying I'm sure that they could, but there's arguments that could be the case. If it's not, it still would have been greatly more difficult to defeat the Axis. Why? Well, because you would need to fight your way into the Mediterranean. Or there would just be a few divisions sitting here, a few divisions, especially if you look at all the divisions that had been not just fighting on the Eastern Front, but you famously know the big losses around Stalingrad, and then actually larger to the Axis overall, larger losses in Tunisia to Patton and Montgomery coming up from the south. Those are actually larger than the Stalingrad losses, but as well as not just whole divisions or corps or army groups gone. Just the simple attrition of soldiers in divisions not happening that would have allowed to have good German divisions sitting here, good German divisions sitting here, that they would be able to concentrate at least an army, if not an army group, on any major invasion, including being able to push up here. Huge amounts of air power were still fighting out here that could be both fighting the strategic bombing campaign as well as being prepared to fight any, invasion, air battles, that it would have made it infinitely more difficult than it was, to the point, how do you knock Italy out? Italy's going to be able to produce things. Their industry is improving as the war is going along. And without, there are some, just a few, but do major damage to the Ploesti oil fields once, the U.S. is able to base aircraft out of Italy to go up into here, as well as other air operations down here. And eventually, as they're moving further and further north, air operations against southern Germany are starting to happen, as well as the needs to have large amounts of the Luftwaffe fight all of these places, to protect here and to protect here. That this then becomes, a resource as opposed to a front. If you're just trying to draw, we're going to do a Normandy-style invasion here, a Normandy-style invasion here, and a Normandy-style invasion up here, scale. 3 major invasions all at once, and we have all the troops ready to pour in and do all that stuff. Yeah, great, and you may win, but it's going to be a much, much harder fight because there's going to be much, much more able to secure. Or you're going to, again, have not invading against the Vichy French, not having friendly forces at least sitting, they never get past El Alamein, but not having, friendly forces sitting over here, pushing this way, and then, threatening, occupied Greece, threatening Sardinia here while the actual invasions are happening down here in Sicily. So you're multiplying the fronts, you're spreading out that. You're going to have to fight your way into all of this. And if the Germans, until you're able to reliably get through Spain, and here, and reliably get through here, you're gonna have a lot of fighting to do. And then even once you're sort of kind of in here, and the Germans, you're pushing them out, and the Germans have been able to effectively, because there wasn't really any port destructions, because the Germans never really get into Algiers. They may I know they definitely Biarritz and up here in here, but there's really more getting in here and stopping the invasion. So they could have done, destructive campaigns to the ports that would have taken them months to rebuild, as well as destructive operations to the railway networks, which are also important. So we can see how that would, and again, if you're not having an active front, you may still have to have, whatever the new border changes would be if you not, saying knock them out of the war. There may still be a Soviet Union. Whether Stalin is still in charge or not is another question. And you still probably would need divisions sitting out here just to keep the Soviets from re-entering if it looks, advantageous to do so. But those are not grinding up equipment, not, losing troops to combat, only having to really fight the winter, from frostbite and whatnot. And that's, so that's tying up troops and equipment to a degree, absolutely. And a few panzer divisions and whatnot, some first-class type divisions, not just junk divisions. But again, it's not being even attritional warfare. So you're supplying all the new panzers, all the new fighting aircraft are all here, knowing that obviously you could shift aircraft if this opens up to be a front. So you're able to concentrate your forces there and or concentrate down here as they're pushing in. So I am not saying for sure that the Americans with British and other allies, yes, but mostly the Americans, couldn't have driven their way into Germany and defeat them. And then, yes, at some stage, the Soviets probably would have re-entered just to retake their territory, if not try to defeat, recreate what becomes the Warsaw Pact. But that could be another 5 years of war. So let's catch up with. I know I'm supposed to be starting Barbarossa, but you keep distracting me with good questions. Okay. Right. Have you saw or read the HOI IV mod 1987? But no, I have not seen that mod. I remember Greece always turned for historical claims for Istanbul. Yes. Well, they do have claims for Istanbul. It used to be called Constantinople. So that's the way not to support Mussolini Greece debacle. That's why, yes, this playthrough is partially a test to see, because I know there's a few names like Heavenly Spirit. I've not noticed his name here. If you look at my channel, I've been playing. I was actually part of the original beta tests for Hearts of Iron 4, not the internal actual Paradox employee, beta test, but part of the closed beta for Hearts of Iron 4. But I got burnt out on it about 2 years ago or so, and I just quit playing, even the mods. So I'm sort of relearning current version HOI IV. So I definitely go way, way back with it to, before it was released. By about a year before it was released. But this is changed a lot. So part of this is a test. If I don't, Italy is not in the Axis. Japan is not in the Axis. How will the game play? Will it automatically get America into my war? And if so, what's that going to look like? Things like that. So that's partially the test. We're moving. The whole plan is to move east, but the British and the French decided to go to war when I attacked Poland. So I had to take out France. I'm doing submarine operations, as you can see, and that is it. I'm not even bothering with an air campaign over Britain. And I've not taken Denmark or Norway, as I think those are just distractions for me. And I'm focusing on getting ready to launch Barbarossa here. And seeing how the game plays. So that's part of it. I have thought that they're coming out with a new version of HOI IV in a month or two, or whatever it is, I think in July. I'm thinking my next playthrough will also be Germany, but this time, actually, I know it was sort of brought up, is to do a campaign that is Mediterranean first, and Mediterranean without creating Vichy France, because I want German troops down here. So you cannot do an easy torch, meaning I'll have divisions sitting. I mean, it can also be, it's maybe Italian territory, or maybe German territory, or some sort of, client state. I don't know, but whatever client state. But with German divisions sitting down here and trying to knock out, all of British control. I don't know whether I'll be able to get Gibraltar. I'm not planning on doing a sea lion, leaving that off, but taking all of the Mediterranean and securing all of that. And, I don't know how far into Iraq I'll go, but securing all of the Mediterranean and then invading the Soviet Union after that, maybe seeing about trying to push and get Iran and maybe Iraq as allies, and pushing into the Soviets from here and obviously from here. So this might be more of a 42 invasion or some other year, and let the Americans, and also ally with Japan so that the Americans do come in, but only after I've secured all this, and to see how well I can defend Europe, Mediterranean, while attacking the Soviet Union, and see how that goes. That's what I'm thinking about my next playthrough as an overall strategy, and see how that goes. Yes, already said hi to both Toyjet and Beam Slam. I am doing great. Yes, the French still had, okay, 1,500. Yeah, it's however you want to find out the difference between the machine gun FT-17 and the 37 millimeter gun. They don't have both, whether you call them FT-17s or FT-18s, as Arno's putting. So, yes, they have a lot still out there. But some of the numbers I've seen, I'm not saying they didn't have 1,500, but there was like in the order of battle for the units that were fighting, I think it was like about 900 or so of them actually in units that were considered part of the order of battle for the, the Battle of France, or, or this part of France. I don't know. If I remember correctly. Now, this was from a 1970s book on it that gave the totals that I remember. And obviously, the book could be wrong. Better research. And or they have more tanks in storage, and or they have, because I know they did have FT-17s down here and FT-17s here. They eventually send some maybe out to here, and I think they had, just a handful, like 20, 30 or something out in French Indochina. They're around in other places too. Now, that doesn't mean that there's like 500 of them out here, but they do have them in other places as well. That would maybe go into your overall total. Not bad. So we're starting, and supply stocks filled. Very good. Okay, hello, Warskins. Is there any actual gameplay here? Not yet. We're getting ready for Barbarossa. Everyone's getting me talking. Gamer talks a lot of history, limited, slow gameplay. Yes, if you really want to see gameplay and that's your main focus, find another streamer. I'm probably not the best. I want you here, but I'm probably not the best one for you. Okay, you can follow. Yes, thank you, Arno. Arno's a great moderator. And don't forget to use your surface fleets in the Baltic Sea. I'm not planning on using it there. Just not planning on it. You'll see what's going to happen in a few moments. How you felt with Paradox Peace at our time, check DLC, soon to be June 11th, War Thunder at our gates. Yes. I'm going to see how the new command structure is going to work. It's going to be interesting. Tanks were sent to Narvik as well. Yes. Absolutely, Toyjet. Yes. So there's a lot of FT-17s around, most assuredly. It's just the number sticks in my head, and it comes from a Squadron Signal. That was the sort of publication name. Book mostly geared for, because they had, for the time, this is sometime in the 1970s, I collect old books. Sort of a thin paperback but large book with lots of photos and some color versions of the sort of camouflage of the various tanks, including the English, the Belgian, the French, and the German tanks of this. But they also have order of battle with tanks in units. Most of the FT-17s that are in that one are, in tens and 20, like 10 or 20 tanks sent out to infantry divisions. So they're not concentrated. They're spread everywhere. Not well supported with, combined arms. And this is, talking about order of battle for the sort of Battle of France, if you will. And specifically, the actual units actually fighting in it. Not other, units somewhere else like training schools or other garrison units that may have also had FT-17s. And if I remember, it was like 900 something or whatever. just sticks in my mind. So I like history talks. Okay, great, Warskin, but playing on speed one. We're getting ready for it. I got a lot of details to do here, and I'm not going to be able to talk while doing it, because I'm going to manually, if you notice there's no battle plans, I'm going to manually be playing this. So to get this level, I got to only do one thing at a time. So far, the Axis is just you, Romania, and Hungary. Vichy France, I don't believe, is technically in the Axis. Are they? Vichy France, market access. Yeah, they're just sort of a neutral sort of nation right now. So they're not an active participant as far as I know. Because also notice I don't have any intel into Vichy France. I'm sort of see a division here and something over here, but I don't in a armored thingy there. They're not even that. So we're keeping this just Eastern Front. Okay, so now we're caught up with the chat. We're getting ready for the operation here. Like I say, I have played this, but I need to check and not just hit the go button. Okay, so we've got to, I'm going to come back here and start here. These guys we're going to put on and make sure they're attacking ground units. These guys are going to come here and attack there and go after shipping. These guys are kind of going to come up here and go after, we're using our long-range aircraft, which actually has great range, but they're going to just patrol over the Baltic, protect our naval bombers. Tactical, our fighters are going to come up and try to dominate, because there's lots of Soviet aircraft we're going to be facing. So now we're actually doing gameplay. The clock isn't moving, no, but I'm playing the game. More bombs here. Okay, we're getting a lot of there. These guys down here, we may move them up here eventually. The British have been doing very bad. Well, they did get ashore and capture a port briefly, but they've been being driven out of their invasions here. So, well, they're already... Okay, these guys are already all set. So for that, I'm going to move from the Black Sea over to here. To cover here, let's... take a look here and see. Yeah. No, I think I'd rather have them here. We still have some. You come in, deploy, and go after that. Also, you do up to 2 more quote-unquote squadrons if I have them. And I do have them. They may be attrited out pretty quick. I mean, I do have a lot of older stuff here, but I think it would be better to get them in and fighting now to overwhelm instead of be overwhelmed and be on the losing side of the attrition here. Okay, we're also going to take these guys. We're going to put them under not him. Who is my... Oh, I'm using Paulus as... We're going to send these guys west. These, just to show you, these are just sort of security patrol type, suppression type units. I know there's also the suppression mechanic of the occupations, but also you have And we're going to shift some of this manpower once these are sort of in place. Yeah, let's come down to La Rochelle, I think. Once these are in place, I'm going to shift some of these divisions eastwards, the infantry divisions, and sort of weak replacements. But hopefully that'll be enough to scare the Western Allies AI from doing an invasion. Should have trained up the aircraft. Well, I have a bunch. Oh, you do training? Yeah. I don't like the mechanic of using up equipment for training, so I normally don't. It would have probably been better, you're right. But would the British invade you while being distracted in Russia? They might. I have been seeing British and Commonwealth invasions down here in Romania. And if you look at my last stream, all of what is wrong and broken with the game that should not allow that to happen. So they very well may invade somewhere else. They may be told. Okay. Game design is an interesting thing. And you asked me questions, so this is why I stopped playing. Game design is an interesting thing. And back when I was, and I'm not going to go into any stuff, I'm still technically, not that they would really care nowadays, under the NDA that I signed. But back in the early times with this game, you could leave a port open, like Le Havre or somewhere, Dunkirk or whatever. Leave a port open. The AI would detect, hey, there's an open base. Let's send 5 divisions in. While having 10 divisions sit here, crush this. Okay, well, let's rinse and repeat. Leave the port open, withdraw from it. Oh, they'll invade again. Crush them. Oh, they'll invade again. Crush them. Oh, they'll invade again. Crush them. Oh, oops. Britain no longer has any troops. Let's do Sea Lion against an undefended Britain. Okay? That's what would happen early on with this. Well, they have told the AI, and I don't know, and this is part of the playtest that I'm doing here, is not to invade here, okay? Especially while Germany is not at war with the Soviet Union, especially that. That's why they're invading down here, because they've not been told not to do it. The AI doesn't know it's not supposed to invade down here. They did get ashore once, took Constanta, and that's why I had a few divisions which are now moving towards the front, parked down here to help the Romanians. I could have continued to sort of allow, well, the Romanians shifted enough forces down here that they stopped successful invasions, but I could have tried to leave it open and then keep crushing British forces. So there are reasons beyond what I was talking about last week, and why it was wrong because of various things being able to invade through here, but they have not specifically been told not to. I don't know at what conditions. I would guess, because things have changed since I've been involved, but I would guess they're still not told to invade here. Unless maybe the Americans are in the war, and or just only allowing the Americans to invade and having the British follow up. So I don't know if they will. I'm not taking the risk that they would and trying to leave some ports open, but that's what may happen. Green tends to have a lot of losses. Yeah, I understand. This is historical deployment, and invasions kind of turn me off of, the ahistorical. Yes. That is a problem, Beam Slam, very much so. Naval invasions are too easy and fast. Well, no, I'm sorry, no. If you look at historically, like when the British invaded and conquered Vichy French-controlled Madagascar, it wasn't that difficult. You look at the the Japanese invasion. Now, it was a well planned out operation in which the Japanese landed here, came across here, secured the roads, and came down here. Basically, they get down here and have no supplies left, but the British don't know that, and they surrender. But if you look at all the other invasions, as well as the well-planned and organized invasion into the Philippines, yeah, those you could sort of go, oh, but how many months they planned and got ready, and yeah, but then you see, I'm not saying like they were extemporaneous, like no plans, but they're quickly implemented. Taking out the Dutch East Indies, that happens pretty damn quick, and it's follow on. It's not simultaneous. There are naval battles and what's going on down here, but the invasion takes a while to get there, just simply because they got to take Malaya and they got to take the Philippines. If you don't know that, I've actually looked into this. About half of the troops, the quote unquote Japanese troops that invade the Philippines, about half of them aren't Japanese. They're Taiwanese. Taiwan, the people here, that depends on who you talk to, they're not maybe so Chinese people. Now they get heavily occupied by Chinese evacuating from the mainland with the end of the communist, revolution, civil war, whatever. But they're like not that anti-Japanese occupation. And you talk to a lot of Taiwanese to this day, like, yeah, the Japanese weren't so bad. Now, it sort of maybe depends on who you talk to. You're talking to a Taiwanese, or you're talking to a Chinese Taiwanese. So this invasion happens mostly with garrison troops. They stripped the garrison. There's like zero garrison in Taiwan during the invasion of the Philippines, and immediately thereafter. And then they use those divisions as follow-on down into the Dutch East Indies and heading down here. So, but most invasions aren't to the scale of D-Day, okay? That is the big supreme invasion of all times, and what was likely going to be needed to actually invade a mainland large Japanese island. It could be down here, but where you're just going after Iwo Jima with a division or so of defenders. That's still a major invasion, but it's nothing like the D-Day invasions in scale or whatnot. So hey, I got to get to playing. Japan had plans in place, though, for all. Yeah, they had plans in place, but in that same theory, Britain can have a plan to invade everywhere in Europe right now. And they can have, let's say 100 guys, because you don't have AI back then, 100 guys sitting in an office and go, oh, well, we just shifted these 3 divisions out. Okay, well, what divisions or brigades or battalions would we use to invade Norway now? And redraw the plans. Constantly, people sitting in an office that has orders of deployment that are getting whatever intel that they're getting on, enemy deployments, whether it's a local, resistance guy, reporting in, hey, it's the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Regiment of the 25th Division is in this village now. Those kind of reports, as well as, radio reports going around and whatnot that they're breaking, and of course ultra reports that are giving combat strengths, and have just 100 guys that are constantly planning different invasions right now. So it's not that, oh hey, we spotted a port, oh my god, that's empty, oh my god, who can we put together, who can we send down there? No, they could already have that all planned, that we're going to use troops from here and troops from here, and we just got to get the ferries here and here and here, and we make, have call lists. Okay, you call these numbers and tell them to do X, and, that then get the ferries concentrated and then start heading to the empty port. That can all be planned out, and then, every month, every week, do a review to see not just are there changes to the enemy, But are they, oh, well, the battalion or the division or the whatever that was in Portsmouth has been sent off to North Africa. What other divisions are available? Maybe there's a new division that's replaced it here. Okay, so instead of the 12th Division, it's going to be the 36th Division. Call them and say, get ready to go. You can plan all of that stuff if you're talking about the idea and scale of the invasion of Norway. When the Germans are landing here, the Germans are trying to get up to here, and the Germans, land up in Narvik. That's not a D-Day kind of scale, with mobile ports and setting up to have ready an undersea pipeline that they're going to lay to quickly get fuel across here. That's all that, that takes a year or whatever to plan D-Day, as well as to, make the mobile ports. Obviously, the mobile ports can be used in multiple locations, wherever they decide to use them. They're sort of single-use ports, but they're mobile up to that point. Have those ready to be that kind of flexible. Like I say, if it's 6 months before D-Day and they find out, oh shit, we got to land over here, and they could shift that. That'd be easy. But other sorts of invasions, it's not that difficult. So D-Day was 2 years planned. Yeah, but that planning is also because of changing events, as well as waiting for the conditions to be right. So your planning staff is constantly keeping busy, shall we say, because they're not ready. So they start, 2 years early. I'm not disputing that at all. But I don't know that it would have taken them 2 years to actually plan it. It's just they're starting to plan, and they're waiting until conditions are right. And not just conditions in Germany, but conditions, training up American divisions, training up Canadian divisions, practicing with the Dieppe raid, and all that kind of stuff. Where's Dieppe? Right here. With the Dieppe raid. And all that kind of thing that goes into it that just is time expanding. Dieppe should remain to be a plan, no need to try it out. No, actually there was, I would agree. I would say Dieppe was a test. And the loss of life was the sacrifice, because they needed to know how well it would go. It was a test training mission. It wasn't, it was obviously a raid. There was no intention of staying. But they needed to know how well it could work. How much firepower do you need to overwhelm that level of German defense before risking, because you have D-Day, but then you have D plus 1 week. If you successfully get ashore, what's it going to be like? Are we going to get more divisions ashore and then get crushed? How well is this going to operate? And you sort of need that sort of planning and testing to understand. And they realized none of the invasions in the Mediterranean up until just, we can look at Anzio or something. Maybe an invasion before that. But none of the Sicily invasions or the lower Italian peninsula invasions were directly against emplaced, keyword there, German divisions. They were sort of Italians watching the coast. There were some divisions sitting in German divisions here, I believe, at the start of the invasion, and were very quickly, within hours, moving towards the invasion beaches, German units. They were just facing, their initial get ashore against the Italians. Germans, I believe, were just pure reaction force. And when the invasions happened up here, the Germans were basically nowhere to be seen at the time. They do, eventually a meeting engagement as after they've landed and are pushing north, the Germans are coming south and do a meeting engagement well after invasion. So they want to try it out against a defended German coast. So I would go with that. Hello, Luke Country Ball. Yes, banana. Biggest delay is training and logistics for large unit invasion. Yes, HOI doesn't handle that well. Can't instant move 24 divisions like HOI does. Yeah, oh yeah, there's a lot to that. Okay. We're getting ready here. We've got our air operating. We've got our divisions. A lot of the divisions are veterans of the Battle of France. I don't like the equipment destruction, so I don't do as much training as I should. That is quite true. I have just started turning this into truck. So these guys are too little supply. They're going to get supply in a moment once we start the clock. Gamer, how's the German Navy to combat the Soviet Navy? I'm not going to use that. I don't think it's necessary. I just don't. Maybe I should do some subs. I've got and maybe we'll add one more. Let's see. Do we? Oh, we're maxed out at that base. Let's come over here and see if we can add another. Oh, we only have 72. No, I'm not going to add any more naval bombers there. But what I can do here is shift you over to here and put you up there. So we'll have very shortly 200 naval bombers operating there. I just don't think it's necessary. Okay, so we've got our air operations planned. So we are ready to declare war on. Now, I'm not going to call allies. That's an actual plan. It's not forgetting. We're going to declare war on the Soviet Union. The Finnish are coming in now as part of the continuation war. Now, notice what's happening. I've got a, and I did actually, I have done the invasion from this point on the clock before. And that is why this point on the clock is the invasion right now. We're going to send these divisions. No. You come this way. You are going to come this way. You are going to come this way. You are going to come this way. Now, I haven't tried this exact maneuver. So you can come this way. See if we can get. Oh, it's going to come. Yeah, that's no. Let's do this. Come across here. There we go. You're going to do all of that. Now, let's send these. Well, we'll send 3 of them. North here. I grab 1. Let's click out of here. Yeah. The way they organize this is they hate us using these things, only reluctantly. We're going to send one of the mountain divisions that way. Come here and let's get another 1 to attack here. And we're also going to put in the mountain division to attack into the forests. And these 2 divisions we're going to attack here. Those are pinning moves. We're going to, let's see, send 2 divisions attacking there. Send this division just right to there. These 2 divisions are going to come and swing north that way. Those 3, okay, you come here. Yeah, but the other 2. That, and you're going to come. Well, no, no, not that way. You're going to come that way. Is that everybody there? No, I don't think so. No, maybe it is. Everybody's moving there. They're going to do that. Finland joined the... Yeah, Finland's going to join the Axis for the continuation war. Now, down here. Put these in attack against here, along with the Mountain Division, as a holding operation. These guys are going to come like that. Down here, all 4 of these guys are going to attack into here. Now, oh, let me look back to supply here. This supply base, we're going to truckify it as well. Should have done so before. These 3 divisions are going to attack into there. These guys are going to attack down in here. They're going to fail in their attack, but their point is to hit them hard enough. I'm going to wait a little bit to throw in the armor. But their point is to hit them fairly hard to pin these forces in place. So these 2 provinces are going to be attacked from multiple directions, which will make it better for that. Okay, can you set the army marshals to trucks so they don't have to the supply depots? So Finland, yeah, I think that's what I was doing. That's what you're talking about. Okay, now down here, this is going to be a little hard, I think, to break across this river, but and 1 division there, just again multiple attacks because I want to get across and punch in. Down here, we're going to hit them with 3 divisions into the city. It'll probably fail. We're going to put a couple of divisions against them. And here's where we're going to hit with a harder punch. And yeah, just in case we do punch it through them. Like that. We're going to send 1 of these divisions in the attack there again for multiple axis of attack. Now we're going to dissipate our attack a little bit here. We're going to attack in both directions here. Like that, and I'm going to do that. he's going here. The rest, I'm going to cross like that. If we punch through, these guys are going to attack into there. These two are going to join that attack. And just in case we do happen to win, these guys and the one mountain division is going to attack there. These guys just got here. That to there. This division to here. Mountain division and the other infantry division go that way. Now, 2 mountain divisions and 1 more infantry division. And I'll also show you what I've done with the infantry divisions. This is my current template for my standard infantry division. I've given them engineers, artillery support, reconnaissance, cavalry, anti-tank, so they have some ability to fight these, tank units, and a logistic company to keep the supply down because we've got so many, and they're gonna, we can see even up, here a little bit low on supplies. A triangle division plus an artillery frontline unit so that we have 36 artillery pieces to really sort of overwhelm the enemy. My panzer divisions, which are all the same. I don't have detailed different ones. What sort of would be a triangle division. 3 battalions of medium, 1 battalion of light tanks, 4 battalions of motorized infantry, light armored car reconnaissance, engineers, artillery, signal company, so that they're very fast in their initiative, and a maintenance company to keep their armor particularly running. The motorized division is set up as follows. Again, a triangular with now light tank destroyers that I just put in so they don't have any yet, or any anti-tank yet. They're going to be getting there. I just put them in, but I have that key break in the line, so we're going. We're not delaying. I do have enough of these in, in logistics here. They're going to go out. Enough anti-tank and enough the light tank destroyers. So I have, and they're going out to the units. I have enough of them. And like I say, they're going. And this towed anti-tank signals again to their rapid artillery and then the light anti-tank. So should be pretty good for, and we'll also take a quick look at the mountain divisions. We can see here, not so great, just a binary division, two brigades, and then artillery, reconnaissance, engineers, so no anti-tank. But again, for fighting in the mountains, and in most cases, they're also going to be facing a proper infantry division, at least, when they're facing tanks. So, one idea about how about painting red stars on an armored train and moving it all the way to the Kremlin to capture Stalin? Yeah, this game could be very good, but there's a lot of micromanagement. Hello, Craig. 7 Bulls. There is a fair amount. Now, they intend you to draw battle plans. I like to play this on manual, so you can look at a more standard way of play, which would be less micromanagement. But yeah, you can get a game like Axis and Allies, or other more simple grand strategy games, and play that. And I play Axis and Allies sometimes too. Just for fun. So yeah, you don't need to have a complicated game to have fun, but I sort of like one. Just sort of the play style. It's be a cool movie, yeah. Not going to add any AA to front lines. Well, okay, this is an inherited unit. That's why that one's so bad. Oh no, it was not. No, let's come over here. What support do you think, and I am building some AA, not much, what support really would you get rid of? Would you get rid of the logistics company? Maybe. It depends if you really don't think supply is going to be an issue. Support anti-tank, I don't think so. Reconnaissance, I don't think so. Artillery, definitely not. Engineers? So that would be your only real choice, in my opinion. And correct me if I'm wrong, if you swap out something other than logistics. But now, of course, you could do a frontline unit. I could in theory, I'm not going to do it, but in theory, add AA. Now, right now don't, I need 5,000 and I have 2,000. Now, of course, I could copy this and then create a sub version of it and only assign some of the divisions, enough to, fill up the 2,000. And that isn't an entirely bad idea, but, and hello, Turnlow. I'm just, it's equipment usage, and it also comes down to this. Like I say, I do have some in production, but only 2 factories. I'm trying to build enough mechanized equipment to put them in my, to mechanize up. And we can take a quick, I'm not going to do it right now, but we could, in theory, take one of these and switch it to a mechanized infantry. And if I were then to do it, I would need, well, not that much more. So I'm pretty near doing that. But then that would be as soon as I take any losses, even if I had the 760 of them, I would be too low on equipment. So I think that is useful. Mechanizing, and again, of course, I could have made a subversion of the Panzer Division and have some Panzer Divisions with mechanized and some with truck, or technically more mixed. I am in no way saying that this is the best mix of, production levels. It's partially what I'm trying to do with this playthrough, is to learn just how much. I converted all of my light tanks straight over with very little, production efficiency loss to light tank destroyers, because I basically just, added the non-movable turret and the, medium gun to it. So that was pretty good. And whatever I had there, I think just kept, but maybe I reduced the number. I don't know. And I have a Panzer III in production. And I have a Panzer IV in production, I thought. Yes, Panzer IV here in production. I'm building heavy tanks, but just 2.5 a week. And I'm also building Stimmgeschütze, which are 3 a week right now. None of those are in divisions yet, waiting to get enough of them to not necessarily, especially the heavy tanks, they may just be 1 or 2 or 2 or 3 or whatever Panzer divisions to get a heavy tank battalion. So it would mean reducing down aircraft production or reducing down tank production or something else to do more anti-aircraft. I just have prioritized artillery and anti-tanks, and so, and what Turnlow is saying, I'd much rather have AA over AT because I'm always red, yellow air coverage, and AA reduces penalties for that. Yes, that is a very good argument, and that is something I'm trying to learn to see just how this is all going. Is there anybody else? No, we don't want to invite Italy. Okay, so we have all of this. Now note, these guys are still at peace, so they're sort of moving around. This is part of my plan, because I know from playing here, if I delay this a little bit, they're going to rapidly move forces away from this front. And this is where my main attack is going to end up being. I'm going to punch way deep into here while struggling a little bit more up here. Let's start moving these guys into this. Get them going. Into the breach. there we go. I think now I'm just going to save this here just in case there's something critical that I'm missing after doing all of the never do 3Ks. Do 2, do 4, never do 3. Save. All right. So we've not attacked with all of the armor down here or here yet. Oh, we have these guys. This infantry unit here. Yeah, these guys are going to come and attack here. So how far are you from the Type 9 U-boats? I've not been doing much U-boat research, Arno. I know you would be more interested in the Navy, so I haven't been putting any effort into it. This is a low effort for naval operations. I did do the national focuses to get the, what is it, the 5th thing. I don't like this, everyone. This is something that I've done for, again, those who've been around for a long time and others repeat. I have a mod that was created that's now out of date, but for Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice, that is called Third Reich Events, that I've done a deep dive into things. Sort of like we have here, which I think is a good thing. This is more reality. That they had, Germany had a, and they sort of centralized it, had a naval architectural planning organization, okay? They then eventually get Austria's naval planning architectural organization that still hung around after the end of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and it continues to operate in Vienna as well, but it's now coordinating with the rest of Germany's, and I forget what it's called, Kriegsmarine something or other, and they're doing a lot of naval, not just like for, you know, Wunderwaffe, but just naval architecture stuff. I think it should be more like this as opposed to research slots. Meaning have industrial research slots, have, whether it's engine or aircraft research slots, have tank research slots, have other small arms research slots. Because the brain power to do naval architecture, meaning design actual ships, is something that is specialized in that you can't take a naval architecture engineer, somebody who knows all the math and not just, but they know the math, they know the, what's gone before them, they know all the naval stuff and how to design ships, how to design ship engines, how to design not just, oh, hey, it's a big tube that sticks out of there that's rifled, that's the gun, but no, the lifting mechanisms, the breech mechanisms, the ammunition handling mechanisms for large caliber guns. Those guys who have been trained that way through their education, I'm not talking like high school or primary education, but their advanced education, they've been trained to do this. Those guys cannot go become a construction engineer. Not that they have zero information on that, because obviously there's construction elements in naval architecture, but they're not going to know how to work in concrete. They're not going to know the stresses and how to reinforce it with rebar, and they don't have that kind of stuff. And yeah, they might to some degree be able to get some of their stuff, but probably not really into even normal artillery. Now maybe some of those super giant railway guns, but definitely not going to be into small arms or tanks, really. It's just not going to happen. And that, now maybe the guys that are doing the diesel engines because Germany does a lot of diesel engines for their like destroyers and frigates and smaller boats, but they're still doing big turbine, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe they've gone over to diesel on their big, ships that like the Bismarck, or is it still a turbine engine? I don't know. not a naval guy enough to know. But they're probably not going to come and do tank engines. And definitely if you're a submarine naval architecture guy, that's even a more specialized feature. So I disagree with this. I know this is the game, but I disagree with this. And so I would have this different. It doesn't mean that I want to. Everything by every nation can be done equally. Now, sort of America, sort of kind of can, once it really gets ramped up. Doesn't mean it doesn't get a lot of help, especially in the early days with radar. But it's the Americans that are providing the computer that is the British eventually get over, as well as the Americans have copies too, but that eventually get over to Britain that are, I know Alan Turing and all what is working, but it's actually IBM that's making those computers that are doing the Enigma decoding in Britain. But America does have the ability to, we're going to research everything, boom, everything. And we're doing 1943 research in 1940. Yeah, America has that ability. Most of the nations don't. And so I would make it so that, and we can look at something basic. Italy cannot weld armor. It just cannot weld armor or thick plates. And it's not that they don't have someone who knows how to do it. Whether they do or not, I'm not sure they do. But they don't have the ability to, the know-how. Even if Germany sent down a huge pile of welding equipment, train loads show up with crates and crates of welding equipment. The Italians don't have anybody who knows how to weld thick armor together, because it's something that is something really only. You look at how much cast stuff the Soviets are doing. You look at how much of, if you look at like Oz Armor, which does their deep dives as they take apart and repair tanks. Yeah, the tank turrets and whatever, they are welding some of the thick armor there. They're getting some of that done, but there's still a lot of stuff still bolted together. Now they're doing big slabs of welded or of rolled steel, not welded, but rolled steel that are bolted together. The Czechs definitely can't do welded armor. If you look at the 38Ts. Now eventually they're doing the Hetzers, but that's with a lot of German help. It's training up and doing the people, and so I understand that this is not just some guys in some offices, coming up with an advanced engine. It's coming up with that advanced engine, as well as coming up with the manufacturing, the actual tools and equipment manufacturing techniques, as well as training the people to do the techniques, as well as training the people in the field, if you will, and that could be like building the Atlantic Wall or out in the mining or whatever construction field, to actually do better construction techniques. So, and this is also, part of this. I take part of this, and part of this is just training up for 24/7 production. Because back here in 1937, virtually nobody, as far as I know, is doing 24/7 like military production. They're doing 9 to 5 or 8 to 6. Maybe they're doing a 10-hour day, work day, 5 days a week. Even in the Soviet Union, I believe, generally speaking, that's what it is. I'm not sure. But in Germany, so they're not working, all through the night. They're not working on the weekends. So part of this is just simply war mobilization. Part of it is also, the idea of factory bomb vulnerability is, more fortifications and underground factories or whatever is sort of in the graphic. It's not just adding more employees to the same factory, but it is also training people how to do and getting more and more efficiency and people welding and riveting aircraft, skins to the frames and all of that kind of stuff. And so I disagree with this as a basic function. I would prefer design bureaus or schools or whatever that within them there would be some choices and priorities, because the people designing anti-aircraft and field artillery and anti-tank artillery, especially the anti-aircraft and anti-tank, very much are the same type of people. You're making a carriage that is designed to take the recoil vertically versus horizontally. A lot of these carriages, not only are they not, they don't have the ability to tilt the barrel way high, the stresses of the recoil is not designed to take a high tilted barrel compared to, if you're talking like the Flak 88 versus an 88 millimeter flat shooting, this kind of shooting versus, up into the air. But that's not, the same guy who can do both of these things. It's just what they design priority for. And so, within this, you have different, some of this development tree, but this should sort of be its own thing. Not choosing between this and choosing between this. It should be, what our main focus is here. So this is sort of a designed thing. In the Darkest Hour build on HOI III, there was divine, yes, absolutely beam slam. I've not played that, but I have looked at that. And that is sort of what they've brought back with this, sort of, the experimental facilities. Now, this is experimental and used for the Wunderwaffe, but we could look at the experimental works, particularly for semi-auto weapons, which I have done a bit of a deep dive for both the Sturmgewehr type, the short cartridge. They had the short cartridge back designed fully back in like 1939. They don't change it. That ends up in the Sturmgewehr, STG 44 or whatever. And they do there is a 42 and a 43 versions of those guns that get field trials. Thousands are made that go to the front lines to see how well they do out in the field. Not put in mass production, but put in, and like I say, into the thousands, not just one-off prototypes in a workshop or a 10-off or whatever. They do a bunch of those things, as well as the sort of what becomes the Car 43, the full-powered 8mm semi-auto rifle. And then, of course, they also do for the Luftwaffe, the FG 42, which is sort of a rifle, sort of a light machine gun, really sort of designed to be a semi-auto rifle that is used bipod because they realize bipod is a good way to, most of the time, it's kept lightweight bipod, lightweight rifle, so you can shoot it, from the shoulder while standing up. But they realize most of the time the soldiers go to cover, go to ground, and so at some sort of range, it's steadier with a bipod. But they have a full auto switch on it, so sort of later in the war, the paratrooper units, the Hermann Goering Division and whatnot, are using them sort of as light machine guns when they're really not designed for that, meaning that the heat buildup of shooting lots of bursts through them will overwhelm them, and they're just not with either a heavy enough barrel or a quick change barrel to do sustained fire. They do have that. There is supposedly, and I've not shot one. I went to a they made back in the 2010s or the 2000s. There was a company in America that for a while made Type 2 and Type 3, I think it was, of the FG-42. The only real big change in it, other than being semi-auto only, and if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, in semi-auto it fires from a closed bolt, and in full auto it fires from an open bolt. So they didn't have that open bolt option. It was just the closed bolt option. And they designed them to use the CZ26 mags, which are still running $80 to $100 a piece, but instead of trying to manufacture their own mags, and it takes a lot to set up to manufacture a magazine, that would have been better. You know, and it's thousands of dollars for an original FG42 mag, literally. I went to, I know there's a bit of bragging, but I went to $7,000 to buy one of these replicas in an online auction. I dropped out at 7 something. It went for 9,000 plus for it. So I was not the winner of it. And yeah, it saved me a lot of money. And it's also an investment as well as being a fun toy. I'd love to shoot one, but the originals had some sort of magic with them, dealing with both the muzzle brake as well as how the internal recoil mechanism sort of keep them on target and actually be able to do a quick burst from your shoulder. If you look at Gun Jesus, Ian of Forgotten Weapons, who has fired an original, that you're able to sort of stand and shoulder fire it and not turn it into an anti-aircraft gun almost immediately, meaning recoil rise. Still a beaten zone, still, not very accurate, but you're sort of on target. Those are being designed, whether you want to call, and I wouldn't say the Sturmgewehr isn't a Wunderwaffe. It sort of kind of is. But these are going on, and yeah, there's a lot of research there that, again, is not the same research people as if you're designing a new engine. Now, the engine you're putting into a half-track, well, let's take the Americans, for example. The engine you're putting in an aircraft is literally the same engine you're putting into a Sherman tank. I forget which model of aircraft used the same radial engine that they used, but yeah, they're using the exact same engine. Some are going to aircraft, some are going to Sherman tanks. So some of that would just be like an engine design bureau, which would maybe be designing the same engine for the Schnellboote or the torpedo boat kind of engines, same basic design, just maybe a bit enlarged. And you got to do it marine engine for water cooling and etc. But same basic skill set that you could do for that. And so yeah, design bureaus, I think, are the best way to do this, and that way Hungary could get its design bureaus and have nothing to do with Navy because obvious reasons. Somebody like Bulgaria, who is not a third world country, but still a lot more backward in its whole industry as well as technical development. And, they make, Hungary and Romania design and build tanks. Now they're sort of bespoke or very low production levels, but they're actually designing them themselves and doing all the technical stuff. Bulgaria just isn't. It just doesn't have the ability to do so. So yeah, it's not like, oh hey, we're just gonna program Bulgaria not to pay attention to this. So no, they just can't. Even if a player or somebody wants to try, I just block them from it because they're just in a can't nation, and basically a can't on aircraft as well and other things. So that's how I would do this. All right. Now, okay, we're going to go all the way down to speed 1 and go. Okay, let's pause this. So, take a look here. Again, no planning bonuses. Explained why I don't do that before. These are only one good attack here, but these are mainly pinning forces while the rest of the forces break through the gap. Sort of hoping we could push through here. And I'm hoping to push through down here. Now we're going to see these guys, I think, very quickly head north. Or at least some of them. Maybe not. I think they're going to be like a screen still down here. And these guys are just, we're defending well there, but okay. That's sort of kind of the plan. Okay, pause this, see what's going on. Okay, we bypass that, and we are getting military intelligence and whatnot. There, Finland, I think, is going to still come in here. These guys can move forward. Okay, finish, continue, and they will not fight alone. Good. That will, at minimum, distract the Soviets with another front. Okay, we can see now down here a lot of movement. Actually, an empty province here. So we're getting ready to break out and call in. They're a bit stressed for supplies there, but okay. Let's take a look at a few of these battles. Right, okay, let's, before we do all that, and this is part of the show off, not showing off how well I'm doing, but just showing what's happening. Let's move you over there. Let's go back, and I want to take a general look at air power here. All right, let's get these two squadrons. Put one there, and then up over Western Poland. And they're basically full. So you come up over here and also go up over Western Poland. See, we're getting sort of the ones deeper in here that probably the British aren't going to immediately. Put another one over there. Fill the vacuum because we're lowering the strengths. And here we have, I hyped this up, or put a lot of air power over here because there was a raid coming in. So let's move you here, and we'll put you up in the Baltics. And you also come over here and come over Eastern Poland. Okay, so that, the overview. So that'll change that. Well, I'm not worried too much about that. So we're going to have some better air dominance than we currently do. So here, Witzleben here is doing okay-ish. They're, from that province, they're coming from a single direction. Not so good here, but they definitely coming from two. We've got some air dominance here, also doing a bit better against Gregory Zhukov, who at this time was out in the Far East Soviet Command. Here we're doing very good. Again, no armors attacking yet in most of these places. I'm hoping to wear through, because I think with the game mechanics, if I can wear these units down and then burst in with my armor, we will do well. These really aren't meant. I mean, I'd love for them to, break through, but they're not really meant to. Let's go forward a bit. And for Arno and everybody else, we can look out at, we lost 9 planes attacking, what are those, CLs? Oh, basic carriers. Those are carriers. Okay. Attacking some carriers with all their airplanes there. I didn't know if those airplanes were coming from a land-based or sea-based. So that's why we lost the airplanes in an air battle. We were overwhelmed with. Also here, another thing I want to bitch and moan about. Why the fuck do you do something and do it poorly? Okay. Why? Don't tell me, and I know the staff that, I mean, I don't know them, but I know the staff that is continuing to work on HOI IV is relatively small. To the point that they don't have, to my knowledge, I mean, things may have changed, but they do not have like permanent artists. At times that when I've dealt with them, with somebody, that one of the things is, oh, that's great information. When I get artist time again, I mean, these are almost a direct quote, but definitely gets their meaning. When I get artist time again, I'll see about having that added because they needed to add a portrait for someone, for some country. So I know that they don't have at least at the time, and this was well after, this is more than a year, HOI IV was out, released. They don't have like a permanent artist to do now of course AI can probably generate these images, show them real photos and say generate image in this style, and the AI can probably do so well enough to just have a mildly competent person to make sure they don't show up with two noses or some other wacky stuff, just make sure it's generally correct and spam all that stuff out easily, including which they do actually. A few have doesn't have one, clicked on the wrong place, including click on another wrong place because like most of the including because that sort of looks like that looks like, they definitely used, that's Heinz Rudolph. Yeah, that's correct. Now that I think is just a generic portrait, but if you actually have a name, you can probably now AI do that. But I know if Paradox wants to, they can crowdsource information. Okay, I know they can. I know in some people's minds, and especially when are you talking about? Are you talking about in 1938 or are you talking about in 1941? The combat effectiveness, should these be militia? In 1938, you're probably right, they should be militia. They're trained. Are they as good as the Hares? We could debate that. But they're not super soldiers. There may be never super soldiers, but they definitely, in 1941, 1941 at this time, they still might be a regiment, though they're a bloated regiment, meaning they are huge, maybe almost divisional scale. Takes sort of a while for Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler SS to actually get to it being called a division. I'm not quite sure. It stays as a regiment, even though it's much, much larger than any conventional regiment. Partially because it has not just its sort of field unit, it also has its headquarters security units that are securing permanently multiple locations, plus following Hitler around as an actual bodyguard, which it continues to do throughout the whole war. So it's rotating some of those men in and out. Giving guys breaks from the front line to go on, headquarters security, Hitler security, and then, rotating people through. It shouldn't be an effing militia at here. But even in 1938, it was motorized. When I think it was what becomes Das Reich, in 1939, when it's assigned to the front line to an army division, I forget who it was, what general, they were surprised when they went to go inspect it, some regular army. Oh my God, this proto division, this is, the invasion of Poland, it's fully motorized, when where other than like his panzer divisions or whatever, wasn't motorized. And this is why I come over here. They even have, and Nord basically was also motorized too. So they've taken, and this is not a mod, this is the basic game. They have, and Nord, probably should have an anti-tank unit added here. And we can talk about at what date, how big it was. Should it be a binary or trinary or triangle division or something like that? But, and Nord, you know, is a mix of German units. I think Germania gets added to the Nord division along with, you know, Swedish, Norwegian, Danish volunteers. I think that's how it goes. I used to be up on all this. I have a bunch of, you know, I have 20, 30 books on the Waffen SS, literally. So I'm sort of, hey, Elizabeth, I'll read your chat in a minute. Just a minute. So, yeah, and they do motorize this and whatnot. And so, you know, why do this? Why have this event that gives me, and there's also actually attached to some other division. That one, was it? That was, yeah, that was. Oh, Prinz Eugen. And they fucking motorize Prinz Eugen. Nord, I think, was basically motorized. But they motorized Prinz Eugen, who, to the best of my knowledge, was never fucking motorized. Prinz Eugen basically only fought Prince Eugen, only fights down in Yugoslavia. It's basically a mountain division. Maybe not the greatest mountain division out there. And yeah, I think Prinz Eugen gets, if I remember correctly, some R-35 tanks, you know, French leftovers sent down to them. And these divisions that appeared, and I noticed right when they initially came on, they didn't have a bunch of equipment in them. So I've had to take and give them regular equipment out of my equipment pools. Where maybe starting around now, they're starting to get in the military supply chain. Prior to that, and it's right around, you know, if my memory isn't perfect, guys, even though I know I've read, and I have, they're sitting, I think, in my other house that I'm still spending more than a year moving into. That's rather near my secret mountain base, but it's going to be my second secret mountain base. And someday you'll see my face, because I have a room to do a studio. I'm going to have cameras and all that kind of stuff. Just again here, my bed's behind me. This is not nearly as messy as, because I've seen some Asmongold videos. I'm just not, I mean, there's some clothes sort of piled up in my bed or whatever, but it's not messy like that, but it's not a good backdrop. I have no lighting. I learned with the very bad audio, if you go look at my very first videos, used a very bad microphone, and not to do something half-assed. If I'm going to have cameras, I'm going to have cameras. It's not that I'm embarrassed. Now, part of the reason I didn't do my face was I used to be living in enemy territory out in California. Used to live in Long Beach, everybody. Not going back there. And so that's a very left-wing area. And although I'm not a big personality, I know that. It's not anything like that. But I know, going back to like Huxley's, you know, Brave New World, the sort of, you know, and also in Orwell, you know, like 5 Minutes of Hate. The left would have loved to pick me out and protest my home or something, which I was living in a rented apartment. So, you know, and if that upset, even though my apartment owners, the owner at the time, who, when I was way back in the days when I was working even before the YouTube channel, because he was a fisherman, used to come into the gun shop that I worked. So he knew I was very gun involved, and the apartment managers knew I was gun involved, and he was too. So not that they would disagree with my politics. I don't know if they were as right-wing or less right-wing or more right-wing than I am. They were not my enemy people, you know, and I found that to be very comforting. But at some point, if it caused enough trouble, they would want to get rid of me. So, you know, it was always really, you know, very much living in enemy territory, because the enemy, the left in America, and I'm not going to try to qualify it as the radical left, but the left in America would just love to have somebody to come and do a week or two of hate protests and throw stuff at my windows or something like that and have the police hardly do anything about it. Now I'm up in my secret mountain base, and my neighbors I know are well armed enough. They would not put up with it. There are left-wing loons here, but they know, because I go into, Best Buy. It's an electronics store. If you probably know the chain if you're an American, and see an old guy, older than I am. I would qualify sort of as an old guy, but a rather old guy, with a drop leg holster with a Sig Sauer on his hip. Nobody's batting an eye. It's just he's talking to some, one of the employees there about whatever it was that's on the shelf or whatever, and no one's batting an eye when you go to the grocery store and see somebody, open carry or sort of concealed carry, but tell that they're carrying a handgun. No one's batting an eye up here. So the left wing knows not to become even property violence in my area up here. I'm my secret mountain base up in the mountains in Arizona. Yeah, I'm in Arizona, but not giving away more details than that. I know a few people actually know exactly where I live, but not for public. Not that so it's not such a security risk as it used to be. And it was. So I'm going to put together a studio and some new YouTube channels. This YouTube channel isn't going away, but some other focus is going to be planned. So all my books are put away, so I can't even just. Used to be able to walk either into either the room I was in or the next room over and pull the book off my shelf. But we could look up the order of battle. Prince Eugen was never fully motorized. I mean, they had some trucks and some, Kubel wagons. I'm sure they had a few tanks, but most of their equipment, probably not Mass 36, but probably because Yugoslavia used the same caliber and they made Mauser rifles, though we're not standard. Probably a lot of captured equipment. Up until sometime, I think it's in 1941, early, is only when the Waffen-SS starts to touch the supply chain for the army. They use a lot of Czech weapons. They use a lot of Austrian weapons. Yeah, I know there's sort of the capture and inclusion mechanic. But even at that, outside of that, they're getting their vehicles through civilian means. Because we all know that there are, civilian trucks being sold, at least up until, the total war of World War II, to the civilian population. So a lot of their equipment, when you created these units, should not come out of they should auto dump them in fully equipped, in my opinion. And not have to even the artillery, take it out of stocks that the army is using. So why do this and not do your job right? Why not, if you're having some motorized unit, make it Leibstandard? Why not? And why, when you make a motorized one, you make it a known mountain division? Again, it's not maybe as good as the proper Gebirgsjäger. Now, the SS do send some men through the army school to get full army training and, get the Edelweiss badge, and then sort of kind of set up some of their own schools a bit themselves. But so there are some really good mountain troops that are training other really good mountain, troops within the Waffen-SS. But the Prince Eugen was mostly non-German nationals. Sometimes they're, German ethnic minorities in Hungary or Romania or Yugoslavia, as well as German nationals, but as well as other ethnic nationals that are joining. But Prince Eugen is one of the more foreign units. And I don't even know if the manpower for these units, especially like if you look at Nord, and then why do you have Polizei? Okay, Polizei was not motorized early on. I know it was purely infantry. I mean, not that they didn't have a truck or two and like 20 real actual trucks, but, what would be like one or two just for, some logistics motorization. And as in the name says, it's entirely made up of policemen. So why wouldn't you throw in a police, unit here as for suppression? I don't know why you do this and it doesn't take that much effort. It's not like you had to go do a bunch of research library, and you could just simply crowdsource it for people that are paying attention to the HOI IV forums. Hey, we're going to have an event coming up in Götterdämmerung that's going to spam in some Waffen SS divisions, and and you could easily make, because I've made events tied to, and we're getting ready, should pick a national focus. You can easily make an event or a thing tied to a division, or I mean not to a national focus completion here, that would variable based upon when it's done. And you could even make it have like you could do this kind of thing and make a series of them and have year dates and do it sort of this kind of line or something, dashed one, make it a bit more complicated, like Prince Eugen only after Germany controls Yugoslavia, something like that, so that I wouldn't, because if I never go to war with Yugoslavia, never never get Prince Eugen. Might get now where Nord could be volunteers, because they definitely got hundreds of Swedes, more like thousands of Norwegians. But, I don't know why. Okay, let's read Elizabeth's comment here. Minor nations having inter-service rivalry mechanics and things, and not Germany, is kind of crazy. The Wehrmacht and SS at odds numerous times. Oh, yes. Yes. And you're absolutely right. And you say, especially when you put it at numerous times, yeah, there are different levels of conflict going on, and at different times, different levels of cooperation, active cooperation. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. And hello, my name is Eamon. How you doing? Can you off the other country's equipment? Can you offer? Does it mean offer other countries' equipment? Yeah, you can do Lend-Lease, and you can do sales. The international market is set up to do both either Lend-Lease or sales. I'm not currently doing those, but they can be done. Okay, so we have a counterattack for this first division that's moving in there. We got more divisions coming through. The armor that started up here that crossed the river, and we now have a free slot here, making sure we're paused. Okay, I am very much, as you can tell, an infrastructure player. We don't need coal, so I have not been going down that route. And we're not going to do the 43 techs in this, so we're just waiting for that one to happen. We've got radars to being pretty good. We can click here and where does it show radar coverage? This is our current radar coverage. So we're covering stuff coming from Britain. We have a minor coverage in the center. We have pretty deep coverage here in Russia, and maybe we should upgrade that station here in a bit. So we probably don't need more here, and we're not doing fire control systems for the Navy, so that, I think that's what that affects as opposed to land artillery. And radios could be a useful thing. Aircraft, well, we sort of got in the 1940 for fighters, so we're doing okay-ish there. We're sort of ignoring Navy. We've got our artillery. We've not done rocket artillery yet. I just don't know if I want to put more things into production. Now, you don't have to give rocket artillery to every division. You can do a subdivision and have like 1 in 10 or whatever divisions have a rocket artillery battalion. Generally speaking, it very well may have changed, but generally speaking, they're going to be cheaper to produce, but higher supply usage rates when in combat. That's generally how that's been done. I don't know if it's been changed. Don't know that we're going to do improved light tanks. We're sort of ignoring that, and we're going to go mediums and heavy. I'm going to ignore the super heavy. Okay, I got 100% on that. That's nice, but it's still going to be almost a year to develop. Might as well wait till we're sort of in mid 42 to take advantage of that 100%. Now these are sort of attractive, but we're also looking here, and I don't think we're going to do Amtrak or, you know, amphibious toward the battalions. We're not doing Marines. We've not built any Rangers yet. Prinz Eugen might be, well, I don't know if they're quite elite enough to be Rangers. Probably not. But I don't know the Jaeger divisions that are eventually created by the Germans. Those are army divisions that are generally lighter equipped than standard infantry divisions. But I think, and it's variable at different times if you're looking at it, but I think are getting a little better equipped in things like the semi-auto rifles. But they're not as lightly equipped as a mountain division. They're sort of there, and they're sort of kind of tailored for rough terrain in the Soviet Union, whether it's the big forests or, I know the Pripyat marshes are the big ones, but there's, you know, other marshy lands. So a Jaeger division holding here in an open plain area, generally speaking, you know, is not going to do as well as a standard German infantry division. But putting them on forests, and you can see when you're looking at a forest, you know, your platoon or your company, how much territory it's actually going to be able to control versus looking out here. You know, look out here. I can see a man moving way out here. My rifle can't even shoot there, but maybe my anti-aircraft gun could shoot, you know, put suppressive fire or something, you know, your 20 millimeter anti-aircraft gun. Or you can use your machine gun on their heavy sort of tripods that have, you know, dial-in stuff to arc out the rounds way out at great distances. So you can control a lot of area, and you also can't get surrounded like you can in the forest. So lighter equipped, but units trained to sort of maneuver and be a little more independent of supporting units can actually be more devastating in a forest. So I don't know how, and I don't know the mechanics well enough to know when you were talking about Rangers, if they really mean something like the American Rangers that were started, the Darby's Rangers as they were called, and you can also look at the which are a bit more mountain troops. The first Special Forces, which was a mix. You can see the Devil's Brigade, a dated but rather good movie that shows the development of the joint Canadian American Special Attack Unit that was designed to invade Norway, not to conquer Norway, but do a raid like we do in, you know, we have in the game, the raid mechanics, to take out the heavy water, but they decided not to do that. So that was going to be the special unit, not the only unit going in, but the sort of the special one to go in. That unit was later sent down to Italy and fought in the mountains. So that's maybe a bit more of a mountain division. The Special Forces, Special Service, whatever, the first one, the Devil's Brigade. But the Derby Rangers were set up to be sort of like the British commandos that were coastal raiding, but, you know, sort of frontline sort of raiding. You know, not quite paratroopers in their organization, but not quite mountain troopers. So I don't quite know if the Gebirgsjägers, how they would fall in that. Okay, I think what we will do here is we will come and do better radios. Reinforcement rate and coordination just a little bit better, and enables advanced radio, right? Okay, so we will research that. Okay, you have to research Marines to get the Pioneer Company, which is very useful in the Eastern Front. Okay, very good, Elizabeth. I did not know that. Not obviously going to switch right now. Don't know if I'm going to do it, but because to me, Pioneers is just engineers. their military history terms use that interchangeably. The U.S., to my knowledge, at least in the modern, 20th century sense, never uses the term pioneers as sort of, clearing the way of obstacle kind of troops. We use the term pioneers in America for obviously the people settling the West, and that includes, well, I guess in a way, settling the East too. As we move, pioneers moving into places like Kentucky or whatnot, as well as later on out in the far West. So we use that term a bit different, where some of the German use or whatever is just pure pioneers. They don't have more of the engineer term. So, yeah, I don't know that Pioneer Company. Yeah, I don't know how that should be a distinction for Germany. But yeah, I'm sure that could be useful on the Eastern Front. But thanks for the info, because it is good. Okay, so we have our breakthrough is happening. They're delaying the movement because they're attacking, which I was hoping they wouldn't be able to do. But that's still pretty good. Pause this and take a look to see how we're doing. Okay. Why aren't we doing well here? Okay, we have air superiority. We're coming from multiple provinces. They have a bunch of divisions. Okay, well, we only have 4 divisions in it, and they got 6 in combat. And of course, we're coming across the river. I know that does matter. But we have more forces. I don't know why we're not doing better. I know we're just attacking with infantry units. Oh, they've got some cavalry, but okay. Here we look like we're doing well. It's big bonuses on marshes and mud. Yeah. I think it's a mistake to tie it into, at least for Germany, and tie it into Marines, because Germany never has a Marine Corps. Not in World War II, I don't think ever. They have naval personnel that are armed and are called Marines, just because not like as being a special ground unit, just as Kriegsmarine, Marine infantry, meaning naval infantry, would just be the term naval infantry, which are basically poorly trained infantry that are pressed into land service. Japan, some of it's that, and some of it is actually well-trained infantry that has some amphibious warfare capabilities. Okay, we're going to add you to the attack here. Get a little better, because we got 14 divisions attacking 6 divisions. Not, like I say, just 4 of them are up at the front. Right now, here. Well, that's getting better. Now let's look at our air war again. Okay, we're now to green on everywhere but here, and that's just yellow. All right. I think we can maybe reduce this down by 100 aircraft here. Let's get you, and we're going to fly you up to here, and we're going to put you over the Baltics. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to look at them behind something Germany never uses. Oh, lock, not look. Should read better. There are research bonuses for Marines in the Navy focus, implying they want Germany to make and research them. Yeah, Germany never does. Germany never should. Germany doesn't need dedicated naval invasion troops because Norway or whatever doesn't really require it. England, yeah, one off. Look at the Marine Corps, other than just, one literally like onesie twosie people that are sort of advisors or observers, that kind of thing, the Marine Corps never is fighting in the European theater of operations. They are not there. There is no battalion. There are no, if you want to sort of like, oh, hey, there were some embassy guards or something, because the Marines back then did do embassy guards, they were even stripped from ships that they might normally be. In the Pacific, you did have Marines on board ships, though they get stripped too, because of the more land focus of the war. But they're never in, field combat for any real purposes. They're purely used, some down in MacArthur stuff, but mostly for Nimitz's operations out here. America should really have a no, I want to come over here. Where is it? Here. I normally find it simply by clicking here. They should have another doctrine tree, because the Marine Corps and as well as actually the Army. The Army is doing a different doctrine in the Pacific War than they're doing in the European War. The training for the basic infantry kind of stuff, just how to become an infantryman is the same, but they're running a different doctrine, and I can't really tell you well enough to explain it. I know the Marine Corps definitely are. So what is good for Europe is not good for the Pacific Island campaign. So they should have sort of a separate tree somehow, at least so that the Marine Corps could be a big thing and have lots of divisions, maybe more than historical, and follow a different doctrine tree. So that, mobile warfare or whichever one, firepower or whatever, I have to look back at all of them to see, which one would be, superior firepower might be better for America than mobile warfare. But it really is enough of a different doctrine tree for the Pacific. And Elizabeth, all I could find was a battalion-sized Marine Strauss Truppen Company, who attached to Depot and Danzig, never used again until 1945 Berlin defense. Yeah, and that Marine Storm. I'm not saying they didn't practice getting off of boats and doing that stuff, but it's never really a thing, that's properly, and that doesn't mean it's as good as a standard Army unit even. Army fought hairs to keep Marines out of Europe due to all the fame they got from World War I. The Devil Dogs and their World War I. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I'm Dutovich. I'm not disputing that at all. I just don't know about those those inter-service rivalries regarding that. I would say to this day, the U.S. Marine Corps is too big. I had a very good friend, and I had a debate with him probably multiple times, but one significant one. And I explained to him that it's just bloated. And he was a Marine for 12 years or whatever. He was still actually a reserve Marine when I first got to know him. That a smaller Marine Corps, this was, in the 90s, a smaller Marine Corps could mean a more elite Marine Corps and not trying to replicate everything. Now, the modern Marine Corps today has gotten rid of all of its tanks, which I think is a mistake. Now, you may go, but Gamer, didn't you argue for a smaller one? Yes. And one of the reasons they got rid of the tanks, the Marine Corps did, is because they weren't really using them. They were going back to a theory of, hey, we're going to be fighting on Pacific Islands again against, possibly China. And we really don't need the tank. Well, I think that's a mistake, because I think they do need the tank, because the tank, not operating like in panzer warfare, combined arms blitzing, but just simply maybe even a purposely designed tank for the Marine Corps, more like a older style British infantry tank, meaning a well-armored, still mobile, but well-armored, heavily armored infantry support big gun vehicle. Something you're rolling up on the beach that is not amphibious. It's too heavy to be amphibious, that can absorb a certain amount of enemy fire, maybe not anything and everything, but a certain amount of it, and fire good and support good direct fire support for your Marine Corps, whether on an offensive mission or like if you're defending an embassy or something like that, in a nation that's having a revolution that you want to put in some defense on it. The Marine Corps used to maintain a school for training tankers, a school for training, tank mechanics and tank armored recovery vehicles. And unless you are building a specialty tank, you can use the same tank as the Army does. So supply production lines are all the same. Why not just swallow a little bit of pride and go, hey, Army, we need to send tankers to your tank. We need to send Marine tankers to your Army tank school so that they learn how to repair a tank, so they learn how to drive a tank, so they learn how to maneuver, platoons and or maybe up to companies. But I'm just thinking of having not tank battalions in at least a practical sense. They may still call, just for operate or organization sense, it may still be called a battalion, but looking at more like platoon, individual, using them as platoons. When you're the LCACs, which are designed to, they're the floating, the air cushion floating landing vehicles, the LCACs. The Marines were never very happy with the Abrams, because the Marines were able to put 3 M60s, and the LCAC was designed to take 3 M60s. But they could only take 1 Abrams because of size, not just weight. Maybe weight, they could have taken 2 Abrams, because the Abrams gets heavier than the M60. So yeah, and actually the breaching tanks don't have the gun on them, but have those Mikliks, the big mine charge clearing things, have actually gone. Some of them, at least, have gone over to the Army. The Marines had the really, really neat vehicles they designed for clearing beach obstacles and mines and whatnot, and used them in Afghanistan too and whatnot. That you could just simply piggyback on Army tank stuff, again, tanks and training support and training schools and all that, and just have a few Army guys that go over and learn how to do it with the Army, and then come back and then learn how to do it with the Marines in the sense of tactically, because, hey, you're now just going to be a platoon, and that's all you're ever going to land somewhere is likely as a platoon. You're only going to operate as a platoon, but you're going to be supporting, Marines and their vehicles, and Marines with, naval gunfire support and all these other things. And so it was stupid to get rid of that branch, but it should have been downsized, in my opinion, yes, and it was downsized to enough that it does no longer make sense to have independent tank schools and all of that. So inter-service rivalry is a real thing. Now, upsizing it for World War II, absolutely, I entirely agree with it. But you're looking at taking 1% of the military population and putting them into the Marine Corps. Well, you have a huge army. You have more than 100 army divisions during World War II. We have nowhere near that now. So, yeah, and now you're never going to get to Pacific Theater, because a relative of mine was in a paratrooper division, an Army paratrooper division. He never saw Europe. He was one of the guys that was helping liberate the American POWs in the Philippines. Because there were some POW camps. Some were sent back to Japan. Some stayed in the Philippines. He was doing parajumps in the Philippines. And so there was, I forget what parachute division it was, but he was, doing that stuff just as an enlisted man at the time. Not sure his rank for all that. I talked to him some. He lived on the East Coast, so I only saw him infrequently, but we talked about, got fairly deep on some subjects. He was also in the Vietnam War. He became a career officer, but he was just an enlisted man for World War II. Yeah, career spanning, from World War II through Vietnam. And, a lot of the Vietnam officers were the sort of Desert Storm type officers, because like Schwarzkopf and Colin Powell were both Vietnam veterans. Nowadays it's too, Vietnam is too far in the rearview mirror for any of the serving officers or anybody. But back in the early 2000s, the late 1990s, or mid 1990s, you still had the Vietnam veterans in the higher ranks. So basically all of these guys here, the German generals, all these guys basically are World War I veterans. There are a few generals that aren't World War I veterans, but those are sort of getting up there in sort of mid or very late war. So you have to look at how the earlier wars in the Arctic Angels, Alaskan Station Airborne. Okay. Yeah. So some of this stuff should be tailored better for World War II. And you could do it. It isn't that hard. Okay. Now I think is the time. We've got, and what the timing is I'm trying to time this so that a lot of these divisions are moving. One, if a division is moving, it's not entrenched, so it's not going to fight as well. Two, it's going to be badly placed. I know this is only, well, no, I'm going to give it a few more days, just a few more days. I don't really want them to actually get up and influence the battle as it's happening up here. Okay, we're looking here. We're doing okay there. So let's add you to this fight. So I want to get some breakthroughs to happen. Okay, here we are. We've broken through. One division is stationary, who's supposed to hold the breach open. The rest are all moving or attacking here, and that's about ready to collapse. So that breakthrough has happened. These divisions are recovering. We're looking at the supply situation. So far it looks good. These here are stalling out. I know there's just been infantry divisions. They're not wearing these down very much, but you that way. You that way. Yeah, let's do you down here. And we might as well add in... I don't know that we're actually going to create the breach, but I definitely want to, if we do have a breach, to make sure they keep moving and not stall out, because I'm looking at some other part of the battlefield when the enemy gets a chance to counterattack. See, like they've completely lost their organization, but not too bad on equipment. We can see they're, down almost 100, well, more than 100 on infantry equipment, but what is this unit? Oh, this is an inherited division from, I think, Austria that I never upgraded. Okay, that's why it's not doing so great. That should be better organized and equipped. Yeah, that was open, but I think those are just now going to be down to single divisions. All right. Well, we haven't even gone a day. Oh, we've just got some better intel updates. Okay, this doesn't look pretty bad. So I've got my forces in Romanian. Okay. That, I think that, I know we've just done a day more, but I think that is enough. Let's do this. Let's call to arms. Oh, German Soviet War, need to highlight that. And let's call to arms again, highlight that, and they will accept. There we go. Okay, we can start planning our operations. No longer having, they're not going to like send me around to the other, you know, other front. Okay. To Odessa. Division can come that way. Okay, so I'm moving fully that way. These are the Cossack divisions. We're going to move them up to the front. Just didn't want to overstack my units for supply reasons on their front. We already see them retreating, so let's push. Push here. That may not be a smart one, but we're at least pushing. Okay, they're pushing up here. Great. We can join in the attack. We overwhelm the enemy down here. Since the past few DLCs I found, unless I cheese and make meta designs, it often turns into a stalemate. Yeah, I'm like I was talking earlier before you arrived, I believe, Elizabeth. I don't think they're simulating the paralysis might be a good term. That was very real. Okay, that battle stopped before those reinforcements could get in well enough. Okay. I'm going to push these guys in too early just to pin them in place. Because the only thing that really stops Germany from getting to Leningrad they get to. It's a combination of a decision as well as practicalities that keep them from taking Leningrad. Germany just hadn't really developed, and partially it's a threat-based situation with the Soviet Navy that still does exist, but they don't really do well sea resupply. Not that I'm not saying zero, but they don't do it well. You know, I'm not talking underway supply. I mean just planning ahead of time to use, you know, ports to bring supplies up. Moscow, they get there, but obviously it's too late in the weather. But even if they got there a month earlier, they're just too weak, and a lot of it is logistics. And if you're going to be assaulting something, and by the time they get to Leningrad, there are Leningrad defenses already, you know, and there are also Moscow defenses, you know, big mega anti-tank defenses kind of thing and whatnot, that they've had, you know, tens of thousands or more of civilians out digging these defenses and building bunkers and whatnot. That Germany is just too weak because of logistics, including tank maintenance and, divisions, the one division or divisions that, get out to the gates of Moscow or whatever you want to call it. They're like at 10% tank strength. Now, that doesn't mean that they've had 90% losses to combat. They've got tanks strung out all along the lines of approach, and I know they did other maneuvers around, but all along the lines of approach that are in various maintenance depots getting repaired just from breakdowns, just from wearing out, so that they're not at strength. And had they had the planned and ability to logistically support them, the divisions that do show up here, again, it's probably too late no matter what you're doing for the weather. But had you got there earlier and in the strength that they could have been in, meaning if they had supplied everything well, plus also ammunition supply. When you're talking about an artillery barrage, how many, you may have plenty of artillery guns, but how many rounds do you have for those guns? How much bombardment can you do? How long can you maintain that? And as you, fight your way into Moscow, and not even necessarily like the street fightings, but the various regional defenses that are set up, how much bombardment, how many, do you spend ammunition or do you spend lives? And when those soldiers get somewhere, they're not carrying that much ammunition. The standard rifleman. Yeah, he may have in his back a 250 round ammo can for the machine gun, which is the same bullets that he could, in theory, and probably in practice once in a while pull the ammo out of the the belts and put them in his rifle. But he's not carrying that much ammo, and 250 rounds from a machine gun goes pretty damn quick. So your sustained combat ability is going to be limited. And we know in the first thrust, the railway is not operable. They're capturing a lot of railway mostly intact. I mean, yeah, I know the Soviets are knocking down some bridges, tearing up sections of the railway that can be repaired now, but it's an entirely different rolling stock, and they're capturing both rolling stock and engines to use, and they do use the Soviet engines and Soviet rolling stock until they're re-gauging the railway, and they have no real prepared plan to do so, to re-gauge the railway. So they're not even, it's logistical problems. It's not, fighting capabilities that it turns it into a stalemate, at least in the first, big push. So this is sort of what I'm thinking. And she's saying, not sure if true or myth, but I remember reading logistics-wise, the gauge, yes. Oh, yes. No, you can re-gauge, you can either re-gauge, and it's I believe, wider. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it's wider. You can re-gauge Russian trains and engines. It's not that difficult to go wider, maybe a little more difficult on the engine than the rolling stock. But that's going to take a lot of changing, and you can't run that rolling stock on Germans train, on European standards, because it's different than the European standard. So you've got to re-gauge the railroad and only use captured equipment. Now you can mostly, again, narrow it back down a little bit harder for the engine, but it can be done. I don't know how much it was done for the engine. Definitely the rolling stock, some of that is done. Rolling stock means cars, whether flat cars or tanker cars or armored cars or whatever. But to my knowledge, there was no real big plan put in place prior to the start of the campaign to do that. That's more like a, oopsie, we actually need to do it. And they knew that the rolling stock was different because they had experts out there that were from the area, and they knew it was different. It was no surprise. It had been different since the days of the Tsar. And they had, people like Rosenberg who were born and raised in the old Imperial Russia. Good example is aircraft that need to be sent back to factory for repair since field couldn't repair. Exactly. Lots of these were minor frame damage. Yes. And whether it's back to the factory just because they don't have logistically, philosophically defined to do, as well as defined to do, as well as just getting it to the front. As you're rushing forward, and having prepared air bases, as well as getting the equipment and the replacement parts to the front. They're having all kinds. So not to say that there shouldn't be battles, not to say that there wasn't difficult battles, but it should mostly be rolling it over. But unfortunately, the combat AI, I want to specify that, not diplomatic or production AI, that's other issues. But the combat AI is so poor that it can't do the idea have multi-layered defense. So it's going to put all of its defense back here. I've asked, and to my knowledge, it is not capable to do. I've asked to be able to have divisions that couldn't be moved if you wanted to create them. My primary motive to have it is to have a militia division like in Kiev that can't be moved. Why do I want that? It's looking at whether at Leningrad or Stalingrad in particular, that you have factory militias, guys trained to use their weapons, that are only going to defend their city that they're located in. They're not going to retreat and still be a fighting unit. They're not going to go and be sent somewhere else. The AI can't decide, oh, and I also wanted those units that can't be moved. And they sort of create units that are somehow too heavy for the Japanese, for it to be sea lifted artificially. But so this way, Japan doesn't decide, oh, hey, I'd rather use this unit to fight in China. No. Have units that are designed to be garrison units out on Pacific Islands, or militia units that are like the factory militias or whatever that did exist in Kiev, that you would, for events, you could create, move factories east. You just kill that unit, remove it from the board, and reestablish a similar unit here when the factory moves, so that they're purely static. And you could also, static divisions for like the West or the Atlantic Wall. Purely static units for things like that, fortress divisions. I've wanted that, and I don't think it's available. I may be wrong on that because, again, I haven't been following all this. So there's a lot of things that you could do, as well as if you can't do it any other way because your AI is so bad, I would have triggered. I'd make the Soviet army a bit weaker. But then again, they're gonna defend other borders that should, and in some cases should not be defended. And it's just a bad mess, because you could, like I say, have the border defense divisions, and then after Germany gets to certain points, lose certain points, then it spams out a second line and a third line and a fourth line of defense, activates them. It's just, there's a lot of issues with the game still. Okay, so we're moving. They've made it to here. They're keeping them open. These guys are exhausted, but they're we're going to let these guys move out. Once they move out, we're going to hit them. They're crossing here. They're at least doing well here. I want to pin these guys in place. Pin these guys in place, so that's not meant to win. It's just meant to delay movement. Once we do move units either around here, or they won't get up to deal with other fronts. Okay, so we've made it to here. These three divisions. You move that way. Keep the momentum going. They gave lots of buffs and equipment shortages in lieu of programming AI to make it historical blunders. And yeah, you can definitely call it historical blunders, but it's also AI blunders too. In that putting all of your army along the front line is a bad mistake. Especially when you shouldn't be defending every one of these provinces. You know, you should draw your defense line back here, and who cares about these 2 forest provinces? Put them here, create an intelligent, because now here is maybe a bit more intelligent because you're defending along a river. But yeah, it would be better to move some of this division to here and some of this division back to here. And these 4 divisions here, some to here and some to here, would be a better thing, and just give up the actual border. But their AI is just incapable, literally, of making that distinction. And they're incapable of programming an AI that can do that. They thought they could, but they can't. And the modern AIs that we're all talking about will take the big AI data centers and not personal computers. So it would have to be right now either spending, oh God, I don't know how much. I briefly, for an evening, I have a NVMe 1 terabyte hard drive for my operating system, and I have a 4 terabyte, which I got, long ago, 4 terabyte SATA drive that for some the system locked up and had a crash while installing an update to a game. It made my whole system crash. And for that evening, and this was Thursday night, I thought my SSD was gone. The SATA SSD was just gone. It wouldn't recognize it. But when I unplugged the power from it, it made the sort of blipping noise that it makes when a peripheral is disconnected. So I reconnected it. And I looked up, it was going to be $1,400 to replace just that. $1,400 effing dollars. That's a lot, in my opinion. And yeah, I can come up with the money, but damn, that was going to be a lot. Well, the next day it magically came back. But not the first time when I started the computer. Oh, and I had done multiple restarts, disconnected the cables while unpowered, and reconnected them, and did a bunch of stuff like that. But it came back. I'm just looking at $1,400 for that. So what it would be to make it, to have a rack-mounted multi-computer setup that could run a localized, a proper AI that could actually, simulate a human playing this to a degree, would just cost way too much right now. So the technology really isn't there. These guys are not the ones meant to go to Moscow. These guys are meant to go to Leningrad, where these guys are the ones, and these guys are the ones that are meant to go to Moscow. So we're going to wait till these 2 divisions leave the front line here, and then we're going to resume the attack. Before these guys fully peter out, let's support the attack and come in and support this attack and get into the reinforcements beforehand. So I understand the more modern AIs are just not going to cut it. Okay, these guys are, because of supply issues that have not been corrected, we're still having issues here, as well as strength. So what we're going to do is add in the armored divisions. Let's send the first two this way if we actually make the breakthrough. No, it's okay. And this one down here. These two, and we're going to send in an infantry division this way. Motorized infantry division. Not that... Oh, this is the Prinz Eugen unit. Well, yeah, let's send them that way if they can. So hopefully give these guys no break. We can look at here. We have air support, and they have enemy air superiority. They have intel advantage, yes. We have multiple attack plans. We are currently on attack. They are on defend. So let's see how this goes once we add in. Okay, it's turned to green, so we're doing better on the actual attritional. And we have enough other divisions, because there are also a bunch of these divisions attacking from there. And so it's not just some of the ones that are getting exhausted. But we want to keep pushing to the breakthrough. Okay, we are pushing up along the coast. So we're about ready to... Well, not about ready, but it looks like we're still online for a breakthrough there. Okay, this is now allowing them to reinforce this way. So you're going to join this attack here, which will help counterattack from at least some of those attacking forces. Okay, so we've made it to here. We've got some infantry divisions. Very good. Let's move these three up that way. I know this isn't a great supply route through yet. We've got to secure this rail line here. And we really should be blitzing through this, in my opinion. All things considered. And this is part of the reason. It's not just, oh, hey, gamer, it's too tough for you. No, it's just my look and understanding of history that makes me think I should be doing better. One of the two divisions is gone. Moving, moving, moving. You join that fight because you are better organized. Keep as many of those troops tied down as I can. So you continue to the... Okay, well, they're going to get exhausted soon, but we'll keep them pushing. AI uses multiplayer division designs instead of historical ones, which doesn't help. I think only Italy is hard-coded to keep their terrible division designs. Yeah, you know, it's not that I... Pause while It's not that I'm asking for an easy game. I'm in fact not. I just want something that has a relationship to the history. That's what I want. We're going to renew the attack here. We try to pin some of these forces down. Now that we're here across the river, we're going to attack this way here. What these guys? Still trying to break through over here is my primary breakthrough in that area. Okay, they got... Let's... One more division there. Let's do 2 infantry and 1 armor going that way. While we can. These guys, I think, can start moving that way. Re-engage here. Worried about being cut off here. Do that here. Like I say, I am worried about being cut off. Oh boy, they've abandoned here. Okay, well, move. Pin those forces there. They don't fill the... Yeah, and the AI does stupid things like that. Abandons a province before the reinforcements can get there. You guys come this way. You guys come this way. Keep the breach open. Join the attack, but swing down there if you get victory conditions. Okay. You're well organized right now, so you join that fight. Okay, you're moderately well organized, so you two are going to push up here. They don't get too much of a break. You attack their rear. You attack their flank. Now that you guys have been rested, you join that fight there. Join this fight, and you guys go there. It's planned, but we're going to try it. Okay, what I want to do here is let's move you to here, and we're going to air supply up into that region. Help a little bit, maybe not much, but a little bit. Okay, so we've broken through here. We're pushing hard. You come here, you go attack there. You cross, you cross, you cross as well. So we've broken through here. Why are we bad off here? Well, they have air support, but also enemy, and we're crossing the river. Okay, so you get more units in the front line. Okay, these guys can maneuver now, so let's send one division that way to try to hold our lines and not get cut off. You stop attacking because you're not doing good enough. You stop it. No, you, yeah, stop attacking. And I guess you guys too. Because we're not crossing that river right now. Well, now that they've done that, let's counterattack. And send the armor over. Push there again. You push here. Well, oh, we have some free factories. Well, let's look at behind the line stuff. Okay, we're not we are getting, oh, okay, this is another thing we need to do here. Let's buy some oil. Before we run out of oil, we are going down, but before we, oh shit, what happened to our tungsten? Oh, Sweden cut us off. Okay, well, Sweden cut us off. No, we don't want to do that much. Let's 43. So let's do just 40. So 5 factories for the moment. Just to get that up there, we can maybe come and do Spain. Where's Spain? Spain should have some tungsten, doesn't it? Spain had tungsten or wolfram. Seeing Spain on this list. Yeah. Spain was also stealing tungsten from Portugal too. Some of the deposit areas are right along the border, and there was significant amounts of unauthorized Spaniards coming into Portugal and mining this stuff just because they were making so much money with it. But there's also actual tungsten deposits too in Spain, and I don't see why we're not seeing that here. That seems bad. Now over here, we want to get Romanian oil. Let's get it all. Romanian oil we want to get. Well, sure. Well, we can't buy Soviet now. See, modern day, when Europe actually truly goes to war with the Russians, they're also going to be paying the Russians for energy, because modern day they do those kind of things because they're that stupid. And let's add Turkey's 7. And we want to get more oil. I don't know that we're going to do overseas just yet, but this will help us with that. And chromium. Let's do one more chromium. Let's get that from Yugoslavia. Now that's going to reduce down our factories, but these will, okay, we'll move this up to the top of and the radar just behind it. Okay, we'll let the roads repair also normally. Let's come in here and add a few more factories where we have space for them. A couple more factories to get those when we can. Well, let's look at our balance sheet here. We're using up a lot of artillery. Some anti-tank. About the same reserves of anti-tank and artillery. So let's And we'll have, what, just one more factory. But let's add that to artillery. So we'll do that. Let's take a look at some of our naval operations. Okay, well, we sunk, what is this? This is the Netherlands? Is that right? Is that right, Arno? That's the Netherlands. We sunk 2 Dutch subs. So 2 more over there. Okay. We battled some light cruisers from the Soviets. We lost 3 airplanes going after Soviet Navy, but Soviet Navy really can't hurt us. Where is it in the room? Well, it's there, but we're not sending any much out. We can look at Navy. We do have, well, oh, Sweden cut us off. See, I don't know why. Why do I want to do this? Fighter production, tactical bomber production cost. If I were to get rid of this. But I think this cost me some civil factories. I think. I'm not sure. But they cut me off from my Warframe. And explain this to me, people. We have Sweden that fears the Soviet Union. It fears the Soviet Union particularly taking Finland and then being on their border. Germany has shown, it may sort of kind of fear Germany, but Germany this game has not shown any inclination to threaten. You know, we've not made any demands. We've not invaded Norway or Denmark. And sure, in a sense that, yeah, we don't have German divisions sitting on its border ready to invade. But if we invade Norway, obviously it means more occupation issues. But I don't see why Sweden would want to cut off, because, you know, Sweden had significant pro-Nazi type sentiments. I'm not saying it's a majority. I'm saying it's significant. So there's a lot of Swedes like the Nazis. And I'm not just saying Germans, I'm saying Nazis. Goering was married to a Swede, and when he was wounded after the putsch and flees, you know, what was it, 23 or whatever, has to flee Germany, you know, escapes basically. He's never arrested, but he has to escape. He goes and convalesces in Sweden. The Swedes know it. It's not like it's a secret, you know, and he comes back. So there's a lot of sort of Goering Sweden sort of friendliness going on. And so, and Sweden is something of a divided country. There, like I say, there's a far right that's very open. There's multiple parties that use the Nazi swastika. Not like Finland, that sort of like has their own sort of blue swastika that's different. No, these are trying to do Nazi swastika type parties. Whether they're really National Socialist or whether they're really fascist, that's another argument, and I'd have to look into it. In Europe at this time, you know, the 1930s into the 1940s, some fascist parties call themselves Nazis and use swastikas. Some Nazi parties call themselves fascist and use fascist symbology. It's not, and those are 2 different ideologies. They're using different slogans. It is sort of confusing to people. And let's check up on the chat. Germany bought from Portugal and was shipped through Spain. Yeah, but they also bought from Spain. That Spain, I believe, I could do some research. I believe Spain has some Warframe, but there was also illegal mining that was going on, that Spaniards were crossing the border and stealing, meaning not stealing like with a gun, but just going in there and setting up their own mines and hauling it out. And so buying from Spain without Portuguese permission. I read, it's 30 years ago, I still have the book, that talks about, it has three basic sections, one on Spain, another on Sweden, and another on Turkey during the wars, and how they interact with both sides, their sort of relations, not just with Germany. So, yeah, I know it was transported through Spain, the tungsten, but I'm pretty sure they also got it directly from Spain going on. Let's see. Let me check. What else did I miss here? Having most stats perfect design memorized from every update isn't for me. Yeah, I understand. Cool tanks and planes, yes. Okay. I think we already looked at the naval. I hope Arno saw that. Invading Norway to secure Swedish trade was so nobody could trade. Nobody else could trade with them, not because part of it was, was to secure the trade in Narvik. I could see in theory, I don't know why there would particularly be a Norway that is so pro-Britain that it is also not desperately afraid. Because look, guys, we can look at it from the perspective, okay, gamer sort of lecturing here. Let me go get another Coke so I can speak and drink and have my throat good. Be back in just a moment. Almost back. Okay. You have to understand the world situation at the time. In approximately 1916, Finland was up until that point, Finland was part of the Imperial Russia. So Sweden and Norway had Imperial Russia on the borders. Now up here it may be, not much of a threat to, Norway down here, but still, they were there. So there is no great surety that Finland is going to remain an independent country, that its people itself clearly thinks of themselves as a different people than Russians, if you will, accepting it. So the Winter War, it turns out, but we don't know that until, the winter of 39 to 40, 1940, that the Finns will fight hard enough to not have the Soviets take over. I'm sure, had they had great success all of this just would have been incorporated into another USSR, you know, a local USSR, and it would have just been part of Russia. Um, just the phone ringing. So there is no real serious thought that, oh my God, this, you know, they're going to fight desperately for their own country. So yes, they do, but there still is very evident proof that Russia just tried to take them, and they would have taken all of it. I'm sure they would have taken all of Finland. And once you do that, you may go, well, is Russia going to take everything else? You know, continue to move? Well, do you know that or not? But Russia has been supporting communist insurgencies around the world. Now, most of them are sort of urbanistic, political party type stuff, not so much like we see in the Cold War era with large guerrilla movements. The Soviet Union did support the various red brigades and other stuff in particular countries like Germany, you know, West Germany and Italy during the Cold War, during the 70s. They were actively supporting the terrorist movements, as well as third world movements and whatnot that we think of. So there is no reason to believe that the Soviets would stop with Finland. Doesn't mean that they would continue, you know, roll those tanks forward and just keep them going. I'm not saying that. But 10, 15, 20 years down the road, who's to say they aren't doing that? So Sweden and Norway have got to be very worried about Soviet aggression. Now, obviously, you know, during the Winter War, Norway is neutral, but they're, you know, sort of helping out. There's there's some Norwegian volunteers. There's lots of Swedish volunteers fighting in the Winter War. Some in the continuation war too. So they've got to be worried about that. And if Germany has not done any moves to violate Norway's neutrality, I don't see why either of those countries, and Denmark is just too vulnerable to do any serious complaints, you know, any serious embargoes or anything like that. So I don't see why we would have those countries want to economically boycott Germany. They might not like the Nazis in some cases, but again, you got Quisling in Norway, you got various Swedish groups that are going to put a lot of pressure on the governments to be friendly to Germany. And there isn't a great reason for them to think, oh, our natural allies are the English. I don't think they viewed that at all. I think England was as equally foreign of a power as the Germans, and maybe not seen as a threat like potentially Germany, or very much, not potentially, but very much a threat from the Soviet Union. So I don't know what happened, what event or something triggered, but I don't think it's appropriate for Sweden not to be willing to trade with me at a very favorable capability or levels. So yeah, just a domestic AI not having any political nuance. Yeah, I mean, it could be something as simple as that. And hello, Gordon again. Not very nice, yes. Of Spain, yes. So I don't know why I can't trade. I don't know. But let's make sure. I need to make sure we get more than 100 days of oil here. Let's see, what are our trades doing? Okay, so we're still down on tungsten, so let's increase that some more. Tungsten. I thought it did. I have some infographics, I think, that shows, you know, period stuff that shows nationalist Spain. It's down here at 0. So I don't know what's going on. 0, 0. So I don't know. There's some sort of civil war that, nope. I don't know. Pushed out pretty far here. You're moving there, but you can support that attack. You're coming up to there to block that off. Yes, okay, but you're coming there to push there. You start moving that way because we do not want to be cut off. I do not want to have that area off. Don't know why the tactic has been countered. Okay, well, they're winning the air battle here. Well, a bit, I guess. Let's see here. We're looking for Western Poland. No. You over here. Hopefully that will still keep us green there and make it a little better attrition rate there. I think National Spain has no cores on most of the states post-Civil War, so they don't get resources and factories. That could be, which I think is entirely inappropriate, but that could be it, Elizabeth. They're going to make it. I don't know if they're going to make it in time to beat the Russians into there. Move you to that empty spot there so that we at least maintain a continuous connection up. Okay, we breached through here. And I'm going to keep these guys rolling. Now these guys here. Rolling up to here. Okay, so we've crossed the river. We're moving here. Bunch of infantry divisions. Let's take these two and start or continue the attack there. Okay, you guys join this attack. Has not been as successful as I had hoped. They're about ready to collapse, so keep moving forward. You guys keep moving forward. You guys can come up as well. This isn't working out as well as I'd hoped down here. Not getting much support from I don't know why I'm not getting very much. I mean, they're coming in and occupying, but they're not doing any attacks. I don't know. These guys aren't doing any attacks. They are in, aren't they? Yeah, but they're not doing much. That's frustrating. Okay, so we've secured that, and you're going to also secure that from the unit that's retreating there. The division, you go and replace the one that just retreated. Okay, good. We got 2 divisions in there. Okay, we need more fuel. I'm going to risk some overseas trade. No, not that much. Let's do 40. Let's risk some overseas trade to get more fuel coming, or more oil coming in. Used to give you bonus for Operation Barbarossa. I don't think you get it anymore. Only AI Germany. Yeah, that's... See, I mean, this isn't a simulation, but this is supposed to be... something that mirrors World War II. Now, some games I've played that I don't start Barbarossa or whatever you want to call it until 1942 or something like that, and I can see the legitimacy of, by 1942 the chaos, the post-Winter War chaos is over, and now they have organized themselves up enough that they will, not be so devastated when the Germans. No, did I send him marching or on the train? No, on the train. That's good. He's got a train symbol. So I'm not looking for an easy time. I'm looking for something that is, historically likely or whatever. And I played, like I've said earlier on, a bit of Gary Grigsby's War in the East 2, which is probably the best war game simulating the Eastern Front. And the Soviets really are, having serious problems in that. Oh, good. We got the tank division. Okay, you're going to move up there. And you can do sort of a spoiling attack there, and you can come in and... don't need two divisions here. Let's move you back to there. I think these guys will hold. Do that. I don't expect a game that I could easily take Leningrad, Stalingrad, and Moscow. I think, in the first winter or first season, I think had Germany done that, there would have been some sort of collapse in the Soviet Union with probably some sort of coup against Stalin and maybe still a Soviet government, but maybe a government led by Soviet generals that would negotiate a peace or a ceasefire, whether it's an armistice, ceasefire, or peace, I don't know. Those are three different things, not three things with the same name. Now, they sort of end combat. Yes, they both end combat, but they're not the same thing. And I think that would have collapsed them. And it's very different to take those three objectives, because it's not just the three names, but we can look, once you get Leningrad, you link land-wise up to Finland, which shortens the front line, because, Germany is looking, if it penetrates deep in here, you got to have a front line like that. But if you get here, you can use Lake Ladoga as your sort of front line, and then this is just really low infrastructure level. Notice Finland has taken the Murmansk Railway. they've gone beyond the Winter War kind of thing. So they're doing pretty well up here. But, once you get that, you sort of anchor your northern flank here, at least, again, from the critical front. And then this, if you look at this, you can see Moscow is critical for railways. Because, if you don't have Kharkov and you don't have Moscow, you can't get anything anywhere. How are you going to get something up to this front line here if you don't have Moscow? You got to go, okay, trains all the way out to here, up over to here, and back to here, So Moscow is the critical hub. You take Moscow. It's not just, hey, it is partially, but not just, the name Moscow. Hey, it's our political capital. Hey, if we can't defend our political capital, we can't win the war. We saw with, in the pre-railway era, we saw what happens when Napoleon takes the capital. He loses the war. And now he doesn't have contiguous, holding the front lines. He's had his armies, he has an army marching up into the Baltics. He has an army marching into Ukraine, but those are not mutually supportive of the army that marches up to Moscow. That army to Moscow is isolated. It doesn't have, any idea of contiguous control all the way back where Germany would. And then if you take Stalingrad, you strategically maybe not take, but cut off the Caucasus, which is necessary for long-term Soviet oil. Soviets do, I believe, have a significant stockpile of oil outside of the Caucasus. Meaning if you take it temporarily, the Soviets would be okay. But I think there is a railway here. I could be wrong. I don't know. I could be wrong. I thought there was a railway on the side of the road, or the river. But they are definitely also using the river, but it freezes at winter. So where the railways can, maybe not always do, but can continue to function through the winter. So if you take Stalingrad, you cut off the river, you cut off the railways, but even this side, if you, I'm not just saying literally Stalingrad, but you grab it up here. Even if you haven't got Astrakhan out here, you've now cut off all of this going into Russia. And sure, there's lots of industry. Some of it gets moved. Some of it's already out here. Lots of strategic depth, but you're cut off from oil. You're cut off from supplies. The supplies coming in have to come this way. Yeah, I know they sort of stick a railway here, but that ain't going to cut it for using much Lend-Lease supplies. Maybe a bit, but this is really where the Lend-Lease supplies come up through Baku and then railwayed up. So, where are you going to get your oil? Even if America or whoever could supply you the oil, how are you going to get it into, or the gasoline? How are you going to get it in? So you cut off their oil. Russia's doomed. Now, again, if you take this, if you start Barbarossa in 41 and you take it in 1944, well, Russia's, hardened. Russia is fighting. Russia has, set up supply links, and so it can probably fight on for quite some time. But when it's still mostly alone, Britain's out here, but in 41, there's virtually no British supplies. I almost said Lend-Lease, but no British supplies coming in. It takes a while for Britain to, America has to get in the war, not just in the war as in wars declared, but get actively into the war, actively supplying things that Britain's going to feel comfortable enough to want to send ships. Now obviously we don't have, Germans up here, with basing for both aircrafts and ships to stop the oil imports or other imports coming in right now. But in real life, they did. So, so if you take that the first year, like I say, I think you knock Russia out or Soviet Union out of the war. the railroad's probably the best addition HOI IV. Yes, railroads. Oh God, railroads are so great. I know, talk to Podcat, you go infrastructure levels, that simulates the railroads. But, I'd tell them, yeah, and it's a lot more dense than this. There's a lot more connections going on. A lot more if you actually look at it. Now, you will get maybe, light connections in places like this. But where it does matter is, it doesn't take a lot to either argue that Germany might declare war against Spain, or if, if the Western Allies have setbacks in the Mediterranean or wherever else, and they're seeing wolfram and other things flowing in through, from Portugal into Spain, that the Americans might just go, because they go, fuck it, we're taking the Azores. They take the Azores. They leave the Portuguese administration in place for, civil stuff, but I don't know that there's any real army out here. Portugal has very little of an army anyways, but they take it over entirely and, run whatever they want to for running the war, anti-submarine patrols and whatnot. But yeah, the local Portuguese postmen and the local, city council and local administrators all stay in place. The Americans just show up and say, hey, we're taking this over temporarily. This is only after the war starts, but it's an aggressive move, and it's never meant to be a permanent conquest. But yeah, they move in. They could have done that to the Canary Islands if they needed to it, or out here in Mallorca, the Balearic Islands. So railways mean it because look, there's only two ways. You hold these two passes, and unless you can, and yes, the Americans could, but the Germans couldn't do air supply. So yes, because we see America with flying the hump into China, yeah, we could go, hey, we've got some ports somewhere in Spain or Portugal, major supply base. We're going to put mountain divisions. They're going to hike their way across, through the Pyrenees and get up into southern France, and go, hey, whether from this depot or this depot, we're flying enough supplies to keep multiple corps alive and well supplied. America could do that. Germany can't. And so just having lowish infrastructure through here, yeah, you can get, it may, and I don't know whether it should, some of the things should acquire this, an impassable. Again, on their AI, from before release, we said to do this. No, the AI just will recognize that there's just no way to supply this, and it constantly, with both sides, send forces out to die in the desert, that they finally just gave it the impassable ring around all of this that just makes this impassable. That was one that I think this turned out to be the final reason that got them to even create the functionality of an impassable line between provinces. I don't know the Pyrenees well enough, never been there, haven't looked at detailed maps. Maybe there's enough, even in winter or maybe just in summer, passable valleys to move across, that you could do, and that could, in theory, do the, when you turn over something to truck supply versus horse supply, that you could supply across this. I don't know, or whether a few, and maybe just a few of these, few provinces here and there that should be impassable, and maybe not all of them, and maybe not even a continuous line. But that could, if, like, say, this province couldn't touch to that province, I know they're both here in Spain, or whatever, but this one and this one could, yeah, that means just one less line for a division to have to defend, So railways are great. I'm liking my re-engagement with Hearts of Iron 4. It's just, we can talk about all of the reasons. I'm planning, like I've said before, to doing after the new DLC comes out, which, yeah, I'll get it. After it comes out, I'm planning on doing a Mediterranean first over, get Italy in as the axis over the Soviet Union playthrough. So I don't know how deep we'll get into this. And it won't necessarily be right after the DLC comes out, but at some point after, yes. And then after that, and part of it is to give time for Black Ice and other modders to see if they're making something I want to play. Like I rage quit Black Ice and Total War mod. Okay, we've crossed the river, so let's get across the river. I think I know they're moving there, and he's moving here. Good. Here still, we're driving. They got 6 divisions there, which is a pretty decent amount of divisions, that's for sure. But not these two divisions will attack in. Send one of these divisions across to hold there. Transport planes. Okay, we've got over 200 more transport planes. So what I want to do is create letting me create another division. Or another squadron here. Well, there we go. I don't know why it wasn't letting me create one out there. I don't know. Okay. Create 2 of these. I didn't get into Black Ice for the new equipment production system is way too tedious. Less is more in that regard. Well, I do think they get a bit tedious, but I'm not necessarily against it. I was against their versions of, oh, let's create fortified places just to give because bad AI, they want to create fortified provinces and whatnot to give the AI a better chance at dealing with things. That's what I objected to. The biggest thing I can do detail. The main reason I'm not like a big enthusiast for War in the East 2 is because it's just one front. And it's too historical. Now, you just heard me complain about things not being historical enough. And by that, meaning it's too set up based upon history. And there are definite decisions to be made that might allow Germany to win the war in the East. But I don't think... I'm trying to think of how to say this. I don't think it allows the flexibility for reasonable what ifs. And the way, what is it? Tooze. What is it? Adam Tooze or whatever. I forget his first name. Tooze. He is one of the better authors on, and I've read, or actually listened to audiobooks, parts of his book on the Nazi war economy. And I saw, he's done a few, interviews at book fairs or whatever you want to call them, nerdy book places. And, someone asked him, well, what if the Nazis didn't go in for mass murdering all these people in the East, and not with the idea of using them as like slave labor, but just allowed them to work in factories like normal people. Hey, get hired. Oh, we're across the river here. Good. Get hired to work in a factory like everybody else. What if? That kind of thing. And so his reply, you mean what if Nazis weren't Nazis? And he has a very good point. A lot of the reason for the war is based on ideological beliefs and ideological whatever. Because there was a lot of welcoming by people, because after the Holodomor that went on down in Ukraine, there are a lot of Ukrainians go, yay, we're being liberated. And even once they really sort of, I think some of it's maybe too late, but once they really realize that, hey, these Nazis coming in, they're not liberating us, and they're maybe not just political ruler change, If you look at German imperial territories, that were part of the German Empire in 1914, that only were lost territories after 1914, a bunch of them had Polish majority regions, with not just recent but long-term, hundreds of years, German, rulership. Local lords, local elites, mid-level types, craftsmen, tradesmen, and some peasantry too, in the East. And, we're talking, they were also out in the Baltic state, what becomes the Baltic states, and out in Imperial Russia, German settlements there too, under the Tsars. But there was direct German over rulership. And there was never a sense of we've got to eliminate the Poles, either by eliminating them being Polish, teaching them all to speak German and forcing everything to be done in German and nothing in Polish. It wasn't even that, let alone trying to mass kill everybody. So prior to World War II and the Nazis and the communists and everything else, it's like political territory. Yeah, maybe my tribe could be, ethnic group, but my tribe may not be the one in power. Okay, but it's not impossible to live for generations with some other group in charge, which we can look at the Austro-Hungarian Empire for that, to see how reasonably well it was going, and it was going definitely better than the Ottoman Empire ruling over the same territories. So, not every ethnic group historically has gotten to be, and not even to this day, because we can look at something clearly like the Basque that are mostly down in Spain. No, I think mostly in France. Well, I don't know. They're sort of right in this border area between Spain and France. Where the most of them are, I forget. But, so we can look at the Basque down here. Since modern times, post-medieval, Renaissance and beyond, they've been dominated either by the French or the Spanish, and they're still the Basque people. There's a certain percentage of them would love to be, an independent, nation. Well, probably not. They're probably like, I used to literally work for Scottish independence. I'm totally against Scottish independence now, because the people that I knew back in the 90s they wanted Scottish independence. The people, since sometime in the 2000s, they just want to be part of the EU, but not subject to London. They want to be subject directly to Brussels. That to me isn't independence. That's just taking one overlord to having a different overlord. It's not independence. So probably the Basque don't want independence. They just want to be not part of France or Spain, but be the Basque state within the the United States of Europe. The future EU is probably what they want, but which just means the German and the French or whoever are going to be the dominant overlords over them, So it's not even like, hey, we finally have independence. No, we just traded French overlords for French overlords. So you look at it that way. And so World War I, they're fighting over territorial control. Yeah, the Germans are going to be more in charge than some other ethnic group, but it's not like eliminating them or radically subjugating them by it like the Soviet Union. I mean, you may go from a democracy to an authoritarian government with just a little bit of local, voting for your city council kind of thing or whatever, not zero voting, but not a vibrant democracy. Now, sometimes they're a vibrant democracy that still has an actual somewhat powerful monarch, but they, got, sort of like under the Kaiser, there were multiple political parties, and it wasn't, are we going to look at Britain? There was still, especially in World War I, the king was still rather powerful, but there was, lots of political parties going on. The prime minister was a bit more powerful than the king by World War I in Britain, so, where is a democracy and where is a monarchy or whatever you want to call it at that kind of region. But by World War II, it's a lot of the conflict is so ideological, whether it's communist, Nazi, or fascist. Trying to get a fascist, well, what if Italy wasn't fascist and then did something different? Well, that is so outside of the what if. What if Italy was a communist state? How would it have been different? Well, they wouldn't have allied with Germany, obviously. So yeah, you can play, and it's the wacky world of Kaiserreich game, and that's one sort of one of my titles for it, and it's wacky, but it's sort of well thought out wackiness. I like it. I don't play it much because I'm more interested in closer history. So in looking at reasonable what ifs, not saying what if Nazis weren't Nazis, what if Nazis just sort of like, and they did think about this a little bit, what if they thought about, okay, well, winter clothing. Well, we're just going to kick in the door to Moscow and it's just going to fall to us. Okay. Well, what about winter clothing once you kick in the door and you're going to occupy it in winter? Maybe you should make plans for winter clothing as well as not just and they had probably a bit more winter clothing than we think, but they had no plans and no preparation to get it out to the troops in the field. Meaning they're sort of in their summer clothing when they're, freezing outside of Moscow trying to make do. They really didn't, prepare like, oh, hey, yeah, get these, train boxcars or trucks or wagons prepared to take loads of winter clothing out, let alone make them in scales that they did. Well, what about and this wasn't like some, we're exploring the black. No. Like I say, Rosenberg and others were either Baltic Germans or other Germans that, grew up or lived and grew up under the Tsars, because there were, German colonies out here. They knew what it was like. It wasn't a mystery what the Russian winter was like. So they don't even prepare an antifreeze for the vehicles that was going to work. And it wasn't like it's a mysterious formula. I'm sure they knew what it was. The Russians had it. The Soviets had it, whatever you want to say. So they're not prepared for the winter freeze that when the counteroffensive that happens, in the 41 to 42 winter counteroffensive. Part of the reason it is so devastating is so much of the vehicles just don't work. They just can't literally get them started. And so they can't withdraw a tank. They can't withdraw an artillery piece. All they can at best do is try to use horse transport, and a lot of the horses aren't winterized horses is something that you has to be acclimated to, and there are different breeds of horses, as well as even the same breed that has multiple winters in here to somehow instinctively know to grow their winter coat even thicker than they would because it gets cold down, here in the high mountains, and it gets cold in the lowlands, but it gets cold like it is in the high mountains, but down in the lowlands of Russia. And I know Elizabeth hello Dark Knight, has more experience with some of that than I do, of course, but this wasn't mysterious conditions. And so the idea of that so I'm not putting this as, overconfidence, they wouldn't have prepared winter clothing because they didn't care, or they wouldn't have prepared antifreeze for the vehicles so that even if you do get pushed back, you can fall back a bit and pull your artillery and your anti-tank guns and your ammo supply, because when you're marching back from wherever you're garrisoned, you're probably leaving a stockpile of ammo that you can't carry. So all you got is, the food that you can carry, a little bit of ammo you can carry, and as much clothing as you got on to march through the Russian winter. And many people just die of exposure that are retreating, as even more so than, machine gun bullets the Russian counteroffensive is having. So that's why it's just so devastating, that counteroffensive. So much equipment is lost, just gone. Even if the division is saved, and even if it's 60% of the people are alive that make it back to friendly lines, they got to completely re-equip virtually all of their artillery park and most of their horses and most of their wagons and most of their trucks. Even of a non-motorized infantry division still had a few trucks and a few Kuba wagons. All of that just gone. And so, at least for some units, not every unit everywhere, but for a bunch of units, it's just gone. Or they save a portion of it, but most of it's gone. So we can do and I really think some of that is not hubris. It just fell through the cracks. There was some preparation, and I sort of had to look in to find some of it, and it's just finding some evidence of it. But I don't really, and I went in the last stream on how mysterious we're still finding World War II, finding details out. We have better for the Western world because the reports that the British and the Americans and whoever else, filed and that are around can be accessed. And so we have better ideas of, what we encountered there. So like North Africa, reasonably well documented, even if just from one side. But we did capture a lot of documents that, when we captured at various times. The Eastern Front is still very mysterious. But they had rad units. They were rad. Now, they were Reichsarbeitsdienst, National Labor Service, basically. And some of the units were armed, but with just basically rifles. They weren't meant for combat. They were workers. Mostly young men, not entirely, but mostly young men that were older than the Hitler Youth, but not quite being drafted in. They were going to go into the army. They got their training mostly in the Hitler Youth, how to shoot a rifle. And they're going to spend, say 6 months, a year, working in the National Labor Service before going into the military. Could be the Luftwaffe, could be the Kriegsmarine, most likely, of course, the Army. And there was definite preparations and they simulate this in War in the East 2, the Gary Grigsby game, that do have a few units that go along the railways, and we can click over here again, go along the railways and repair the railways. And their railway map is much more detailed. And for the Germans, and that's repairing them so that they're putting them over to the German gauge. But there's just a few. And so they're going along somewhat slowly, and you got to sort of pick your route that you want to revitalize. So they were doing some of that. But I know enough about the Germans, I know enough about the situation, they could have prepared it better and had significantly more planned railway upgrades. Because even if you're just kicking in the door and having, kicking in the door to Moscow and having the whole house of cards collapse, that's sort of kind of a, not an exact Hitler quote, but getting close to one of, and obviously saying it in German, but one of Hitler's thing when talk, his table talks, that he had and people recorded, made notes of, that he thought it was going to be. But even if you think it's going to be that, you still want to be able to supply your occupation troops, and even if you don't think the factories that you capture are going to be immediately that useful, and before they're useful you can repair the railways, you're going to want some resources coming that you're already getting prior to the invasion, all the grain coming in and other things. So I just kind of think it was just sort of oh yeah, we're doing it, we got some rad dudes, they're going to be starting revitalizing it. But I don't really think the planners, the guys that are actually planning the campaign, really look. And again, we don't have all the information, so I don't know if we can really know. And I don't trust after the war statements, because people will either want to blame other departments, or they'll want to make themselves look good or whatever. So I don't trust post-war stuff to be entirely accurate. I'm not saying it's entirely wrong. It's just, whether to themselves trying to justify what they did. Oh, we did a good job, or trying to tell other people, oh yes, we did a good job. I just don't trust that. So you got to really look at, like Adam Tooze. I'm pretty sure it is Adam Tooze, who's done some very good research. I'm not the person to read original German documents or the original Russian documents. Don't read the languages. But these people do, when they can get access to them, to look at these details. So I am sure that Germany had the capability, and especially when you have from summer 1940 to basically summer 1941 to prepare for it. And even in the sense that if you go, oh, hey, we want to keep Barbarossa a secret from the Russians, fine. You just simply say to your people, well, if the Russians were to attack, and if we were going to have to fight a war that lasts into the winter, what do we need to do? Oh, well, we need to manufacture and make sure that we have stockpiles of antifreeze, and we make sure that we have preparations to deliver that antifreeze to the trucks and the tanks and whatever, our forces on the Eastern Front. Okay. Oh, well, what if, we're occupying Poland now, but what if we're, again, have the scenario and we're going to have to occupy some territory? Well, what if we have preparations for winter clothing? And winter clothing and severe winter clothing, not just, hey, we're in southern Germany in the lowlands winter clothing, but severe winter clothing. Manufacture it and be prepared to deliver it. Well, what if we have to invade the Soviet Union? Can we really step up railway repair? And so you can see where I'm getting at. It's not, we can talk about what if America isn't prepared for a war with Japan, and which they weren't really. I mean, they were making some preparations. They send out a few additional forces, maybe like about a division or so, out to the Philippines. Well, they send some Stuart light tanks. They only send anti-tank ammunition initially. They supposedly, if I remember correctly, do send some high explosive rounds, but they never get issued to the tank units. They literally sit in warehouses. Well, it's not too big of a what if. And so when they're defending the beach up here, all they got is machine guns and anti-tank rounds that if you literally miss the guy by, half an inch, he's fine, including digging into the earth. That little bit of shockwave into the earth, and big deal. So it's basically a machine gun tank, not anything with a high explosive round that you shoot near a machine gun or a bunch of infantry and it goes bang, locally. And the 37 millimeter gun isn't that powerful, but it is useful in an anti-infantry role if it has high explosive rounds. They don't have them. So it isn't a big what if. And we could do, other what ifs. But you're not going to, and you definitely see the willingness of the American government, because we're not yet at wartime, the American government to start funding a massive cruiser building program prior to the outbreak of the war, so that they're, just as the war is outbreaking, they're actually coming into service. And a few carriers and a few other things. But there isn't going to be a realistic, well, what if we had 6 more divisions down into the Philippines? No, that is not realistic to the realities of America. Even if there are some few forward-thinking people that really go, this is really likely. And even if they got up in front of Congress and, in a testimony, we think the likelihood is 90% that Japan is going to attack us in the Philippines. Most of the institutions, including the Army and the Navy, don't believe it. It's just not in the psyche. And they're not going to be able to sell the American people on it at that point. So I'm not talking about what ifs America isn't America. I'm talking about, well, what if, if you do a what if, well, what if you did get the, an additional extra division over what was actually sent out here? And what if, they had some more anti-infantry type ammunition for the tanks? And what if, because the original plan was, well, when the Japanese attack, we're all going to go hang out in Bataan, which makes Manila not functional as a port. They have Corregidor Island and Fort Drum, which was a big concrete ship that doesn't go anywhere, that has big naval guns, turrets on it that can fire 360 degrees. And it was one of the last things to finally, it doesn't surrender. They burn them out. They, do an assault on the island and, pour gasoline and whatnot into the bunkers and kill the Americans that are fighting in there. They're a legitimate legitimate warfare tactic. I'm not trying to blame the Japanese or anything, but that's how they finally have to silence Fort Drum. Now, it wouldn't have happened had they still controlled Bataan, but MacArthur, sort of at the last moment, and I think with some reason, realizes the attack is not that strong. It's strong, but not that strong, that maybe we can kill it at the beach. So they rush up here at that. And so that the planners, and once this isn't working, literally the guy or guys that were supposed to organize up the shipping of supplies, because there's better warehouses here, to move the supplies to keep Bataan fighting, just don't do it. So the Japanese capture the American ammunition supplies that are over here near Manila. They're just never moved. And it's not that they couldn't have been moved. It's not that they didn't have the trucks. Just nobody took the initiative to do it once the sort of operation changed, because the guy who was supposed, I don't know the details of it, but basically the guy who was supposed to run the thing was either killed or busy doing something else, dealing with other war issues, and just doesn't get it moves. And it isn't until they're really literally coming out here that they realize, fuck, we didn't even bring the food with us, let alone the ammunition. And they get a little bit out, and there's already a little pre-positioned, but it doesn't. So that's just a minor fuck up. That isn't America not being America. That's just a minor fuck up. So, and of course, we do know that the Japanese invasion is so big, and the sinking of the most of the surface fleet and just leaving 3 carriers basically operational, that the U.S. really isn't capable of sending a relief force to relieve the Philippines. But hey, had those battleships not been destroyed, had the America been able to organize up a few more supply convoy divisions to go in that they did have back in California, and rush them out here, they might have, and I don't know the details, but they might have been able to hold long enough and keep the Philippines to be an active theater long enough to come and get reinforcements. The British had more troops at the time that the Japanese were sitting here. They had captured a bunch of troops, but a bunch of the troops that had been up and along this route had been able, they kept getting outflanked and having to retreat. They captured a bunch, but a bunch had made it out. And a bunch more, including like another division, shows up here. They've got more troops than the Japanese, and the Japanese are literally out of ammunition. And the British surrender. Had the British even tried, and then one of the reasons they surrender is the main freshwater plant for Singapore is up here instead of down in Singapore on the island at the time, because that sort of protected it. And they were all worried about, a direct assault on it. They did not think the Japanese would be able to fight there all the way down the peninsula, just that it's a very rugged country. They thought they could, do blocking lines and hold it. Not that there couldn't be other invasion positions, but they'd be able to hold this, because this is just, I think there was a rail line here, just not up here at the time of the war. I don't believe this was connected at the time of the war start. I may be wrong, but I don't believe so. So, I think because they would have they saw the difficulties for them to try to, if they were trying to move here, they thought they were, safer having it here. And so they saw the water supply and the desalination plants or whatever, the reservoirs and all that stuff was like, oh shit, the Japanese either have taken it or are about to take it, and we're not going to be able to defend it. And they couldn't have defended it, in the sense that if they were staying on the defensive, the Japanese did have a little bit of ammo. I mean, not that they had zero ammo, but it was virtually out. And what was it, Wavell or whoever? I forget who. No, it wasn't Wavell. I forget whoever it was. Surrenders. They had crated up American airplanes that had been, shipped in, buffaloes and other things that had yet to be uncrated. They had plenty of ammunition. They had plenty of fresh troops that they could have easily rolled the Japanese all the way back up to the beachhead and killed or captured all of the Japanese forces. It was just a mistake of one commander, not what if British weren't British, because Britain did not, and we can look at other places, Tobruk in particular, of we're fighting to the last. No, he just decides, well, there's the civilian population, and if the limited water supplies if we have, or if we hoard it just for the military, there's going to be starvation or, dehydration situation for the population. No, if they just said, fuck it, we're fighting. Now, if they just purely stayed on the defensive, they probably would have eventually lost. But had they, well, let's counterattack, as one of the authors, what are the one of the sureties in life? Germans are going to counterattack. So you look at World War I, look at World War II, they lose a position, they always counterattack. Even just a weak counterattack, because sometimes they've just barely lost and the enemy is discombobulated organization-wise, and even just 10 guys with pistols might drive off, the tanks, because they're worried that maybe they got Molotov cocktails. So they might retreat. Not that always every counterattack that the Germans are going to do is going to be desperate and hard fought. No, it's just a counterattack attempt. had the British just tried that, and the British are known for holding out and attacking, because you can look at, again, North Africa, in which, whether it's the Tobruk lines that are holding, that they were sending out serious raiders, as well as at other places along and during stages of the North Africa campaign, which is happening prior to Singapore. And so it's within general British thought that, hey, you raid the enemy. You don't just, you may set up defensive lines, but you raid the enemy. You look at Churchill and the raiding of the commandos along the coastlines of Norway and France and wherever else. They're raiding the enemy. So it's not like some British law that they would just, mental block that they would just purely go on the defensive and wait. They would have counterattacked. If they had chosen to continue to fight, they would have attempted. Whether it would have worked out or not, whether it would have been strong or not or something, but since they had very little ammunition, they probably would find out that they were being very successful. So yes, I like what ifs that are within the parameters of history. It's, we really got to look hard to see what would either get Franco to join the Axis or the United States to invade Spain. That's a hard one, but one that either one I could possibly argue. Spain joining the Axis, Germany controlling down here, Germany controlling, or Italy controlling down here, especially if it's a post Torch landing, that if Germany throws them off and occupies all this, and Germany occupies all that, or particularly if Germany does so and America is not in the war, Spain might, Franco might go, yeah, lots of German pressure, looks like they're going to really succeed, it's going to be better to be in the war, just sort of kind of be in the war. They send off the Blue Division, to go fight, and it's sort of an appeasement to Hitler. And also, I think, to get rid of some of their firebrands. Because Franco was not a fascist. I know they call everybody a fascist nowadays. Franco was not a fascist. He was a nationalist. And he had fascist, or in their version, phalangist, in his government. But it was a coalition, a right-wing coalition government. It wasn't a fascist government. It was a mixed government. Hey, IKB, good to have you here, my friend. I have an answer for you. Oh, great. I would love to, when we get a chance sometime, I'd love to hear that. Not right now. Not that you can't say it, but I would love to more hear it just in person from you. Because I get a better sense of how it was said to you. And then I, will filter that to what future talks about current world situations and understanding things. Because I'm trying to understand what's going on, well, everywhere on the planet, but particularly what's going on in Europe and the people's reaction to things, including supposedly some correct, don't know if it is, leaked information that the U.S. is withdrawing, going to, not immediately. There's sort of like two carrier groups, not just two carriers, two carrier groups that are assigned more or less to European NATO defense. We're supposedly going down to one carrier group. Like all of the high-level reconnaissance drones that are in NATO that the U.S. has. The U.S. is supposedly going to withdraw them. I don't know if this is true. The reconnaissance drones is something that Europe will more likely be able to build replacements. Europe not won't, not politically can't. Technologically and industrially, Europe cannot replace an American carrier group. Britain cannot reliably get even one carrier out of port. It can occasionally get one out, but in my opinion, it cannot reliably get even one carrier group out, let alone both carriers. Or not groups, just carriers. And France has one carrier that is reliable, but it's very old, and I know they're building a new one. I don't know when it's coming online. But that's at best going to replace, modernize, yes, but replace the French carrier currently. Whether they have the rest, France and or whatever, has... But even then, it would need to build two carriers, really, to replace its current capabilities, plus replace the American, but also build modern support ships. And even if you don't need all of the logistic support, because you're not planning on using the carrier group, globally, just regionally, meaning you go back into port and, resupply very quickly and go back operationally quickly. Because, if you're just futzing around in the North Sea or the Mediterranean, okay, that isn't that difficulty. But I don't think they have the technology. It wouldn't just be another one of the French carriers to equal a modern American carrier. I know the British ones are big. I think the French one that's coming is going to be big, but you probably need two of those. But even then, I don't really think, and IKB might be better than me on it. I definitely know his source. Again, I'm being a little cagey on the name. It's not that I don't know or don't want to say. I'm not sure what I should say. He's a YouTuber, yeah. Dr. Clark, which I have watched some of his videos. I sort of forgot his name when IKP and I were talking about him, but yeah. We'll know 100% better than I will their actual build and technological design capabilities for their French newer generation, and if Britain ever is going to be able to build a real functional carrier, but not just have a carrier, but be able to maintain the operational tempo of that many aircraft. Because as far as I know, the American carriers, and I used to know this better, in the past, but can fully operate all of their aircraft on a day-night continuous operational levels. Yes, eventually all of the aircraft will need, if you constantly use them, will, not from combat losses, but will burn out. Will need to go for serious maintenance levels. At times, America has maintained enough other aircraft squadrons that could literally replace in the field if they wanted to for much of their carriers. I don't know that the U.S. Navy currently has that capability. They have some of the capability because we rotate carriers. So even if the carrier that they might have been assigned to normally is somewhat laid up, we could rapidly, fly out globally, because we can do global refueling to get the aircraft carrier, get the aircraft to the carrier and get the other aircraft going back home for their maintenance cycle to cycle through them. I don't know that the future French or the British carriers would be able to maintain that level of tempo, including the idea of underway replenishment, because, and they're not, as far as I know, the British or the French are nuclear carrier, nuclear power. They might be, I could be wrong. But even if they are powered, all that jet fuel and other fuels that are needed on board those carriers, because there's other subsystems that are, little tractors and other things that are running on other fuels, they need to be underway replenished. And they need to be underway replenished with bombs and other things that the U.S. can underway replenish do that I don't believe Europe can do. It's not even a political decision whether they can politically get this done. Oh, and America is planning on removing a lot of its mid-air refueling from Europe as well. So Europe's fucked. Okay, people, Europe's fucked. And it's not America fucking it. It is, Dr. Clark is very informative and good. Watch, yes. And I just will say, IKB does know Dr. Clark in person a bit. So I'm not saying they're best buddies. I'm not trying to put words in IKB's mouth or make anything up. But he does know. And that's who we're referring to, that he has an answer for a question. And I'll get what IKB wants to tell me. And and what I should say about it from him offline. But because it's actually a sensitive topic. Not a secret topic or anything like that, but just sort of a sensitive one. And yeah, so, and obviously, take his word over mine, because I'm just to some degree talking out of my ass when I'm talking about this stuff. So what America, it's going to take a long time, but it's also going to take the political will of Europe. And America isn't fucking Europe. Europe has fucked itself a long time ago. And America is just finally getting fed up with their, oh, why don't you have universal health care in America like we do in Europe? Well, why don't you have a fucking army in Europe like we do in America? That's the thing. And the world is still dangerous. And because it's still dangerous, America can't be everywhere all the time. So Europe's fucked. That's just one issue. We can also talk about other things that I'm watching, coming down to is like the immigration thing and whatnot, that I just don't know. Europe is in an, I think Europe, and including Britain, is at an existential danger crisis. And it can even win all of its issues, if you will, and still be in danger, because the solutions will be something like neo-national socialism. If they don't, if the reasonable people, and not just, or if the reasonable people become unreasonable, not the radical, not the truly the far right, not who they call the far right nowadays, but if reasonable people need to make, which I think are unreasonable decisions to solve these problems, like getting rid of millions of people. And when I say get rid of, I mean get rid of. What by any means necessary. They gotta go. They can't stay. Where they're going to end up, I don't know, but they've got to go. If they don't do these things, either one, Europe truly is collapsed and doomed. Not immediately, not in the next 6 months or even 6 years, but inevitably it's gone, or its reaction is going to change something akin, not necessarily become communist, but akin to the Leninist, Stalinist massive alteration to Russia, that included the Holodomor, including all of that horrors that happened to Russia just internally. I'm not talking about World War II or any of that stuff, but just that level of alteration that, there'll be something called Europe, and it won't be filled with people from the rest of the world, but it'll look as radically changed, as permanently changed as it was from Imperial Russia to what it is modern day. It'll be that sort of, and it'll take the time period of radicalness like we saw of, about 50 years of Soviet, no longer, because Soviet back 1920, about 60, 70 years of whatever this radical operation, generations. The generation basically that will start whatever that revolution will be 100% gone by the time it's done. If reasonable people aren't willing to take some unreasonable decisions, you're going to have one of two choices that in my opinion, Europe is going to face. And I know I have a bunch of European friends here and just European viewers. That, I think, is what Europe is facing. America, it isn't as bad. We haven't destroyed our military. We've let in lots of people, but not as many, in my understanding, as really as the percentages as they had in Europe. We're not facing a belligerent, massive nation like Europe is facing on its borders. We control things, and we're going to be able to get rid of most of our illegal aliens. And we're not nearly as threatened by these various things. So we're not in a great place. I'm not saying America's wonderful and Europe is fucked. I'm saying America's just not nearly as critical. And I only see Europe and I'm not talking about, like Churchill was warning about Bolshevism, in 1918, actively. Just no one was paying attention to him, really. And he was trying to do everything he could to, as he could, in various roles, government and non-government, to try to suppress Bolshevism. I'm not saying that there weren't in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000 aughts, that there weren't people, and we've recently been coming up in the British context, Enoch Powell's warning coming up. Not that there weren't people warning, but it really didn't get to the masses, that I think it's only just starting to get to them. It's not just, oh, well, we have a few, we have 10 or 20 terrorist attacks that kill 10 to 20 people at a time. Well, Germany could put up with that. We're only going to have, 200-300 women a year raped. Well, that's not even a half of a tenth of a whatever of a percent of the German women. We can put up with a few hundred German women raped. Ain't that big a deal. I mean, they would even acknowledge it's a big deal for the ones that it happens to, but society-wise, ain't that big a deal. They're waking up that it is something that's critical. So it goes beyond just that a few women are going to have to walk around in burqas and the other women get to be in bikinis. It's incompatible lifestyles. And where Europe saw, particularly in France and in Britain, and particularly France, for the Algerians who fled Algeria to France, did so because they were the collaborationists. They were the ones for a few generations, 70, 80, 90 years, that had been somewhat Francophiled, turned into pseudo-Frenchmen. And so they chose to flee Algeria, partially, I think, and I don't know this in detail by any means, partially worried that they were the collaborationists and worried about what the new Algerian regime would do to them. Like we did with the U.S. did with the South Vietnamese, particularly the ones that, were our collaborationists. Now, they were also South Vietnamese anti-communists, not just American collaborationists, meaning they were fighting for an independent South Vietnam. Wouldn't have minded to have an independent all Vietnam non-communist. Some of them were fighting for, were actually Northerners that had moved south to get away from communism. So it wasn't just quite the collaborationist element. And so those people, as well as like in Britain, the term Windrush, I don't exactly know where it comes from, but these were the sort of the colonial collaborationists. So they were somewhat Anglified that moved into Britain. Now they've integrated better than the Algerians in France. But so you got people that were somewhat compatible with European culture coming in, and so that wasn't that big of a problem. And there wasn't that many of them. But particularly in France, the multiple generations after the initial generation, they've become radicalized. Maybe not so much the Windrush generation in the immigrants. And those are immigrants from, Jamaica or India or Muslim countries, they're, or Chinese or whoever, from Hong Kong or whoever, So there are a various mix of peoples. And so a lot of them that were the Indians, some of them were coming from India, but a lot of them were Indians that had migrated and lived for a generation or two in the Caribbean or in Africa. And when those places weren't hospitable to them anymore, instead of going to India, they went to Britain. So they were already, English speakers, used to dealing with the English systems, may have to get used to cold weather or something, but they were more integratable. That's not the case currently and with the last 20 years. And so I see this as incompatible cultures. They're not going to be compatible, and they're not going to, and they are letting the women come in afterwards. They're not setting up, and they're going to become Eurofied. I said because they're also talking about Germany and Spain and wherever else. They're not going to. They're going to create enclaves that are going to continue to expand either by birth rate and or continuing immigration. So Europe has to do something, people. There's just no two ways. Either it caves or it has a massive, really bad reaction. And so, and sort of to a degree, the answer that I get from IKB is a symptom of this, and it will inform my decisions. Okay, let me check out the thing here. Yeah, EU needs to get some tough love from US if NATO will continue. Yeah, I'm a big supporter of NATO. I'm all for the FUs that the Trump administration is giving to NATO. I'm not even talking about, freedom of speech limitations and other things that are going on in Europe. Just simply the NATO one. I'm all for the tough love stuff. And I don't mean it just as a threat to try to provoke them. I'm saying, fuck it. Let them, let's go, let's make a statement and go, hey, well, we're not, if Russia wants to take out Poland, no, we're not going to do anything about it, guys. Have fun, because F you. Until and unless you actually do shit that we say we require you to do, we're going to go fuck you. I mean, we don't care. And if you want to kick us out of the bases, you want to go alone immediately, we're out. We'll be out in 6 months. We don't do an Afghanistan withdrawal of 6 days. We'll dismantle the bases. We'll leave. We'll take all of our gear, all of our equipment, orderly, and withdraw. If you want to say fuck you. Otherwise, we're going to continue to use the bases, but we're going to clearly say, yeah, Russia, don't bomb our bases. If you don't bomb our bases, we'll let you invade Poland, the Baltic states, Finland. You can have it all. You want not just Transnistria and Moldova back. You want Romania? Go ahead, take it. I mean, literally make those statements. And we're going to say that until Europe comes and does what we demand they do. And it isn't going to be like, as Marco Rubio just in the last few days saying, we're not accepting that you say a defense expenditure is paying retired soldiers their pension. That is not a defense expenditure like European nations have claimed. That doesn't come to the 5% of GDP. And I might even be harsher. I want NATO to survive. I want the U.S. to be part of it. I am pro that. But I'm not pro what the continuing trajectory has been of American doing all the heavy lifting, America doing all the real thing, and go, yeah, hey, if you nuke Berlin, can you give us some warning so that we get our people out first? Maybe code word it if you need to. So I'm serious. I probably would be a terrible American president, but I would be making these public statements. And if you noticed, again, within the last week, Rubio was asked by a Democratic congressperson, and I think it was the one that's a male that pretends to be a female, that the person asked Marco Rubio, won't America come to Europeans' defense? Marco Rubio doesn't say no, but he also doesn't say yes. I'm going to be going to the meeting in next week or whenever it is coming up in Ankara, and then the larger one coming up in, Brussels or something, or The Hague or wherever the second one is. And we're going to be talking to Europe about that very subject, or words to these effects. Basically, in a public, on-the-record hearing in front of Congress, the Secretary of State of the United States gave basically the same answer. And this was if they invoke Article 5 of the treaty, not just if there's an incident, but if they invoke Article 5, the U.S. just gave the same answer that we give over Taiwan. Because supposedly, again, when Trump went to his very recent trip to China, that they rolled out the very big red carpet and even had the band in multiple occasions. They didn't do the lyrics, but had the band playing the YMCA song for him. And then a week later, Putin shows up and they sort of have some other dude show up, and they roll out a small red carpet and whatever. But you can look at the size of the celebration. It's like a quarter the size of what they were doing for Trump. Supposedly, and I don't know how good this information is, she was asking Trump, will you come to the defense of Taiwan? And Trump's reply is, I'm not supposed to say. I'm not going to say. Because he wasn't going to either commit America to the defense of Taiwan openly, but he wasn't also going to say no. That's basically what Marco Rubio said about Europe people. And if you don't realize that that is actually a major serious change in U.S. policy by the Secretary of State of the United States, not just Trump tweeting something out that he didn't get cleared, not, that, I'm just having an emotional reaction to something. It's somebody who's prepared, who knows, who just said, we don't know if you invoke Article 5, we're going to do it. And also in that same basic set of hearings, it may not be that exact session, but that same set of hearings, what good is NATO to us if they're not being helpful to us? Meaning if they're denying us, well, you can't fly through Italian airspace to attack Iran. We're not even talking about, and we're not even suggesting that we're invoking Article 5, which has only been invoked over 9/11 and specifically Afghanistan reaction. We're not saying, like, you've got to come in Italy and send warships or go bomb Iran with us. We're not even saying you got to let us use your air bases. You're not allowing us to overfly your territory? Then why the fuck are we in NATO? You can go and say, well, just because the U.S. goes to war with somebody doesn't mean all the NATO countries have to follow suit. Totally agree. And we did not clear these operations for Iran with anybody in NATO before it happened. And so I'm not upset. Me personally, Trump might be. I'm not upset that NATO does not want to join in offensive operations against Iran. I'm not upset at all. I'm a bit upset that they refuse to escort neutral shipping in and out of the, Persian Gulf. Neutral shipping, not American shipping. I'm not asking them to blockade Iranian shipping, but that they won't set up an escort mission to escort neutral ships. And we can even talk about ships not going to the U.S., just going to other neutral countries, that they won't do that. And they won't let us use joint air bases, other bases that the U.S. have contributed to over the years, even if they may be mostly paid for by the Italians, but the U.S. has contributed to their upkeep and maintenance over the years. I'm absolutely sure of, at least in a few cases, maybe in a lot of cases, that they won't allow local refueling. Okay, the U.S. may have to pay for the fuel, or replace it with other fuel, other jet fuel delivered to Italy, so that, if we're taking away jet fuel from their Air Force to use on our airplanes, just fuel, not bombs. Okay, we'll either repay you for it or replace it in a timely manner. Then why the fuck are we in NATO? What U.S. interest? Because we're no longer talking about the Cold War, global domination of communism versus capitalism, or however you want to say it. Democracy versus people's democracy, which is basically a dictatorship of a party, maybe by an individual, but definitely a dictatorship by a party. Because definitely sometimes a few times in the Soviet Union, sometimes in the People's Republic of China, it's been sort of a junta more. I mean, there may have been a figurehead, but sometimes it's more of a junta than a current leader, dictatorial leader. China right now, it is Xi. Sometimes they've had a president, yeah, but it's more of whatever their ruling council is really who's in charge. So, party control or pluralistic democracy, however you want to, we're no longer talking about that on a global scale. We're now talking about national interest. So explain to me, how does it hurt the U.S. if Romania and Poland are somehow dominated by Russia? I'm not saying I want it personally. I'm against it entirely. But how does it hurt U.S. interests if those two countries go back to being 100% puppet of Russia. What strategic national interest is for the U.S. is harmed for that? What global? Oh, democracy. Oh, we're going to ban the AfD in Germany because it's the most popular party in Germany. We're going to ban it. I'm not saying most of the people are AfD supporters, but I do believe the AfD has the largest popularity of any of the parties in Germany right now. I think so. I may be wrong. Or we're going to ban, Reform in Britain or something. Again, the party most likely to become the next majority party in Britain. Maybe Restore will replace it by the time the election happens, but right now it's Reform. Or we're going to ban Marine Le Pen's party. Oh, probably the biggest party in France. That ain't democracy, people. So we're not defending democracy here. We're not, so explain to me, because if you can explain to me, I have good reasons why I think America should do this. But Europe isn't explaining to America why we should fucking care enough to, spend trillions of dollars and maybe go to global thermonuclear war if a massive war breaks out, to have so many millions of people die in a war. How many have died in Ukraine? Even if you just have a conventional war in Europe in 20 years, Russia isn't invading tomorrow, Europe. No, they might do some other shit, but they're not invading Europe tomorrow. 20 years, there's only basically 20 years from World War I to World War II. There could be an outbreak of peace, even if Russia completely withdraws, even from Crimea, and there's an outbreak of peace. In 20 years, you might see massive tank invasions of Europe, because Russia may decide to get its act together and then come all over, come and conquer Europe. I realize it started to go the wrong way. But so, tell me why that is going to be so detrimental to the U.S. If Europe isn't very favorable to trade, why would Russia be any worse? Because they're unfavorable to trade with you? Explain to me that. And if Russia will allow American tourists to go visit, where the former royal family of Britain used to live, Buckingham Palace, presumably still be there. The Hermitage is still in, and whatever, in Russia. Or to go, visit the Eiffel Tower if it wasn't blown up, or visit its ruins, if it's blown up, why, American tourists still get to go to Russian-occupied Europe? How's that? I'm seriously, how is that harming America? In fact, it might be helping America. And these Europeans are just, Now, I'm pro-Europe, but you've got to do your part. Okay. Europe as a whole is nearly third world status as a naval power. It ain't as good as China. Definitely Britain is not, because the carriers aren't working. Japan's navy is probably bigger than any one navy in Europe. And I don't know that it's bigger than all of European NATO. India's trying. I don't know that India is better than the biggest NATO navy, but it's trying to get better with it. Seriously trying to get better with the navies. It's putting a lot of effort into that. So China, Japan, India are naval rivals to had been serious former, we're not talking, Poland, which, has minuscule coastline, or Belgium or something. We're talking France, Germany, Britain, Italy, who had big navies. Spain just had been poor and didn't have a big navy, but lots of coastline. Since America sunk the navy back in 1900, Spain really hasn't had much of a navy. Yeah, sometimes you lose a navy in 1900, and I know it had been degrading ever since its peak during the Napoleonic Wars. That was sort of its peak naval, but America sinks it and it never recovers. It never has either the national will and/or the national economy to rebuild its navy since America sunk it. So, and we did sink a lot of it out in Manila Bay or whatever during the Spanish-American War, as well as some other actions. We sunk a lot of Spain's navy, and it never recovered. So sometimes just one battle is almost permanent for the modern life. There will be something, whether it's a Moorish or Arabic Spain one day, or whether it's this Spain, someday some new country there may build a big navy one day. I'm not saying it ain't going to happen one day, sometime, but not for the foreseeable future. Spain just isn't going to do so. So yes, it isn't much. I open the stream at 30 minutes and no, I come back and it's like 3 months progress. Well, we've just been invading the Soviet Union and whatnot. Okay. Yes, Dr. Clark is very good at that. Truly a gamer LARP moment. Yes, hello, Max 9070. Naval History with Dr. Alex is the channel to check out. Yes, very good channel. To guarantee one ship ready and operational, you need 3 ships. Absolutely, IKB. The British government paid for 3.5 and got 2 because of the accountants for the treasury. Yes, who run the show. Absolutely, you're absolutely right, IKB. Not just I know you are, not just I'm green, because I know you know this stuff well. Yeah, no, and for the size of the nation, Britain does have something of a naval building capacity. And I know I am talking a little bit out of my ass, but they really don't have enough to properly rebuild their Navy. And I don't know how much of that is, part of it is they could slowly build up to the target, but to replace what America is withdrawing and what America may need to do and what they may actually need to do to control things, to be a respectable partner again, I don't know that they currently have the capability. Not that they couldn't build the capability, but they don't have it now, is what I'm talking about. We're not talking about, Bangladesh. If the rest of the planet were to disappear, in enough generations, maybe Bangladesh could have what we would consider a modern navy, but probably not. It would probably just retrograde down to, 1700s Bangladesh, and if that was the only planet, if all the rest of the world got nuked, but somehow disappeared, but Bangladesh was just fine, Bangladesh is just going to atrophy and go away, from any sort of modern state, in my opinion. But so some nations just truly don't have that capability, and other nations maybe technologically do, but just Bulgaria might be able to build themselves up, but just doesn't have the geographical reason to build a large navy, even if they could afford it or something. Sort of Poland would also be a similar sort of case. Britain has, I think if you were to go literally one or two more generations, IKB, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, Britain's naval tradition will be gone and it will be unrecoverable. You could build a new one, but the traditions will just be so far gone that there'll be no contiguous memory of proper naval operational traditions. It'll just be gone. You eliminate your NCO class, you eliminate your great bulk of your officer class that just sort of becomes caretaker, whatever bullshit. It's going. America's industry is going. We're starting to try to recover it. It's not quite as going as good as Trump wants to trumpet things, because that's just Trump. But we're coming back to becoming industrious again. We've not lost our warfighting capability mentality. We've lost a lot of our industrial thing. We're now at the turning point for America, and America, I think, is making the right direction to bring industriousness back to America, instead of like, oh, we'll make it in China or we'll make it in India. No, we're going to make it in America again, whatever it is. We might not make everything, every toaster sold in America might not be made in America, but a lot of them will. Maybe not most of them, but a lot of them will. We're bringing it back to America enough that will keep that industriousness in America. And we're sort of at a turning point. And that's how I would say with the British Navy. They're at a true turning point. When I was serving, the units we worked with were very disappointed, aside from the Italian Bundeswehr was like a joke of their former military accomplishments, the EU would collapse without the US. Yes, and this is the kind of thing. Hello, Wolfie Gamer, how you doing? Not entirely, but still, as you're a European, I don't want to hear what I already know, and Europe is already cooked worse than Russia. Yes. And I'm not saying Europe can't turn around. This is why I'm saying what we think reasonable, what are truly reasonable people, the choices are no longer reasonable choices. The people have got to leave Europe. And supposedly Germany has said, Germany said they got to go. Syria said, nope, we're not taking them back. Partially, I believe, because those people working in Germany, or just even getting benefits in Germany, they're sending money home. Partially, I believe, some of the new people ruling Syria don't like the people that left, whether for, because Syria is still a tribal country, people, if you don't realize. Some of them might be the wrong tribe. Some of them might be not Islamic fundamentalists, maybe of the right tribe, but not the right fundamentalist group, or other reasons they don't want them back. Hey, Germany should fly them back. And if they have to, push them out the back of the airplane. You could even, if you really want to be generous, give them parachutes. But literally, I'm saying they've got to go back, whether it's a landing craft. But if you're going to shoot at the landing craft, a few miles out to sea, shore 6 miles that way, see who makes it, they got to go back. Now somebody else goes, hey, we want Syrians, fine, give them to them. But they've got to go. Unreasonable choices have to be made. If you want them, you want to have landing craft, and as they come up to the landing craft, hand them AK-47s and say, go. Fine. But they've got to go. And you have to have reasonable people understand that they've got to go. This isn't like we want them. No, they have to go. And, if it takes a bit of a bribe and that's all it's going to take, okay, fine. Give Syria a bribe. Get the people. If they're not going, if they're just 100% unwilling, hey, push them in the North Sea. I'm serious, because they can't stay. This is not a soft-hearted time to be. Now, I don't want them dead. I'm not a Nazi. I don't want them dead. I don't think they have to die, but they can't stay. And they're not native they're not like 1,000 generations or 1,000 years or whatever habitants. They are a foreign, they're not just a subsect of people like the Jews were in Germany. The Jews were not the same Jews that were down in Jerusalem 1,000 or 2,000 years before. They were, they spoke German. They might have had slightly different values, but they had more or less got along with society. It's a different matter. These people have a home to go to. Send them home. And so, Europe. And I'm pro-European. I'm just not pro the current nut jobs in charge of Europe. Europeans prefer to cope. Unfortunately, it is over demographic-wise. 70% voters still have not funded. Yes, I agree. And they have not come to that. And IKB is commenting on Windrush was the name of the ship that brought a lot of the immigrants from West Indies to Britain post-war to make up for the. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know how the name happened, but I knew basically the post-war needs / when Uganda kicked out the Indians that had been there for just a few generations. A lot of them were elected to, or whatever, go to Britain instead of going back to India. And I'm only suggesting to doing the same thing. I know Idi Amin goes crazy, but it's not unreasonable once you get your independence to say bye-bye to your, former colonial collaborationists from other regions outside of your current independent. It's not, and it's cruel, but life is cruel. It's sometimes you may have to make unreasonable choices. Now, of course, we know the Indians contributed a lot to Ugandan society, and Uganda would be a lot better off if they had a small Indian, mercantile class, professional class living there, an integrated part of society. It would be better, but it wouldn't be pure, quote unquote, Ugandan or whatever. I know there's multiple tribes and whatnot, but nasty things have to happen. I'm sorry, it just is, because things. Uncertainty is often more difficult for people to deal with, both friend and enemy. Yeah. I know I have a few friends here. Thank you for being here, but otherwise no one's listening to me. And I've been saying this before COVID, before you let in all these people. You could have made choices that seemed cruel, but ultimately would have been less cruel. And, I know I'm not always right, but I'm, I know I'm not German and I'm not French, and I shouldn't rule Germany or France, but I'm enough Anglo, if you want to call it that. And those who know, for not quite 6 months, but a good chunk of the time I lived in Britain. I visited Britain in a 10-year period a bunch of times, at least like for a 10-year period, roughly at least once, sometime 1 year, I think it was 3 years. And for 2 or 3 weeks each time I was going in and out of Britain. So I sort of know Britain. So I would not be an alien ruler to Britain. I mean, I obviously have Anglo-American sentiments, like freedom of speech and freedom for guns, that the British people, don't like hurdy words and don't like people that have guns. I get that. I'm a bit different, but I'm not alien to them. I'm not, so foreign that they don't recognize. I know I could have done a better job ruling Britain, not just as a dictator, but really put out messages that the people could understand. Not that they'd all agree with me, but why we can't do certain things and why we must do other things. And Britain would have been in a lot better place had I, And so, like I say, I'm not just a language thing, but a cultural and idea thing, and how to really communicate and really understand Germans or French or whoever. I know I'm not really qualified to actually be a ruler there, even though I sort of kind of know things a bit. I don't claim that. Britain and I would claim that I have enough knowledge, enough background, that I could have been a decent, better than any, Boris Johnson, better than Cameron, better than whoever, better than Keir Starmer. I would be doing better than that, but nobody listens to me. Maybe that means I wouldn't be a good ruler because nobody listens to me. I don't know. Okay, let's continue with catching up on the chat. To be fair, refusal by the Italians there was because it was an action on behest of Israel rather than NATO joint operation. It doesn't matter. The Italians, I don't know why they refused airspace. I understand why Spain did, because they're controlled by a communist government, functionally, whether they admit it or not. They're just anti-American because they're anti-American, the current government. I'm not saying all the Spanish people, I'm saying the current government, which obviously got elected. They're anti-American. Italy had been pro. I don't know if they're, just using their airspace. That's what really bothers me. And we should also be able to use, I still remember the time my first big bus tour around Europe. I was just out of high school, alone on I'm obviously part of the bus tour, but traveling alone. And we took sort of a boat tour around Naples Harbor, and going out to the Isle of Capri. I'm going on, that's the U.S. Navy. No, not just a vessel. Basically, whatever fleet, the Mediterranean fleet was in port in Naples. There was 20, 30 American vessels, including carriers, all in Naples Harbor. Yeah, that was, it wasn't the whole Navy, but it was basically the whole Mediterranean. This was, there was still at that point an East Germany and a West Germany, and the wall hadn't come down and no one anticipated it. So this was still, serious NATO time. the U.S. Navy was in harbor in Naples. So, the idea that you're not letting us using bases that were supposed to be joint use bases, whoever's paid for them, but just using them. Is it because of fear of your Muslim population? Is it fear? I can't believe it was just because it's behest of Israel. Now, maybe because it's behest of Israel that they're afraid of their Muslim population is going to commit a bunch of acts of terrorism. And so they're more afraid of that than negative U.S. reaction. They should be more afraid of negative U.S. reaction. No, we're not going to start bombing Rome, but that reaction might mean we're leaving, and that would be worse than whatever terrorist. However many Italians would have died in whatever terrorist actions that might have happened, not saying that they would have, but if they would have been better than what's happened, guys. I don't think you realize that Meloni really burnt her bridge with Trump. Meloni was past tense, might be able to regain it, but I don't know that she could. Was that one sort of European figure that could sort of like, in a friendly way, take European messages to Trump and sort of be that bridge. Now, I know a lot of the socialist governments, quote-unquote conservative governments of like Germany that really aren't that conservative, disliked Meloni, that she was a little, even taking Trump out of it, that she was a little too right-wing for them. I get that, but still, she was a bridge person to America and could smooth over ruffled feathers, if you will. But that burnt a serious bridge. And one thing Trump remembers is people who do him injuries. That, along with the nuclear dust, is why we're doing Iran, because he remembers, and truly does remember, the 444 days that the Iranian Revolutionary Guards held American prisoners of our embassy staff. He remembers that. He doesn't forget. Now, when Trump leaves, I do believe the next president will be either J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. I have a strong belief in that. I have been wrong in the past. Don't take it to the bank. It's just my current belief. And so it is most likely not going to be a Democrat. It is not going to be a kinder and gentler response people. It is going to be the people that say, well, if Europe doesn't allow us to use bases, why are we in NATO, people? And they're likely, if things go as I anticipate, 8 years of them. So we're talking 10, 11 years, 11 and a half years, that's going to be this group. And I don't know what's going to come after it. I have no idea. Don't know if the Democrats are going to get their act together and win election after whoever the next, I think it's probably going to be 2 years terms. Or is it going to be, 2 years or 2 terms of J.D. Vance and then 2 terms of Marco Rubio? I don't know how it's going to, so Europe's fucked, people. And they're going to have to get down on their knees and do something to get America back. And outside of Rutte in the Netherlands, who's saying the right things and pushing the Europeans in the right way with honest talk, I don't see anybody serious in Europe, because a lot of the people in Europe that are maybe taking other serious actions, Marine Le Pen, AfD, are sort of anti-America's involvement in NATO. So they're not going to necessarily be friendly with Trump or Trump's successors. So again, you're fucked. And I seriously mean that. I don't mean just like a little bit screwed. I mean you're fucked. Okay. The HMS Prince of Wales is currently a NATO exercise last month, is one of the carriers. Okay, so exercise as of last month. So they were able to get it out of port. Good. I know the other, I believe, I may be wrong, do correct me, the other one is completely laid up, being seriously repaired. I don't know what they admit to being repaired on, but okay, so it did get out of port. But you don't, as far as I know, have enough aircraft to fully populate one of your carriers. And even the aircraft that you have, some of them at least, I believe, are leased from America. You don't even own them, IKB. They're leased from America. So if America wants to call in the lease, you've got to do it. And the mad Trump might just go, yeah, send this. We need the F-35s to bomb Iran or somebody. Send them back. So you're screwed. You may have a carrier with hardly any airplanes. Seriously, that's how ridiculous this is. European refugees are the biggest nationalities you've ever seen in their home countries. Meanwhile, LTE banned nationalism for natives. One of the many reasons I left. I don't think the EU can turn around. No, it can turn around, but it's got to collapse, Elizabeth. It's got to collapse the current hierarchy. If the only real party in France that could turn it around is Marine Le Pen's national rally. It's only the AfD in Germany. If it stays CDU, SDP governments in Germany, no, it cannot turn it around. Those parties have got to collapse. The Conservatives, the Tories, and Labour are both collapsing in Britain. That is a fact. Neither of those parties have any realistic chance at this time. I don't know when the new elections. I don't know that the new elections aren't going to happen within this year. Keir Starmer and this recent situation over the boy who was killed might force an election this year. It might do that, but definitely by 2028 or whatever or 2029, I don't know, one of those 2 years, there's got to be another election in Britain. And it will, in my opinion, it'll either be reform or restore. One of those two parties. And this new by-election that they're doing right now and is coming up in, what is it, late June or early July or whenever the election is happening. If Restore shows big, not that they got to win it, but if they show big, if Restore shows big, that is a massive change in Britain. If they don't show big, and I'm not saying they will, I'm looking from another continent. I'm not on the ground. I don't know what will happen. But if they don't show big, then it's still reform. But if Restore shows big up, I'm not saying they got to win, but if they come out as second place in the election in wherever it is, that's getting I'm blanking on the guy's name that's trying to get in to replace Keir Starmer. If they're number 2 in that race, or very close, or if it's like a virtual tie for second, and somebody else, the Greens or Labour or whoever wins it, if they're either virtually tied or number 2, tied for second place or number 2, that is going to be a massive shift in Britain. But basically, it's going to be, in my opinion, it's going to be either Reform or Restore versus the Greens next time in Britain. And that is going to be the big sea change. So that change is happening in Britain. The collapse of the old paradigm is happening. And that, I think, Trump is what he's working on. Trump is not anti-European. Trump has recently again called Britain the homeland. Trump is pro, his mother was Scottish. Not just like my ancestry is partially Scottish, partially English. And the last one that came over from Scotland came over around 1900. And the first one, at least the ones that I know, I think because they had probably intermarried with ones, come over in like the 1750s, before independence. I have ancestry going back to prior independence in America. And all virtually from, this part of the world that I'm intentionally including sort of Brittany and Normandy, because those people go north, from this part of the world, including Irish that go to Scotland, or the Scotty tribe that immigrates to Scotland, or Pickland at the time, Pickland. I'm from this part of the world. And so, yes, I do think of it as a homeland, but no, Trump's mother was, I believe, actually born in Scotland. So he has a lot of affinity for Scotland. Yeah, his father comes via Germany, but his mother comes from Scotland. And I think he has more emotional attachment to Scotland than anything else. So he is not anti-British. Trump is not anti-British. He's just anti the current Conservative and Labour parties and their governments. That's who he's anti. And I think he's trying to collapse some of these governments in what he's doing. So it's not an anti-British thing. Okay, IKB, I'm just getting down. You dropped some stuff in the Discord. Great. I will check it out when I get a chance. And anything else you want to, but sometime I do want to, not today, because after this I'm going to go do some things, but sometime in no rush, I do just want to have a bit of a conversation. I'd love to sort of hear the story a bit more directly from you. Negative U.S. reaction is less likely to make politicians lose the next election. You're absolutely right about that, IKB. And this goes back to, are they politicians or are they statesmen? Do you realize within the realities, is it better to take the negative reaction? And again, it's not that you've got to approve not that Maloney had to come out and say, yeah, we're sending jets too, or we're not sending jets, but yay, go strike Iran again. She'd go, we really wish they wouldn't do this. Oh, but we're under obligations to allow them to use our airspace and allow them to use key air bases, with just an obligation that we have. We're not going to terminate our obligations via NATO for joint use. That's what I'm talking about. But I don't know if that's exactly spelled out in any NATO charter, but I think it's understood that even for a non-NATO operation, the joint use type bases, they may only be flying an Italian or a French flag over the base, meaning there's no like permanent American staff that you also, raise an American flag next to an Italian or French or German flag or something, that shows continuous joint operations. But certain bases have been set up over time that are specifically designed that, we may be using that base one day to, fight in Kosovo and Montenegro and whatnot here in the former Yugoslavia, bases there. But then maybe next time we need to use them to fight a war in Iraq, and maybe Italy goes, yeah, we're not involved in that war in Iraq. We don't have a dog in that fight. We're letting that happen. Oh, you're using our base? Yeah, well, we're part of NATO. You get to use the base. I mean, just, take a completely neutral stance. Or whatever the stance Italy had vis-a-vis Iran prior to the action, keep that stance. But yeah, they get to use the airspace and they get to use the base. And I don't think that would have collapsed. It might have had... even if there's terrorist attacks, which of course you can blame on the terrorists, and which I think would have helped Maloney in our anti-immigrant policy. I know some people, some of the British commentators, that have said, well, Maloney's betrayed us. There's more immigration coming in. Because Maloney is the head of a coalition, and that coalition, it's a right-wing coalition, isn't unified entirely, and it isn't necessarily in control of everything in all the institutions in Italy. So politics is the art of the possible, and I understand that, like, Spain is an actively anti-U.S. government right now. I get that. Still, I think NATO needs to say, fuck you, you don't get to do this. Or we'll invade you, Spain. NATO invades Spain to throw out a government that is doing actions. Not to kill a bunch of Spaniards, but to get rid of a government that is now gone off the rails because they've not upheld their treaty obligations. I think whatever negative stuff she would have survived if she played it right, and not pissed Trump off. Well, not made Trump happy, but not pissed him off. That's my assessment. You know, that's my assessment. The other carrier is currently transiting the Suez Canal operations. Okay, so they've got both out. Okay, maybe you have. I know for a while it was severely laid up. I think she denied it for Muslim population appeasement, saying that's not an obligation to aid Israel. Wasn't easy. Yeah, I know. That's what I think it was fear, but I think she's hurt Italy, not just herself. I think she's hurt Italy maybe even more than she realizes. I don't know if I've not made a great study of Trump, but and it goes back to some of the stuff I heard even before he ever really runs for presidency. You know, some of his interviews. He is fine with, you know, this is back in the days in business. He is fine with business competitors and can be actually friendly. He might call them idiotic on things, but he can deal with business competitors. But if somebody in business betrays him, he's out to fuck them if he can. You know, if you have a business agreement with him and then you renege on it, or if you've worked for him and then you go to work for a competitor, oh man, you're fucked. He isn't going to forgive that. That's my understanding. You know, so if you had been a Trump employee in one of his businesses, and not that the business fails, because yeah, he had failed businesses. You know, lots of stuff goes on and happens. But if you had somebody that was working for him and you left him to go to work for an actual competitor, you know, especially in the same field or whatever, he's never letting you back. It's you're gone, you're gone. Now, if you retire or if you leave the, you know, like, hey, I was a construction site manager and I'm going to go do something else in another field, you might say, yeah, have a great life. I hope you do well. If you ever need any help, let me know. You know, because you haven't betrayed him. But if you've betrayed him, he's out for vengeance. I don't think whatever intelligence briefing, and I know governments get in, you know, and you know, Italy has people that analyze world leaders, you know, how to make them mad, how to make them happy. You know, do you feed them, you give them M&Ms with none of the brown ones in them, you know, kind of thing, and they make them happy, or if you give them ones with brown ones in them, they make them mad. You know, whatever it is, world leaders have intelligence people, not just like spying for leadership, but figuring out this. They let her down by not making sure that they knew that she should have kept her mouth shut and kept and let it happen. And whenever there was a conflict between the American Pope and the American president over policy, she should make statements like, the Pope will have his policies. I'm not going to interfere with his or comment on his policies vis-a-vis whatever, including wars in other parts of the country, other parts of the world. You know, the Pope's the Pope. I'm a Catholic. On religious matters, you know, I'm a Catholic. But obviously Maloney hasn't gone, well, the Pope rejects all war. Okay, we're disbanding our army. Pope says no army, we're having no army. No, you know, so she should have not got involved in that fight and reflectively supported the Pope. She should have just kept her mouth shut and just make some bland statements that even I could come up with, and I'm not the best diplomat on how to do it. But so she's fucked herself. I still like her compared to everybody else running governments in Europe, basically, by right now. But she fucked Italy, maybe fucked Europe. Yeah, it was a bad choice. And one, like I say, is going to be a while before they come up. Okay, let's see. Watched a couple of B-1 Lancers fly over my uncle's house this time last week. Well, cool. You got to see the B-1s. Yes, those are nice bombers. Yeah. And look, I get why European countries are afraid of their Muslim population right now. I get why they don't want to participate. I am not upset that they're not participating. I'm just upset that they're actively trying to screw us up. That's what I'm upset about. I'm not, and I heard an American commentator say, well, Europe is not under, NATO is not under an obligation to support us in this Iran attack because it's not an Article 5 thing. And the people were explaining, yeah, we're not saying that they had to support us, like go to war. We're just saying they're actively blocking us from doing things, like Britain not allowing us to use like Cyprus, or technically even trying, I don't know how much they did block us from using Diego Garcia, which is over here somewhere. Or is it down here? Is this? Yeah, Diego, down here. Trying to block us from even using that. Now, of course, some of the Gulf states allowed us to use space and air bases, and of course Iran. But, yeah, blocking us from using bases that are, so that is what I object to, is their attempts at doing those things. Not that they're not joining in every war America happens to have. That's a different matter. Different matter entirely. And they're screwed. Okay. I think Maloney is one of the better politicians of the EU in our time, which isn't saying a lot. I think her and Trump will realign despite the hiccups. Why? Why? Yeah, she hasn't personally insulted Trump as far as I know. She did side, I forget the exact statements, with Trump sort of reacting to the Pope's negative reaction to war. Not understanding sometimes a war today is better than a worse war tomorrow. Kind of thing. And, popes can easily make a comment, well, it would be best if there was no war, but we understand that nations feel obliged to defend themselves. Whether that's Israel, doesn't mean you agree with the attack. It just means we understand nations feel obliged to defend themselves. Or whether that's the U.S. and going, shit, we knocked out Iran's enrichment capability, and I think we've totally knocked it out. But we know they have enriched uranium, dust, or whatever. We know they had it. We know they have it. We know it's hidden somewhere. And whether we know where it is or not, we may or we may not know where it is. We're supposedly a good idea of the volume. And we want it. Had they just given that up, I don't think we would have agreed to go along with the Israeli decapitation attack. Had they just given up the dust. No matter how good that would have been. Israel might have gone with it, and then we would have watched an Iranian-Israeli war. Air war, missile war, whatever. And that's what it would have been. Israel might not have gone with the second war if America wasn't joining in and whatnot. But, I feel, when the leaders of a country say death to your country, and they have the potential to make even just dirty bombs, I'm going to consider that a declaration of war. When a leader or leadership elements of a country say death to your country, and they have potential nuclear weapons. Now, I might ignore Liechtenstein if all the people in Liechtenstein start chanting death to America. Yeah. What are you going to do? Stop banking with us? Fine. Okay. We might like Liechtenstein's banks, but all 30 of you or however many living, actual Liechtenstein citizens there are, fine. Have a nice day. Now, if any of them ever show up, at the U.S. border with a pistol, or if any of them ever take a U.S. citizen hostage somewhere in the world, yeah, we may do something about it. But if all they're saying is death to America, or some, African country where, saying death to America, I don't know, Uganda or whatever, saying death to America, and they can hardly even get out of their own country, and they let our embassy staff go, or they don't harass, if our embassy staff stays and they don't harass them, they don't give a shit. I might pay attention, intelligence-wise, pay attention to them, but I'm not going to take, as America, as an American president, I'm not going to take violent actions against them. I'm just not. But if Uganda or Iran have nuclear weapons or potential nuclear weapons, and they're making death to America statements, I'm taking that as a declaration of war, and I feel obliged to defend myself and not wait for the next attack. Like when you have an Iranian vessel, supposedly a merchant vessel, for months doing a figure eight. You can look at it on the AIS tracking, doing a figure eights out here in the southern Red Sea, while the Houthis are launching missiles at U.S. ships, including warships and U.S. flagged civilian ships, as well as other ships, not just American, but others as well. And we know enough of the attacks. Some of them are just explosives on a boat that somehow they've rigged up a remote control system that very well could have been produced in America itself, though I don't know if we produce any of those, but Europe or China or wherever. Yeah, some of it's that crude shit, but some of it was nicer Iranian-made drones of some sort, missiles of some sort. We know that. So, yeah, there may not have literally been an Iranian finger on the button that said launch, but there was an Iranian person next to him saying, target that thing, that dot out in the ocean on your thing. And the Houthi guy puts in the code to launch and fire. So that I take as an Iranian attack. And so those Houthi attacks were direct attacks on American assets. They shot at our naval vessels that we were escorting a few U.S. flagged ships through there. Whether we were also defending other people's ships, that's another question. But we were definitely defending American vessels that were being shot at. That I take as an Iranian attack on America. I don't accept them waving whatever Houthi flag looks like. I have no idea, even if they have a flag. But if they do, I don't care. It's still an Iranian attack, because they couldn't do it without their targeting needed the Iranian spy ship out here. The targeting needed Iranian weapon systems to do those things. So it's not a case of, say, the U.S. or the Soviet Union supplying weapons to some insurgency or some, country, like when, Angola goes communist and the U.S. was supplying weapons to Jonas Zimbabwe of UNITA. That's not an attack on the Soviet Union, even though there were Soviet advisors here. It may have more been a South African attack, but, it's a proxy war going off in a proxy country that none of them were like trying to attack U.S. ships going out at sea. It was, arming different factions fighting in different countries that there may be some advisors around. Different matter entirely, at least as I take it. So I see direct attacks on American assets by Iran going back since 1979. There's been pauses to active attacks, maybe, but it's been ongoing. So, yeah, you don't. So I don't think, I don't think it's in Trump's interest to spout off about Maloney right now, but he doesn't forget injuries. And I think it will take some very big thing to get Trump's approval back. So either America is going to be in very great need for something, and that'll probably be at a controversial time that Maloney may be able to help with. I don't know what that would be. Or Maloney has got to come up with some sort of gift, and I don't mean like a gold statue of Trump. I mean some gift to America. I don't know what it might be. Like, do they have an island that they want to give up? Give up Sardinia, or maybe the Isle of Capri, or, give up something to America. I don't know what it might be, send unlimited amounts of free Italian wine to America, or pasta noodles for lifetime free. America gets pasta noodles from Italy, or something like that. Unless they come up with something like that, I don't know what really is going to get Trump, what Trump is going to need. Because right now, Trump doesn't need much from Europe. Because Europe has not been stepping up. So maybe there will come a time that there will be an active war against, in the next 2 years against Turkey or something that U.S. want to be involved with, and Europe, and will need Europe to help. I don't know what it could be. I honestly don't know what either Italy or Europe can do at this point that Trump won't forget. Trump may forgive, but he's not going to forget. And I just don't see it. And hey, oh boy, don't recognize some of the names. Hello, likely Mr. Owner. How you doing? I just watched a stream of UK invading Germany. Be warned, buddy, this play may be about you. Oh yes, I'm testing out to see how this thing goes. And hello game, I hope you're doing well. Do you think China will win in a war in the Pacific because the US is becoming smaller? No. My understanding, and some of this comes from the YouTube channel Subbrief. So if you know the channel, or some of my source for some of this, I wish I wrote down a new U.S. missile that was announced, and the U.S. will only announce a missile like that and when they have it in enough numbers and or deployed to ships. That is an anti-ship missile. I think it can be launched from ships. I think it can be launched from ground-based box launchers, and maybe launched from aircraft. I'm not sure on the aircraft, but we have a new ship, or a new anti-ship missile that is undetectable until it hits the target. So you only notice when you're, it's like the Chinese anti-stealth radar. You know when the stealth planes are in the area when they blow up. That's how effective as they are. They blow up. Oh, the radar blew up. There's got to be some F-35 somewhere. That's about how you know that the U.S. Navy is attacking you. The problem with, and it's why we keep the Nimitz actually is extended 1 year so far. Don't know if it's going to be extended another year or more. Is the small Navy, the only real problem with that is, where is the Navy? Is the Navy here? Then the Chinese Navy is just a bunch of targets. I'm serious. It's just a bunch of targets. If the Navy is all over here, and yeah, you got a carrier group, but an A carrier group was only going to carry so many missiles, is only going to be able to get so close because they'll rain in, anti-ship missiles themselves that we've got to shoot down. And we'll be able to shoot down a lot of them. So we can't maybe get too close. So if the U.S. Navy can be there, then no, the Americans win. And Japan in particular, but also Taiwan and the Philippines and South Korea South Korea is more continuing, but are stepping up in defense. Oh, and Vietnam is stepping up in defense. How did Tolkien go over to Japan? Oh, I guess it's direct ownership, and this is Vichy France or something. I don't know, whatever. And even Vietnam is stepping up its defense. And it's sort of, I know, I got some report that I saw on YouTube that, oh no, China or Vietnam sort of making deals with Vietnam with China. Yeah, they are sort of, but they're really, really trying to reorganize themselves. And I'm following some Vietnamese-based Twitter stuff talking about the People's Liberation Army of Vietnam, or whatever it's called, which includes the Navy. They're actively trying to arm themselves up against China, not against anybody else. They're not worried about an invasion from Cambodia. They're not worried about an invasion from America. They'd like to get more advanced weapons, and his Twitter channel disappeared, so I don't know what happened to him. Another guy actually was in some contact. He eventually found out he was a Portuguese man living in Vietnam for years, like 10 years or more, that was following the stuff and posting some very good stuff. And I talked to him a little bit. And like I said, the U.S. won't sell its advanced stuff to Vietnam because it still is a communist country. We might sell non-advanced stuff, older weapon systems, including, anti-aircraft missiles or something, but much older generation stuff to Vietnam. But we're not going to be selling more advanced stuff to Vietnam. It just won't, because it's where we might sell the same system that they want to the Philippines. We're not going to be selling it to Vietnam. They're still communist or too communist or whatever. We won't do that. But right now, Vietnam is very, very pro-American. If you don't believe that, you're not understanding the current situation. They're very pro-American. You will not get harassed for wearing an American. You will get less harassment walking down the street with an American flag shirt, whether it's up in Hanoi or Hanoi, or down in what they call Saigon City now, or no, Ho Chi Minh City. Just walking down the streets in an American flag T-shirt or whatever, then you will get less harassment there than in Germany or in France. You will be more positively welcoming. They probably won't spit in your food, even if an American killed a family member in bombing of Hanoi. They will be more pro-American right now today in Vietnam than in many countries around the world. And this is not just me saying this. I know it to be a fact. There is not nowadays, and even when the old dudes show up in their Vietnam veteran jackets and whatever to go on a remembrance tour, they're treated very nicely and very politely, and it's not just because, oh hey, they're tourists and they'll pay us money, because there would obviously be other people around that either were in the war or lost family in the war. They will be polite. They might not always love us, individuals, but they won't harass us because they know their government will stomp on them hard if they do any serious harassing. So yeah, I'm only worried about, do we have enough ships to be able to deal with this? In that we have enough, but are we distracted? Because I keep coming over here because we have three carrier groups here right now. Or, well, maybe one over here or whatever. But we have 3 groups over here now. If we're distracted by Iran, it could be a problem. Or some other place. But if we're not distracted, we will win a naval war. Now, we're not going to fight a land war. I mean, I'm not saying the Marines will never storm ashore somewhere to knock out some battery or take out some harbor and then leave. America is not going to be trying to invade and conquer mainland China. That's just not in the cards. We might, because we still have, 50,000 or so soldiers in South Vietnam or South Korea. We may fight another war in the Korean Peninsula. We're not going to go north of the river here, the Yalu, and try to, conquer Manchuria. and China realizes this nowadays. They didn't in the past. They know it now. So they might have ground fighting, if they come and support North Korea or something. We may do pinprick attacks, take out missile launcher areas or whatever, and maybe stay even a few months. But we're not conquering China. They know that. So I don't think it's going to be if there's an outbreak of a war, I don't think it's going to risk, nuclear exchanges, missiles going back and forth and taking out cities, whether in China or in the U.S. They realize it would be contained to naval operations, air operations, and, special forces, and or maybe a bit larger raids. But that's all it's going to be. China is going to survive. So China realizes that Americans can get pissed. They realize it. So if you nuke a U.S. city, whether it's, Honolulu out here in Hawaii, or you take out L.A. or something like that, Americans will be pissed, and you will see mushroom clouds over Chinese cities. So I don't see that in the cards, it escalating to that kind of stuff. And we may be, a modern version of carpet bombing, which is not technically carpet bombing, but it may be a B-52 spamming out a bunch of, laser guided or GPS guided bombs that are, creating big fields of explosions over factories or missile base areas or whatever like that. We may be doing those kind of attacks onto the mainland in a naval war, but we're not going to be, trying to take out Canton, which is what I would still call this here, or modern day Hong Kong, trying to level the city. We may be taking out, again, like I say, if there's factories that build missiles or build drones or whatever, we may be, flying over and all the bombs going out to all the different targets, not just, old style carpet bombing, but, coming over and dumping large loads of conventional bombs over China someday. They know it isn't an existential crisis for the existence of China, whether CCP controlled or not. So they're not going to go into a nuclear war. So I'm not afraid of that. Might be afraid of crazy man Kim launching some missiles. That's a different matter. But China, no. And so if China can be prepared, but again, and one of the reasons Trump isn't worried too much is Taiwan's trying to buy, because they're actually having their president's controlled by one party, but the sort of pseudo pro-China KMT did get in control of the parliament, and they sort of blocked the purchasing of some weapons, and the U.S. has actually extended the contract potential and trying to tell Taiwan, get your fucking act together if you really want these weapons. We're willing to sell them to you. But so they're trying to, and there's, local issues. So, with the support of the Japanese fleet and the Philippines, maybe not so much fleet, though they're actually getting some Japanese vessels and war vessels and whatnot, but they're allowing us to not only have the big air base back down in here, they're allowing us to put missiles and radar sites on some of these little islands out here. So, they're stepping up. They're doing what Europe should be doing. So the combination, so that's going to give us willingness to defend. Now Trump wants to get chip technology made in America in case this happens, but I don't think that means, because I don't think even from Trump's mindset, because if you look at Trump back in the 80s and the 90s, he's very anti-China. Not so much anti-Japan. He's anti-China. This is a thing. So I don't think he wants to, and it's not Chinese people he's anti. He's anti the government and whatnot. I think he would be willing to defend Taiwan if Taiwan is trying to defend itself and he can get regional support, because he realizes that if they come out, they become more and more of a threat. That's my analysis. I hope I'm correct, but we'll see. Okay, she's disciplined and traditional. Okay, I think we're talking about Maloney here. Her values align with America's Trump wants to create. Yeah, I know, but again, it's that injury thing that Trump doesn't forget, and it's going to take a lot to forgive. And I don't know what she's going to do. Now, she might do something European based that really helps out Trump in dealing with somebody else and negotiates some sort of deal and whatnot, and does some grand thing that Trump would forgive. Because obviously they haven't directly, haven't shot down an American airplane or done anything like that. Now, Kuwait did, and Trump has forgiven because they knew it was a mistake, and Kuwait has been very helpful in this as well as other things. So Kuwait doesn't make a lot of public statements pro-America these days, but you look at, like, especially those footage of those, especially that one American woman pilot who was shot down, just average Kuwaitis running up in English. Yeah, they got their cell camera out because, they saw the parachute coming down, but they're running up. Do you need any help? Do you need us to take you to the hospital? So just the average Kuwaiti running out and trying to help a down American pilot. Trust me, Trump reacts well to that. So, the very friendliness of that, is something Trump will remember. And you see the more hostility from Europe. You don't see that kind of stuff, even if they're not like getting directly involved in the war. But the reason they shot them down was they thought they were Iranian missiles on whatever radar they had, or Iranian planes. So it was a mistaken identity. So they were actively, whether self-defense or defending the region against Iranian aggression, they were actively trying to help, even though I don't know that they were actively targeting internal things. So, yeah, I just don't see it with Maloney. I do agree, regardless of reasoning, needing airspace, they should have done their obligation. Yeah, Elizabeth. Yeah, and that's the kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. H2O. Yeah, I thought so, because some guy on YouTube has a video saying China can win. Thank you. Yeah, no. Like I say, if the American Navy is absent, or we just got one or two submarines, I don't think they can detect our submarines. I don't think they can detect them. I may be wrong. I'm not saying if we sailed it into Hong Kong Harbor, underwater, that they couldn't notice it. But out here in the ocean, I don't think they can detect our submarines. And they can launch however many missiles, anti-ship missiles that they have. And if they get close enough, they can fire their anti-ship torpedoes. And we have one carrier. It rotates, but one carrier is home-based in Yokohama. It was the Reagan, though. I know the Reagan, I believe, is back at some other carrier. So we keep one aircraft carrier home-ported. Like, it's not a permanent home port, in that after like 3 or 6 years or something, it goes back to the U.S. But while it and its carrier group is home ported up in Yokohama, we have bases out in Okinawa area, and the ability to, our aircraft that are stationed in Korea can easily shift down to basing here. That the Japanese, we're building more bases in Okinawa. Japan is building more bases in Okinawa. Yeah, it's going to be tough for that getting ashore. But if for some reason we get really distracted, maybe they could take Taiwan. They aren't going to win out here. They're not going to take Guam. They're not going to be able to take the Philippines. They're not going to be able to, take, Okinawa or that, because these other nations are going to contribute to the defense. But if you're talking about the Taiwan Straits, it just depends on where our Navy is. But we're doing well. Okay, everyone. Well, I've enjoyed talking to you. Boy, it's been a lot of hours. It's been fun. My voice is going. I will be back. So everybody, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel, either on YouTube or Twitch. I'm on both live. I will be back tomorrow playing War Thunder, hopefully with Arno and other people. If you want to join us, get in. And hello, Vizik Real. I don't know how to pronounce that, but yeah. what you see, you get. I don't know how to pronounce what you're typing there, other than just stuff on the keyboard. Or is that an emoji? I'm just not kidding, because I watch it through Restream. So yeah, we'll be back to playing War Thunder. If you get in, it's about 10. We started at approximately 10 a.m. Pacific time, wherever that you are in the world. If you get there, sometime shortly after, we'll at least rotate you in and out. Not if you're just at the last hour or so, but and or you just want to hang out with us and listen to us, because we play and talk about things. It's multiplayer. Let me go look. What is he saying over on YouTube? I can check out the chat. There's this. Emojis. It's not that, but a couple of clicks.
Don't worry, Shaq.
Clear that out. Okay. No, is it some Japanese something I'm not getting? Maybe Skoshu Nihongo o hanashimasu wakarimasu ka? But just Skoshi. Yes, and thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah, have a good evening for most of you over in Europe, of course, and a good day if any of the Americans are still watching. I will, like I say, be back, and nothing on Slytherin next week, but the week after I'll be back. They have a very light schedule over there. So thanks, everyone.